This is about a 5-hour mashup of success stories in 2020. I talked to, I think, 7 different people here. It's just going to roll one interview to the next. I like to put these out on the weekend because I think people like to be inspired, and actually I see the metrics. People are watching these, so it's pretty cool, and I like it. In this mashup, we hear from Charlie, we hear from Beau, Christy, Derek, Anthony, Gaurav, and finally, Melissa. So I'm just going to roll with it and leave a comment, leave a thumbs up if you dig these, just to let me know. I can see that you guys watch them, and it's much appreciated. Hey, what's going on? It's Doug Cunnington here, and welcome to The Doug Show. Today I'm talking to Charlie, and he emailed me a few weeks back, and I was so impressed with his email. I was like, we got to talk. He has published 431 articles on his site that he started just a few months ago in April of 2020, and it is almost September right now, so it's just been a few months. It's awesome because he's already earning. As of July, he made $75, and in August, he made 175. He's getting about 10,000 page views per month, and I mean, he's been doing a ton of work, so I'm excited to hear his story. So welcome, Charlie. How are you doing today?
Good, Doug. Thanks for having me on the show. Looking forward to discussing my story.
So congrats on your progress so far. I think I'm just shocked because a lot of people do have some nervousness about investing that much into a project. It sounds like a staggering amount of content, and we're going to break it all down. But for the people that don't know you, which is most everyone, I actually don't know you much at all either, but what's your story? Like, what do you do for a full-time job? When did you get involved in internet marketing and niche sites?
Sure. So I'm actually 25 years old, so I'm about 3 years out of college. I guess it's kind of better to start with my internet journey because that was before my full-time job. So I built websites back in 2013, 2014, and it was more of those type of websites where you create 2 or 3 pages, you send a ton of backlinks, and they rank. And you made money for a couple of months, then you got penalized and you're on to the next site. Kind of stepped away from that, went to school, came out, got a full-time job. I actually work in finance. And I kind of went back to the internet marketing stuff in March. And I was like, what's going on? How can I make money here? And as you stumble across different internet marketing forums and different YouTubers, I just became intrigued by people putting out massive amounts of content and having them rank without, shady backlinks. So that was very interesting to me. I saw a journey that actually inspired me of somebody that put out like 500 articles in about a year, and they were making money just on informational content, not only focused on Amazon. So I kind of like merged the two together, put out a ton of Amazon articles, then figured, okay, now how can I gate this to like informational articles to really grow traffic?
Awesome. And did you have any big wins from like back in the day when you were building some of these early sites and doing more, I guess, shady backlinks and stuff like that?
Sure. I definitely hit a few months where I was hitting 4 or 5K a month, but it wasn't continuous. It was almost like the site would rank, I'd cash in on it for 2 or 3 months, and then it would kind of lose its rankings. And it was mostly just forwarding to either other type of affiliate websites, those survey websites where I was getting referral commission. Yeah, I mean, I had success. Nothing where it was like sustained over the long time. I always had to be building new sites. Always positive ROI, but definitely like a lot of work every month just to keep income coming in.
And I suppose you developed some pretty like good marketing chops and just building websites, some WordPress sort of skills and stuff like that. Any other like sort of broader type of skills that you learned from back in the day?
So it's interesting. I actually used to use like other platforms like Weebly, and I think WordPress was something that was new to me. So I think it's almost safe to say I kind of entered the marketing itself and building these type of websites kind of fresh. I think the only thing I had going for me was I did understand backlinks and the negative and positive sides to it. So I had a pretty open mind when it was coming to like understanding how backlinks work in 2020. I think that's maybe one thing that kind of helped me more than someone just coming in, throwing up 400 something articles and hoping it works.
Got it. Cool. So let's get into this project that you're working on now. So in March, you thought, hey, I'm going to get back into this. And you started Googling around and you saw some people publishing a ton of content. So you started the site in basically April. So in those few weeks, like what was your plan? What were you thinking? And why did the scope of this project, why was it so big, like off the bat?
Okay, so the original goal was $1,000 a month, and I said, okay, to get there, I need 100 articles. That's the goal. I published all the content on my own. I probably wrote the first 50 or so articles, and the goal was one article a day. Some days I was able to get two, but it was one article a day, and things seemed good. I was like, okay, this is going to be $1,000 a month a year from now. And I had like two articles ranking for like a really small keyword, getting like 3 or 4 clicks a day. And I was like, all right, I need this to go faster. Like, I need to get out more content. And everywhere I looked, it was like, hey, backlinks are great, add them to your site. But if you want the real growth, it's content. So then I was like, all right, let's get 50 articles, get to 150, or I'll get 100 articles, get to 200. And then I just kept scaling up. I did my keyword research. And I think that's what motivated me to say, okay, look, no one wrote a good article on this topic that's, more than 500 words. Here's an easy keyword to get 500 views a month. And I think that's what motivated me to say, okay, let's start scaling this up. Let's put a lot of content out there and let's see how it responds. But obviously, like the first few weeks of just getting those like 1 or 2 Amazon sales, I actually didn't realize how motivating those were, just seeing like fruits to your labor. Even though it is only a couple bucks, but it's like, okay, my website's 2 months old and it made $10. Like, that's encouraging. So I think that was helpful to start out with.
Okay. And let's rewind just a tad. How did you choose the niche? I know this is an important part and you're growing this site large. You're planning on, publishing even more content. So I imagine you picked something broad enough, and I'm interested in the process of how you chose it.
Sure. So the niche I'm in is actually something I thoroughly enjoy. It is a hobby of mine. It is within the outdoor niche, and I guess I'll leave it at that. But in terms of how I picked the niche, it was almost like I gravitated towards that niche early on just because it was one of the few things I really enjoyed doing that you could build a blog about. And when I was looking at my competitors, I think that's what cemented the decision for me. I saw so many competitors that either had really small websites, I'm talking like 30, 40 posts that were all Amazon based, or I saw those massive websites that were 1,000+ articles that were big companies getting hundreds and hundreds and 500,000 page views a month. And I figured if they're doing it with lower quality content, what if I kind of push the two together? And that was the final decision for me making the site.
Okay. And sort of implicitly, I think there are plenty of informational and product keywords most of the time. It's just people may have a certain mindset. But when you started this, did you automatically see like, oh, there's a ton of info content and there's a ton of products as well?
It was funny. I started just thinking every article is going to be about Amazon, and I'm just going to have some informational content just to kind of balance the site to Google. Like the goal was probably like realistically 80% Amazon and 20% informational. So I only thought product wise, and there was obviously a lot of them. And I think at this point now, I'm probably, I want to say 85% informational.
Okay. Do you find that the informational content is quicker to rank or less competition, or any observations?
So yeah, so definitely easier to rank in terms of competition. But I also just noticed those longer pieces of content, the 2,500, 3,000 word pieces, I can eventually monetize those articles for Amazon products very easily, just because they're like those how-to type of guides, like, oh, you need this piece of equipment, or you need this type of item. So I kind of said to myself, why only focus on Amazon? Make informational content, then bring Amazon into the informational content as those articles start to shoot up the ranks.
Perfect. All right. Moving on to keywords. Obviously, if you're going to launch a site, you're going to publish all that content. How did you approach keywords? And actually, I'll leave it at that. How did you approach the keywords and finding all of these?
Yeah, so I started by Googling keywords that I thought were low competition just from my understanding of the niche. And I wrote a few articles out there, and then I realized they were way more competitive than I thought. So then I started using those type of keyword tools such as Ahrefs or Uber Suggest. And I actually wound up purchasing a premium subscription at Uber Suggest just because it wasn't a lot of money a month. Like I didn't want to put that much into those type of tools, but it gave me enough knowledge to understand a little bit about the site's domain authority that I was competing with, and then kind of see what keywords they were ranking. So the first batch of content, Amazon articles and informational content, was pretty much just writing a better article than what was already out there. Then I would say once I hit about 80 to 90 articles, I got the understanding of how to write an article or how to pick a topic that maybe was just not even served yet on the internet that nobody had for. And those really helped the initial growth of my website, picking a topic or an article title that just wasn't written yet, but had juice, had some search.
And how did you, I guess, because you're a member of that community for the niche, you probably have more insight, but I'm almost like, I can't imagine a topic that hasn't been covered in some capacity. So how did you find these like really obscure keyword phrases?
So it's almost like you start with a generic keyword and then you kind of go to the more specific location within that keyword. For example, and I'll use in a different niche.
And actually, can you just use like ballpoint pen just to make sure we don't give away
Sure,
someone else's niche?
that's perfect. Okay, so instead of saying like best ballpoint pen, I would say like best ballpoint pen in Virginia. But obviously, it wasn't a Amazon type of article. It was like a location type of guide, and I found those to have so much search volume with so much underserved content. Obviously, but researching that topic was a challenge, but I almost started getting better at saying, okay, like what's unique to this location? How can I tweak it towards my website? And then kind of direct my writers on that path. And that made those type of articles a little bit easier and definitely quick to rank.
Very cool. And I have no idea what your niche is, but to that point, I believe, and we could talk more off the record, I think from a link building perspective, because there's a location built in, you have the opportunity to reach out to a lot of small, more independent kind of websites in those locations to do link building and just outreach in general. So again, I have no idea what it is, but when you put locations in there, a lot of new doors open up and a lot of new opportunities. So have you thought about that at all, by the way?
It's funny you mention that. I did one kind of campaign where I wrote an article about a specific area and I reached out to all the businesses in that area and I got responses from four of them and three of them actually wound up like thanking me for the article because I talked about them and they actually linked back to me from their like resources page on their website. I mean, it was a small business, but it was like a unique link that I wasn't really asking for. I was more just saying, hey, like we wrote an article about you. What do you think?
Perfect.
So
That
that worked
is,
out cool.
yeah, I love to hear that. And yeah, you weren't even asking for anything. You were just like networking and becoming someone in the niche. And they're like, hey, cool. No one pays attention to us. We have a small website, but it's so relevant, right? It's like the most relevant kind of link you can get, I imagine.
And even sometimes I think only one of the businesses did willingly, but they may even provide you like a quote or something to say about them. So it even makes like your article that much more accurate, which is even better.
Very cool. Anything else with the link build or not the link building, with the keyword research portion here?
I noticed that I wound up picking keywords and kind of sticking to that same type of philosophy within that keyword, and obviously like just changing up. So it was almost like I found a really good keyword, saw it ranked, got some traffic, and I almost built that keyword into a category and branched out to like 30 or 40 different type of informational articles that I'm hoping they kind of duplicate that type of growth just because they're clearly being searched and potentially underserved in terms of content on the internet. So
Okay.
that was an interesting thing I saw.
Very cool. And did you happen to use the keyword golden ratio at all, or you went in another route in your previous experience, sort of like you didn't need to use such a structured format like the keyword golden ratio?
So I did use KGR for some Amazon type of keywords, and that was definitely in like the second stage. So I kind of put out my first chunk of articles, realized I'm too broad. Then the KGR was starting to say, okay, write an article on Amazon. This is a good topic. And now I was starting to get a few clicks because I was the only one writing an article for that topic that was getting views for Amazon. So that was helpful, and that gave me an original traffic in Amazon. And that was honestly probably the real reason I started saying, okay, like good to go to informational articles because the Amazon articles are somewhat working, even if they're only getting a few clicks a day.
Okay, cool. All right, moving on deeper into the content. I think this will be sort of like the meatiest part of the interview because just the sheer volume. I have not published like as much content as you have in such a short period. So tell me about the approach. You mentioned that you started writing yourself, and I'm sure it was helpful that you're interested in the topic and you're knowledgeable. So that was helpful. And then you realized you need to do more. So what did you do to start bringing on more help?
Sure. So yeah, I wrote the first, it was roughly 45 articles or so all on my own. And I was like, okay, this will be a good path to 100. Then when I started doing the keyword research and just realizing how much more topics to be written about, I was like, okay, maybe it's time to start outsourcing. So once I saw there was some type of growth to the website through like Google Search Console, I started looking for writers. And I think this was a process that I definitely failed a lot in the beginning because I kind of went, oh, I'll go with the cheaper writers. And I use internet marketing forums and different type of article writing websites to get content. And at the end of the day, I wound up actually getting the more expensive writers out of all the ones I used. So most of the content was between, I mean, on the low end, I was probably around 2.5 cents a word. And I think on the high side, I got to up 4 cents a word. And I'd probably say most of the content, especially in the big content push parts of it, were probably towards more 4 cents a word. But it was almost like, okay, here's 50 articles based on the keyword research I did. Let me ship it out, have them work on it. I'll come back, see how it looks. And then I really found like a few writing services I just really liked working with. They got the titles right. They hit the subheadings, the H2 subheadings really well. And it was starting to become a lot more of me copying it, pasting it, reading it over quickly, spending 5 minutes rather than saying, okay, write this article. And I spent like 45 minutes rewriting it, which was getting a little frustrating. But it was honestly worth the extra few dollars I spent per 1,000 words just to get that article that was ready to go. In terms of content push, so I'd say after April going into May was probably another slower month of content. But the real big push was in June. And I think June I put just over 90 articles out. And I really started getting the hang of the keyword research and understanding what topics I wanted my writers to write about. And July was the biggest month in terms of content with 150 articles added. I think so far, well, I guess August is done now, but I probably have a few more I want to put up tonight. But August was probably another one of those 90 months. So I think the overall part of that is the big push of content was the last 3 months. And if that's roughly 330 articles, that means I got a lot that are hopefully sitting in the sandbox ready to rank as the next few months unfold.
What gave you the confidence to invest so much when you were seeing, a little traction, but I would say, a fairly small amount, you're getting a few visitors per day. So what gave you the confidence to, put a lot of money into this?
Oh, it's a good question. Honestly, it took a lot of those nights of me Googling, watching YouTubers, watching your channel, watching other success stories. And it took like probably 20 or so success stories for me to finally say, okay, I think I'm ready to do it. I think this is the right ingredients. But it really is like in the beginning, it's like you have to harvest all the information out there to make sure you're not missing any corners. Like one thing you didn't want to miss was backlinking. Like, did you want to not do any? Did you want to do too much? Like, it's a fine balance, I thought, to get in between there. So understanding that and seeing what other successes have done, that was big for me. And that was probably my biggest motivation besides traffic early on that made me say, let's invest and let's go in on it.
And one thing you didn't say, but I'm curious to get your opinion that I want to sort of like imply. I think your previous experience where you have earned a lot of money, it's possible to earn online. You've made thousands per month before. So do you think that gave you confidence, even though it's been sort of baked into your personality and what is possible for a few years?
I guess now that I think about it, yeah, that's probably one of the more powerful things that I had going for me. I mean, I knew money could be made online. I never questioned that. It was more the question of, can I make money or a full-time income doing this? So I was not concerned about the internet itself and the people I could reach. It was more like, how can I monetize it where I can get that desirable income for what I put in?
Okay. And I'm thinking back from the time frame that you mentioned, and COVID-19 and quarantining and stuff hit around the March time frame, and this is what you've done. You've really taken advantage, because I know you would hear people say, "Oh, you really got to take some action. You're all stuck at home." And if you're willing to mention, like, can you mention where you were living? And I guess you were buckling down, doing a ton of work, right? So can you just tell us a little bit about that, being quarantined and then doing all this work, and just what it was like living during that period?
Yeah, I mean, Doug, you hit the nail on the head. I actually started Googling how to make websites my first full week off of work. And then for those who don't know, I just mentioned it, Doug, I actually live and work in Manhattan. So kind of getting out of Manhattan, I went back home to my parents. And being out of the city, I was like, my day is always so full. I never have time to do anything. Wake up 5 a.m. to go to the gym and full day of work. I'm just happy if I'm able to eat at night on time. So kind of having this extra time, I was like, it'd be nice to go back into the website stuff and see what type of money I can make there. And I mean, that was all the time I needed to make a website. So, I mean, COVID was obviously devastating and terrible in many ways and changed my life in a lot. But, I tried to take some positive out of it by saying, let's build a business and see how it goes. So that's kind of been a nice thing in a way.
And have you been, I guess, working from home, like in a general sense, but now you don't have the busyness of the city and the other sort of obligations? Is that an accurate assumption?
So one thing I've noticed is I actually almost work more working from home. It's almost like you're always on call. But my travel was actually, I had a pretty intense travel and commute to work. It was about an hour, 15 minutes there and back. So kind of saving that time actually makes the day a little better for me, and not having to run around and get changed and all those type of things definitely puts so much time back in my pocket. So it's been nice to have that.
Very cool. Yeah, I mean, I think from all the people that I've talked to, it sounds like you've done more during this period of time where people are stuck at home. Because I mean, I see some people are doing some more things online, but you've really taken advantage. I won't disparage anyone who's like not doing more, but I mean, this is amazing, like all the work that you've done. So let's get back into the content area. So you have some writers, you've hired some cheaper ones. It seems like spending more is the wise move. It just saves you time and hassle. And when you get the content, are you the person drafting it in WordPress, or how does that work? Do you have an editor of any kind?
So I have no editor. I get all the content emailed to me or uploaded to the site that I buy it from, and I upload everything. I'm pretty good about, like, as soon as the article comes in, like 6 hours later, it's going to be published on my site. I don't like having a bunch of them sit, because when I am outsourcing this much content, it's almost like if you let those 10 sit, then the next 20 that come in, you're just going to be all backed up. So I try and get them up right away. But I guess the real challenge is, like, when you take an article, you're putting the title in that you came up with and the rest of it's there. So I'm making sure there's still good subheadings that can potentially address other search terms, making sure the paragraphs aren't too large. I'll try and throw an internal link or so here and there back to another page on my site. And then obviously uploading images, whether it's a stock image, a free image through Google, or I actually take a lot of photos of my own. So getting all that up. It's a little quicker now than when I first started uploading articles. I think I could probably do a batch of 10 in about an hour, maybe a little bit less, which is great. But it's usually like I have the picture, like I think of the article, I do the keyword research, I outsource it, and then I go find the picture and like save it to my computer. So like the hardest part, in my opinion, is done already.
Right. Okay. And just to remind us, you said in a particular month you published 150 articles, so you were doing quite a bit, each day, getting that out there. Was it stressful in any way, or I mean, was it just motivating? You're like, oh, I got a stack of 10 I got to do today, so let's do it.
It was definitely motivating, and it's almost like you feel like you have this task that has to get done when you get 20 articles sent to you. So when you get them all uploaded, you feel like, oh, this is great. Meanwhile, like, I'm probably not going to see those articles ranking for months from now, but just getting them up did have like a small feeling of accomplishment. And I would try and order the articles where they would come on a day I was like a little less busy. So I knew I had the time to say, okay, I'm probably gonna have like 30 articles coming in the next 2 days. Like, I do have a few hours, and usually I try to do it like later at night.
Okay. So you're just, yeah, you're grinding it out. So very cool. Now, have you thought about bringing on an editor in the future, or someone to do that task of uploading and drafting, placing the images and all that stuff?
I've thought about it, and I think it's something I'd probably take action on when I build out my second site. I think for this site, I kind of have an idea of what I want to keep putting up there. And I think bringing an editor in this late in the game may not just be like even fair to the editor, because kind of like I did it my way for 400 something articles, having them come in to clean up may not be like the easiest move for me. But I did kind of get another website going with 20 something articles. And I figure I could maybe bring on an editor when that site's ready to scale up.
Got it. Okay, cool. And anything else content wise before we move on to link building?
One interesting thing I did for my content, and I haven't really seen the effects of it yet, but just something to kind of note. For informational type of articles that were more than 2,500 words, they were like a complete guide for that topic. I did try to find a YouTube video that I thought was credible and that I personally enjoyed and found helpful online and embedded it into the articles. I've noticed that those articles rank a little bit quicker. I don't know if it's a coincidence or anything, but it's almost like Google picks up there's a video and there's extra form of content and it may be more helpful. So that's something I'm continuing to do. Not on every article, like for my 1,000 word, 1,500 word articles, I'm not. But for those bigger pieces of content, I'm just trying to be like the ultimate guide for that space.
Okay. I usually put a YouTube video in, and I haven't like checked to see which works better, but just as a rule, I guess like the common knowledge when I was coming up was, do that. YouTube has good metadata. Google understands that metadata. So like Google can understand that that topic is on that page. But I've never actually tested it. I just keep repeating it over and over again. So I'm glad at least there's you looked at it and you were like, oh, I think maybe. So that's enough for me. I'll keep saying it, I guess. One thing to look at, just as an aside, is a lot of times the embed code from YouTube, it will slow down that page. So there are some plugins. There's one by DIY plugins or DIY themes for it's like a YouTube performance plugin. Basically, it puts in a placeholder, a thumbnail, and the user has to click on the placeholder, that image, and then it'll load. So instead of loading and embedding the video ready to play for every single user, it'll only do it when the person clicks on it. So one thing to look at, it sounds like you're not putting too many videos up, but I know some people, I've seen pages with like 5 videos, like 5 embedded YouTube videos, and that's going to load a lot slower just in general. So totally aside, total tangent, and we can move back to the link building portion. So link building, I know some people are like, I'm really scared to build any links, but you came from a different background where you were more than comfortable to build links, but now you have a more conservative hand. Can you talk about your link building approach so far, just a few months in here?
Sure. So understanding my background and how links used to work then, I was very cautious now because of what happened then. However, I did want to build links the right way, or the best way possible for the site to grow faster. So I kind of focused on 3 type of links. The first one was guest posts. Second one was niche edits. And the last one was just building Web 2.0 links. Now, I know Web 2.0 links have like the more spammy type of background, but what I did with those when my site first launched, and I'm talking my site had like 20 articles, I hired a writer for like $6 a 1,000 words, and they just produced original content about my topic, created a bunch of Web 2.0s that had 3 to 5 pages, and those were like my foundational type of links. Built about 10 of them up front, and then from that point onward, everything was just guest posts, niche edits, and having actual links from the businesses I was writing about. So guest posting, I went about that where I tried to save as much money as I could early on to really help with the content later on. But I reached out directly to websites in my industry and said, hey, can I write an article for you? Or, hey, this topic could really help you bring some traffic. I almost like when I did my outreach, I tried to be different. And what I would first do is not only I'd introduce myself, but I'd say, hey, I have experience writing articles that can rank in Google. This could bring you traffic. This helps you because you want more visitors? This helps me because I'm trying to build a blog that has no authority yet, without saying the word authority. And people were actually pretty receptive to that. I had this one small business across the country that was actually willing to have me write a page on their website about a topic within my space. And they gave me author credit at the bottom, and they gave me a backlink to my website, which was awesome. So that was like an early link early on. And then from that point on, I was like, okay, time to scale this up. Let's get some links. And I started buying niche edits and guest posts, probably around 10 or 15 a month. Obviously, it all wasn't in one day, but through over the course of a month, I'd get about 10 to 15, probably DA authority, 40, 50 plus. I tried to get really high quality, expensive links because I knew I wanted to have like a cleaner site that just had powerful, respected links within my niche. Tried to keep everything within the niche.
Okay. Very good. And for the Web 2.0s, I'm just going to define a couple of things for folks that don't know. So the Web 2.0s are going to be like free blog sites that you can like spawn up. So it's like WordPress.com. And usually it would be like, some like Charlie's website WordPress.com, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you said you did something like 10 of those or so, got a few pages. And these were a lot more common back in the day. And I think nowadays, I usually don't recommend it, but I know people still use them. And it sounds like there's no ill effects with what you've done there. So the other part is the niche edits. So for people that don't know, can you describe what those are?
Sure. So I had a provider that I used that provided niche edits. And what they would do is rather than creating a guest post, which is like a new page or a new article, they'd go find something within my topic that they can add a backlink to. So maybe it was a news article from 2017 on a reputable website, and they could say, okay, rather than not having a link there, let's link to my website. And I would pay a pretty good premium for those links, but my goal was to order in bulk. So I kind of told my provider, hey, I'm buying this many links over the next 2 or 3 months. And I did get a more like a wholesale discount. But those links are great because not only are you getting your site on a high authority site with traffic potentially, but those pages already have like link juice built up. So if they're done strategically and on older websites, like you can get link juice that's been building up for, who knows, 8 or 10 years right to your site right off the bat. So it can be pretty effective. And I think that was a little element to my growth early on from those links once they started kicking in.
Perfect. For the guest post, you mentioned that you actually just did outreach and you sort of gave a different kind of pitch than what people normally would see. So I'm curious, did you send these to businesses or to more like bloggers?
So the first outreach was to only bloggers. And then once I kind of like saturated my space or sites I actually wanted to be on within my space, I kind of ran out of ground. So my next approach, and I only kind of did this once, was I actually wrote an article specifically for outreach. And what it did was it was a review type of article for businesses within my area. And I reached out to all the businesses in my area and I heard back from about 4 of them. And the question is, how'd you reach out to them? Like, I even went on Facebook for some of them and they were responding to me on Facebook and saying like, oh, great article. Like, thanks for sharing. And then I'd either reply back like, I'm happy to work with you guys in the future and, write another article about you guys. And what I started noticing is they were adding my article link or my homepage and my website onto their like resources page and like tools tab, which was kind of neat. I was getting like a free backlink without even asking for it or paying for it. And I was building some credibility in my community.
Perfect. And just to make sure I understood, so you would like write a review article about a company and then you would send it to them because it was a positive review and they're like, hey, this is fantastic. Is that basically what was going on?
Yeah, I first started the article as 3 reviews and it wound up being like 1,000 words. And then I started saying, okay, every paragraph I write, not only is it more content for the page to rank, but it's another firm I can reach out to. So I started doing a review on like 10 or 15 places and I emailed them all, or Facebook outreach, and only got about 4 replies, but 3 of them became links, which was great.
Perfect. That's amazing. And how long after you started your site did you start sort of outreach like this to real people, no paid stuff, but just real outreach to people?
That was within the first month. It was all of it was within the first 2 months, but I figured in my head there was no reason to wait on that because nothing I was doing was shady or something that Google wouldn't like. I was making real connections and talking to small businesses. And I think a lot of those areas or businesses that I would talk to, their locations kind of matched up with the first couple articles on my site. So it all like kind of made sense.
Perfect. Charlie, this is amazing because I see, YouTube is just, it's a mess out there sometimes, you know how it is, but there's a lot of folks that, they're like, it's totally unnatural for a new website to get links. And I'm like, that's fucking bullshit because anyone who is a marketer is going to go out and promote their site and network within their niche. And if they've been around the block, they have a network already. So they're going to promote stuff. Yeah, it's totally natural to get backlinks and promote your site. So it just doesn't make sense to me why people think that, hey, yeah, I'm going to start a new site and then I'm going to not tell anyone about it for the next 6 months. Stupidest thing in the world. Any comments on that rant?
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I actually, obviously, since my past backlink experience back in 2012, 2013, I was really cautious. And I actually saw someone make a good point. They said with the coronavirus going on, think of all these new coronavirus websites, whether statistics or, informational, they're all coming out here. They're not really ranking for any keywords right away, but they're getting tens and hundreds of thousands of links a month right now. You think they're going to get penalized? Like, no, as long as they're credible and good links and things were done correctly, like it's fine. Like there's going to be bad links in there, but there's going to be so many good links that Google's going to say, I mean, this site, we have to look at it. Like we have to see what's going on.
Right.
So that kind of said to me, like, if they're getting links like crazy, me putting up 10 or 15 links a month is more than fine. And I've actually probably put up roughly 20 links a month altogether.
And do you have any sort of like guideline on how quickly you'll build those links? Do you have any benchmarks that helps guide that?
So outside of me just outsourcing the links on like the first day of the month for that month, I really don't. I mean, when I tell my provider for the links, I say, please try and do outreach or the niche edits over the course of the month. I don't want them all in one day. But I think getting paranoid over, spacing out every 2 days, 3 days is a little too much. I'm not saying build all 30 links in one day, but like think about it. What would a natural website do? If they had an article go viral, they might get half of their links for that month in those 2 days. So that was kind of my approach, and just not worry about little things like that. Just build good links, quality links, and try and be on websites that I thought could help my website grow.
Perfect. I think I agree with everything that you're saying there as far as like the velocity and just the relevancy. It sounds like you're aiming for pretty relevant kind of sites as well. Do you have any issues, or have you seen any issues with any of the quality of the links that you're getting?
I've seen no issue with quality. I think what sometimes happen is like I did get a link here and there where it was from an article that really wasn't about my topic. They might have made like a reference, or it was even like a metaphor within the article, and that was my link. I kind of went back to my provider and I was like, I mean, the link's nice and all, it's an authoritative website, but no one's going to be clicking on that link saying, oh, I want to go read his website. It just didn't look as natural to me. I wouldn't get too crazy about it. It was like a link here or there, but I just tried to stress more like relevancy. I want to add value even to the backlink article. I want it to be like natural. So a few here and there. I'd say maybe around 10% of the links I'm getting were under that bucket.
Okay. Any other sort of guides or interesting things with the link building? One
thing I'm trying to test now is the power of internal link building. I have some articles ranking for the snippet that have no internal links and weren't mentioned in any other article I wrote. Obviously, I have some that are not. My site's early on. It's really hard to give a fair assessment. But roughly half my site has internal links on it to other pages on my site, and the other half don't. I'm testing the theory of whether or not they matter. My guess off the bat is it all depends on what your article's about and what the searches are about. So I think if you're writing an article that maybe doesn't satisfy a topic that's real obvious, having an internal link to another page could help it, but I kind of want to see that theory play out. And I guess the same for external links as well. If I'm forwarding someone else to a resource, does that help my SEO?
Okay. And again, I haven't done like testing in a specific way, especially with a control, but internal links seem to be really helpful. And I know for at least one or two sites where there weren't very many internal links. When I went through and added them over hundreds of posts, like traffic went up and the rankings went up like across the board. Like it was a very positive thing. So I would say go ahead and do it. Like probably not going to hurt anything, especially where it's relevant and you're helping point people in the right direction. So definitely makes sense to do.
My only question there is, Doug, and this you can answer this very easily. When I do my internal links, I notice I do more of okay, here's the article. And then at the bottom, I go, you may also be interested in, and then I hyperlink my article title. I probably do that more often than I like to admit, rather than just like strategically inserting it within the article, unless it's like a buyer intent keyword. You think that's going to hurt me by putting it at the bottom as like a read more? But it is relevant, but it's just like I kind of save that till the end to keep them on the page longer.
Like most of my facts, they're more like assumptions that I haven't tested. So this falls in the same category. Things are working out fine though. So I think it's probably mostly right. I think you're fine. I think it's better if you do add a few in the content versus putting them, mostly all at the end. I think, again, I haven't tested it, but I think you end up with like a more powerful link if it's earlier in the content. And there are tools like Link Whisper does make it very easy to insert links, especially from the old post to the new one. That's the harder one to do because you have to go back and edit. Is that an area where you're like, yeah, it's kind of a pain, I don't go back to the old articles?
I'm like between it's a pain to go back and I don't want to affect rankings if there is anything going on already. Like I don't want to do anything negative, which I know it won't. But Link Whisper is something I've looked into, and I think as my website gets a little bigger, Link Whisper will probably be my best friend for internal links.
Yeah. And I mean, dude, your site's like, what did you say, 471? Is that how many posts you have currently?
I'm at 431, and I think by the end of this weekend, I should probably get to around 460, 470.
Makes me feel very lazy, but you're doing a ton of work. You're doing a ton of work there. So yeah, I would say internal links, go ahead and do it ahead of time. There's no reason to wait. And the more articles you publish and accumulate, the longer it'll take you to catch up. So I would say start it now. Go ahead and get started with that now. Now,
yeah, I should.
Did you have you made any sort of big blunders or mistakes so far on this site?
I did have some struggles with the themes. I was wasting money on themes that I never wound up using and paying developers to import the theme for me when I was intimidated by WordPress. Looking back, WordPress is very easy to use, and after watching a few minute video on YouTube, it's easy to do. But I probably could have saved several $100s there on both ends, themes and installing the theme and setting up the site. Other than that, I mean, I've mentioned my struggles with some cheaper content providers. I think the solution to that was I just had to spend some extra time editing the piece of article. But there is a lot of articles that definitely got through the cracks in the beginning that maybe aren't the highest quality that I would like to go back and edit. But I figured, as I'm building my site, get the content up, see where it sits, and I can always go back and touch that up.
Okay, cool. That makes sense. That's not too bad of a mistake. And I think, again, a lot of times when you hear success stories, a lot of times people have more experience than on the surface. Like the headline for this podcast and YouTube video is probably going to be fairly sensational, but how many websites have you built like in your whole life, would you say, if you had to guess?
My whole life, a profitable website or just a website that provided some type of purpose for something?
Any kind of website.
I think I probably built around 25 websites or so, but not a single one was WordPress until I started with these type of niche authority sites in March or April.
Okay. Yeah, so there you go. I mean, you have built a lot of them in the past. And I mean, it helps because, again, you had confidence. You knew that you could invest money, probably be okay, and that sort of thing. So at this point in time, I mean, you've only made a few bucks, and I think now's a good time to reveal how much you've invested so far. So if you could share whatever you feel comfortable and break it down however you would like.
Sure. So I've probably invested roughly 13,000 in content. Um, I think beyond that, I probably put about another thousand in high quality links. I definitely saved a lot of money doing my own outreach for guest posts early on and trying to get those like smaller business type of links. But the goal at this point now is to probably hit 500 articles and then only invest in new content for the money I'm bringing in. So I kind of made a big step in the last week on monetization, started adding ads to my website. So between Amazon ads, I think the site should start making hopefully $400, $500 a month starting in September, just based on the current traffic trajectories.
Perfect. And you mentioned display ads. You can go ahead and share like who you're working with if you'd like. And just curious how that process has gone so far.
Yeah, so I think out of all the things for my website, this is probably one of the things I spent the most time on in terms of researching before I took action on. So I work with Ezoic now. I joined them last Monday, so it's been a full week now. When I first joined, my EPMV was around $5, and I talked to my manager, and they were like, "Oh, over the course of time, we're going to get you up to a level that's a little bit more exciting. No guarantees, but as our test system goes through and we see what ads work well with your website, it'll start going up." So of course now I'm at $10, which is great. I think for 1 week for EPMV, and that's making about $5 a day because I'm getting roughly 500 views a day now, where probably 75% of that's from Google search. I think that, so back on the topic of ads, I was really hesitant to add Ezoic ads on my website only for the reason that it would slow down my website's speed. And I didn't want that to hinder its growth, especially because I was putting out so much content that was in the sandbox. I was like, okay, this is probably the most important 6 months of my website. I want to come back next year and be like, okay, now I can add ads because I have 100,000 page views a month, hopefully, or something like that. And after looking into it, I think adding ads is great early on once you have decent amount of traffic to make money. Because think about all these months I could have, not capitalize or monetize that traffic. I mean, I could have made an extra $750,000 if I did or did not do ads. So I went with Ezoic. I have the intention that, I want to eventually get to the bigger ad networks if Ezoic isn't paying me something that gets me really excited. But I think the process so far has been great. Their team is awesome. Their customer service is great. And, if you told me back in June or May I'd have ads on my website by end of August, I'd probably laugh. But the growth is going pretty fast, and it's exciting once you start getting to the ad networks.
Very cool. And as far as your goals, you mentioned, one, you still got the full-time job. You are growing this site. You've started another one, it sounds like. So where do you see this sort of moving in a long-term way?
So I always played with the idea of growing the website to a level that I thought I kind of peaked. I couldn't add too much more content to it, let it sit for a few months and then sell it for whatever it's worth. I think at this point now, I kind of take the hobby side of it and the fun of signing in every day and checking new keywords ranking and earnings made as the best part of it. So I think at this point now, I kind of want to get this website up to hopefully 500 articles, slowly add content to it, and then build my second site out to hopefully another 250, 300 articles over the course of the next 6 months to 8 months. That site, I didn't really mention it much. It has 24 articles on it. I just kind of have it sitting. It's only about a month old. But I think it's great to have these websites set up, put the content into it, understand what you did with it, and then kind of let them sit and see what comes out of it. I may sell the site a year from now, 2 years from now, who knows? But I think just having it up there, it gives you the option to do both. So I think that in itself is definitely an achievement. I don't really have an idea about leaving, work full time to do this. I think I've managed where I can do both. And I honestly enjoy doing both. It's kind of nice to, pick up one thing a day, do that, do my full-time job, and then put that down and do this, which doesn't really feel like a job. This is more like a hobby. This is a lot of fun. This is awesome. And we'll see where it goes.
Cool. And you mentioned that you like the hobby, you like the, whatever the niche is. Would you, or have you thought about just doing more and expanding the platform in that area? So is it something that you would enjoy? Do you like it enough? I like beer enough where I would do beer stuff all the time, right? would you be able to like start a podcast and a YouTube channel and like become like a personality in that area?
It's a good question. So I probably thought about the YouTube channel more than anything as like I guess a way to expand my website and kind of reach new people. I think unfortunately though, that is a very competitive niche for what my thing is. And it probably would require a significant amount of time to put out good content to make it worthwhile for me. I think it's not something I'm ruling out. I think that'd probably be the coolest thing if I could do it. It just probably would take significantly more time, I think, than my blog schedule is right now.
Right. Yeah, we never know. I was going to say, you know, in 3 to 5 years, the blog could be big enough where like if you started a channel or did something else, like there's a big enough audience that you could just sort of bring along and sort of skip the beginning part, that sort of the tough part where you're under say 1,000 subscribers or some kind of thing like that, where you could just bring them over and just shortcut it. Because 3 to 5 years is a long time for these kind of sites. So very cool. So you're going to keep growing, build more sites, and just see what happens. It's just fun right now, huh?
It's fun right now. I mean, obviously you think about the money you put into something, but I think it's starting to make enough money a month this early on where it's like, okay, I think this is just the beginning of hopefully something that just keeps on growing. I mean, even just from the Amazon earnings growth, like a real small part of my website's monetized with Amazon, and I went from under $100 to I just missed $200 this month. I think I hit 175, and then once ads start kicking in, I mean, I made $25 already in 1 week of ads. So as that stuff starts to climb, it just justifies like, okay, the process is working, keep going. And at the end of the day, not even one of my articles had 6 months to rank yet. So
wow,
it's definitely encouraging.
So kind of wrapping up here, do you have any tips for people who want to replicate your success so far?
So I think a lot of people say this, and I think even having money to back up your investment, I would always recommend you definitely write the first few articles on your first mega site. I think it gives you an idea of where you can go from there in terms of what type of content you can have, both Amazon, informational. It kind of opened me up to saying, okay, if I outsource this article, are they going to be able to write and research content that actually satisfies that query? Because it was almost like people think they outsource these articles and they're going to get this topic back. It's like, well, there's nothing on the internet and it's a pretty difficult topic. Like, what do you expect the writer to write? So kind of writing the content on your own and going through the steps of research definitely opened my eyes to saying, okay, I can have somebody else Google this topic, find 5 relevant pages and, you know, put it all together and make it a better summary or a better piece of information for someone. So I think that's definitely a key to starting. Another thing I would say is, and I had a few people reach out to me on one of the internet marketing forums I'm on. They always send me like they work on a site and it's just Amazon affiliate early on, and they're all writing articles about topics that have already been written before for product reviews. Like if you're in a niche, especially something that maybe you have extra knowledge in, try and find out like what's unique or different about that topic that you have some superior knowledge to. And you could probably write a product review on something that doesn't scream out Amazon affiliate right off the bat. And that could be an easy way to get traffic early on. I guess that kind of goes back to the KGR method, but like try and look at those topics that aren't like the generic, like Amazon, like best ballpoint pen, like try and look at something that like is an Amazon product, but you can kind of tweak it in your own unique way, where you're the only article that maybe introduces or satisfies that search.
Are you in public anywhere? Can people follow you, or are you kind of sort of off the radar here?
So I have a journey thread on one of the internet marketing forums. I think I will think about how I can make this a little bit more like you can follow the journey, whether it's just maybe giving you updates, Doug, or something along those lines. I guess just for the end of the video, we can say right now I'm at roughly 350 organic searches a day from Google. Winds up being just under 500 clicks with search with direct traffic and social. For some reason, I'm getting a lot of traffic from that Google discovery thing. I publish like a new article and it goes viral for like a few days and it comes up as like direct traffic. It just started probably 3 weeks ago, but it's added like an extra 100, 150 views to my site a day, but only on like newer articles. But I'll try and give an update whenever I can, maybe on a monthly basis to start. And then if you feel like it's opportune to jump back on and give the story, I'm happy to jump back on and kind of give my updates. But we'll hopefully get to 500 articles by the time we talk next, and hopefully 25,000 page views. That's the goal.
Awesome.
By then.
That sounds fantastic. Thanks, Charlie. Really appreciate it. And yeah, we'll catch up soon.
Thanks again, Doug. Really appreciate it.
Hey, it's Doug Cunnington here, and I have my friend Beau joining us today. He recently hit $3,100 per month on his, I guess, affiliate and display ad site back in July. So this is a great milestone. We're going to unpack all the details and really get into it. So thanks a lot, Beau, for joining us today. How are you?
Good, man. Mahalo for having me. Aloha from Hawaii.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember that you were like on the channel in like the chat pretty often, and you were like, hey, such and such in Hawaii. And I have fun. I've been to Hawaii just one time, but fond memories. Now, you were showing me before we started recording, like what it looks like outside. So would you mind just sort of holding it up again?
Yeah, this is where I'm sitting. So
It's
yeah,
amazing.
right in urban Honolulu. So not too many buildings, but still beautiful nonetheless.
Very cool. And for the people that are listening on the podcast, there were palm trees and like some nice little mountains, hillside, blue skies. It looked nice, I would say.
Beautiful day, man.
So what is your current day job and profession? What are you doing in Hawaii there?
Sure. So my current day job is I work as a appraiser, a real estate appraiser. Also have done websites on the side or as a profession for most of my working life. So since college, I've been building websites. It's not for myself for some reason, but anyway.
Gotcha. Very cool. And I highlighted a few of the details, but can you give us your like stats on the revenue and sort of the portion coming from Amazon versus display ads, and a little bit about the traffic as well?
Right now, this month's been the best month ever. Last month was the best month ever before that. Last month made about $3,100. That's profit. About $2,300 of that was from Amazon. The rest being from a combination of affiliate products and AdSense. AdSense was a very small portion of that. I think it was only about $100 last month. The rest being from affiliate ads.
Okay, gotcha. Well, congratulations. And how old's the site? How much content is on there? That sort of thing.
Sure. So I launched I launched the site back in 2016. Just to give you a bit of a testimonial. So when I found your channel, it helped me kind of. Your channel is one of the things that's really helped me focus between you and Income School. And anyway, there's just 2 or 3 of you guys that I follow on YouTube that really helped me focus. So last year I just looked under the hood. There was only 50 posts on my site. Now there's about 150. I put 100 new posts on the site. Put a lot more focus in Amazon Associates. So last year at this time I was making about $1,000 a month. Most of that was actually from lead generation. The lead generation has gone down to almost zero. The site is totally flip-flop now, where the majority of my income is from Amazon. So,
okay, gotcha. And as far as the content, are you writing it yourself? Are you outsourcing it?
Yeah. So now the majority of it is outsourcing. I write very little. I pretty much am in the role of editor. I do a lot of editing, but in terms of writing the content, actually, and again, another testimonial for you is I use your Upwork template to great effect. So. We can talk about that more if you want, but it's a really effective strategy in terms of finding writers, building relationships with those writers, and kind of nurturing those relationships. I think I have a much lower cost per word for really strong, really good writers than most people in the space. So
cool, thanks. I know that it takes a little more overhead. Obviously, you're doing the HR, the management, all that sort of stuff, but it is a fraction of the cost compared to when you outsource it. It's so expensive to outsource it to an agency. So yeah, we could definitely get into those details. Now, it sounds like you sort of like hit a stride in the last year, but let's rewind a little bit. You said you've built websites for a long time. So when did you start getting into like either affiliate marketing or at least trying to build a site as a side hustle so you can capitalize on the earnings?
Well, going way back to my first job out of college in 2005, I guess, I worked for the radio stations. and I started to study affiliate marketing, and I found a site called Wealthy Affiliate. I'm sure you've heard of that, familiar with that. So started learning about affiliate marketing, doing affiliate marketing. And I started with my relationship to the radio station, would run radio ads to affiliate products. And that was kind of my foray into it. Made the radio stations a lot of money, and then for some reason didn't pursue it myself. Went off to Japan, taught English in Japan, but started building websites in high school. So, I'm more than 40 now. So, geez.
Wow.
When I think about it.
Yeah. I was going to say, I don't even think I didn't build, I'm basically the same age. I'm 41. And I don't think I built my first site until like the first year in college or so. So what school did you go to?
Went to University of Hawaii.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you from Hawaii?
I am. Yeah. I grew up on the smaller island. So I grew up on the big island in Maui.
Okay.
In Wisconsin of all places, but.
Gotcha. Very cool. All right. So moving on. So you knew that you could make money online. So 2016, was that the first time you were like, hey, I'm going to give it a shot on my own here?
Yeah. In terms of my own site that I was going to make a concerted effort to build out and make money from. Yep.
Cool. And it sort of didn't do much for about 3 years. So what were you trying? What really was working? It sounded like you were making about $1,000 a month, which is actually pretty good for a lot of people. And I'm sure, it's enough for some folks to pay for like a mortgage or whatever. So what were you doing back then?
Yeah, so I consider myself very lucky that I was at that point because, and we kind of talked about this in the pre-interview and just in terms of being super ADD, I'm sure a lot of your viewers can relate, is I tend to chase shiny objects, or I have my whole life where I'm like, ooh, let me go get a job. Like I've had, 5 different jobs in the last 6 or 7 years. So anyway, so I think that speaks to that a lot. But sorry, did that answer your question?
Yeah. So you were jumping around a lot. So that's why you didn't really, I guess, get as much traction as you are now, because you were kind of all over the place and you were doing lead generation and maybe some affiliate offers, but it wasn't very focused.
The $1,000 a month was off a very small amount of traffic too. So I was only getting about 3,000 page views. It was from lead generation. I got really lucky with a very niche keyword that I generated leads for an affiliate product that paid out really well. So that was the majority of that.
Gotcha. And it fizzled out, you said. So did the traffic go away, or did the affiliate program
close down when COVID hit? Unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'd be probably making another $1,000, $1,500 a month just from that income stream if they hadn't closed that affiliate program down. So.
Okay.
Understand.
That is a bummer. So where's the traffic out at now currently?
So last month, I believe it was about 25,000 page views.
Okay.
This month, I'm probably going to hit 40,000. And last month was the best month ever. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Very cool. So you roughly 10x the traffic and a little bit more, but you're in a period right now where it's like pretty steep growth.
Yeah, for sure. For my niche too, admittedly, this is high season. So my site's going to peak for the next couple months, and then it'll peak again around the holidays, and then it'll probably take a dip post holidays, like most of our sites, I would guess. But
many different niches have like the different seasonal portions. So it's interesting to hear, just like some people, this is the high time. Other folks, it'll be the retail season. So with this, let's talk about the content a little bit for the site. And you mentioned you've hired writers. You've been using my templates, which people can get freely. Just sign up for the email list. So what was your experience, and had you hired writers before?
Yes and no. I have worked with writers before, much more expensively, I might add. But my experience with Upwork has been amazing. I mean, again, just using your template or your methodology in terms of putting out a feeler or a test project, saying, hey, if you want to get positive ratings, I'd love to give you a good rating in return for a low-priced article. And from that, I've had 2 or 3 very strong writers that I still work with. When I put the project on, it was like $10 for 1,000 words, which for a good, writer that writes better than me is amazing. And even now I pay my best writer $30 for 1,500 words. So 2 cents a word, which again, I mean, can't beat that.
Yeah, it's a great rate for, the quality that you're getting. And where are your writers located typically?
So yeah, again, I opened the project up to the whole world when I first started, and I kind of learned that there are writers in my space that are U.S. based. So I've just been working with U.S. writers lately because some of the bad experiences I've had have been with folks from other countries who write really good cover letters, have good resumes, but when they actually submit the product, it's like spun or so.
Yep, and I've tried to experiment. I should always test the assumptions that I have, and whenever I do open it up to the world, I end up with kind of garbage, basically. So I try to stick to UK, Canada, US, Australia. If someone is located elsewhere, that could be fine as long as they actually are truly a native English writer or speaker. So
content on my site is very US centric, I would say. Maybe Canada a little bit, but yeah. So I need a US writer anyway. So
sure. So with the content, are you providing like pretty tight templates for them to use, or do you let them run with it a little bit? How have you been working specifically once you get them on board?
I've learned that the more details or the more structure you give them, the better product they will produce, right? So at least what I'm looking for. So and that's something that's a work in progress. I have a writer now that came from one of those Upwork test projects that she's willing to write whatever, as much for me as I want her to write. So I'm actually putting together a template in Google Docs that has heading goes here, et cetera, et cetera. And this is something, I don't know if you want to talk about this, but part of my goal in the next couple of months is to really build out an outsourced team that's taking the different things off my plate. Like one of my biggest time sucks is posting the posts in WordPress. So that if I can just hire someone in WordPress to take the writing, turn it into H1 tags and the meta description and that kind of thing, post the header, that kind of thing, it'll really save me a lot of time and be much more scalable.
That was the number one thing for me. Like once I added a editor, content manager type person to draft in WordPress, then I could just like pour it on. And I actually just ended up promoting a writer who wrote a ton. They got a little bit bored, and then I created pretty simple job aid. I think it's about 4 to 5 pages or so, a couple screenshots, and pretty straightforward. So once someone goes through it a couple times, gets a little feedback, like they could just knock it out way faster than you or I, because you'll get distracted, right? So you'll start doing it. You maybe want to change an image or do one thing, and next thing you know, you're watching YouTube videos on whatever, cats, dogs, whatever.
Curious.
Sure.
Just curious. Question for you is what do you pay that person?
I pay hourly. Typically, it's between $10 to $20 per hour. So hourly is a more fair way to do that gig because they may spend more time editing. It may be a longer piece of content, so it just takes them longer to format it. And usually, like I said, $10 to $20 depending on their experience level and how much I want to keep them on board. So a lot of times you'll be able to pull them on for 10 to 12, and then if they are good and they're continuing to look for gigs, they'll probably be able to say, hey, I would love a raise, or I'm going to go take another job. So depending on who they are, I'd paid up to 20 per hour, but
I think
it's worth it.
Yeah, I think WordPress content management too is a very common skill.
However, if you try to hire a WordPress content manager, they may try to charge a lot more. But if you promote someone, similar idea to hiring a new writer, you're getting them to learn something new. They're taking on more responsibility than what they were planning on, and they're eager to learn typically. So
there's my S6. Sorry.
That's all right. No worries. All right. So content-wise, any other like cool things that you have discovered over time? So you're planning on adding a content manager soon to really scale it up. Anything else?
No, and again, I think it's something that when I found your channel and some of the other channels, it was just focusing on buyer intent content has really kind of exploded what I'm doing. And again, just off a very modest amount of traffic. If you're getting that traffic to buyer intent pages, you make so much more money. Yeah.
Yeah. And it makes sense in a lot of ways, where if it's a little bit more focused and you know why they're there, which sort of leads us to keywords and keyword research. So what's your approach to keyword research? And I imagine from the various channels that you've checked out, there's probably a wide range of stuff that you've taken the approach.
Yeah, dude. I mean, keyword research is like a rabbit hole. And it's something like I was listening to an interview on WP Eagle, his channel, the other day, and it was with like an ex-SEO guy, and he was just going on and on and on about all these different keyword tools and how you can do this and how you can do that. I tried a bunch of them, but I find like your KGR method is brilliant. When I first started my big content push about a year ago, there was one of the KGR terms that I found that is now, because of COVID, is gigantic. Like, it's a freaking beast of a keyword. It's like 30% of my traffic from that one keyword. So anyway, yeah, it's a good thing. And the other thing that I really like is Keyword Shitter. It's free. It gives you a bunch of ideas. One tactic that I would highly recommend is to pay the $7 and do the Ahrefs trial. And then it's good for competitor research or competitor keyword hacking. So the way I've used that is you go on, you find your, and I'm sure a lot of the keyword tools do this. I just figured out how to do it in Ahrefs. But Ahrefs will produce a spreadsheet of all of the keywords that your competitor ranks for, and you can see what positions they're in and that kind of thing. And then you can then take those keywords and start writing content about those keywords as well. So That's the one, again, that I've used that in Keyword Shitter and KGR.
Perfect. And SEMrush and Ahrefs do really well with that organic keywords that any website is ranking for. So you can go snag that data. It's actually great to pull it from, and you probably did this, 10 different competitor websites, sort of aggregate all the data. You can sort it however you want. And there's other metrics that you can go on. Like, let's say you want to find the KGR terms. So maybe you just look at all the terms that have search volume under 250 and then start sorting from there. So yeah, that's a great tip there. For the KGR, did you have like a certain number of KGR posts that you published out of those 100 additional posts in the last 12 months?
I would say probably somewhere in the range of 30 to 50% of the posts that I post have probably been KGR. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. And then the others were just like good keywords that you just wanted to go for?
Exactly. And this is something too. Once your site gains a certain authority too, I think the KGR metric you can up your, the ratios as well. Like, I've ranked for much more competitive keywords using that same, but yeah, the KGR stuff, when you have a somewhat established site, you really zooms. Like, I had an article, actually this is a funny anecdote. I had an article a couple days ago that was a KGR term that went right to the top of Bing, and then Google was like a day later. Like, Bing, it was a few hours. Google was a day later, and I'm already seeing 20 to 30 search hits from that per day, because it's KGR, but because of what's going on with COVID, it's not really KGR. There's a lot of people searching for it.
Got it. Very interesting. And like, I think it's key to note what you just mentioned. And I try not to talk about it too much because there's like a wide spectrum of viewers and listeners in the audience. So yes, you can move the goalpost really for a KGR in the formula. Don't tell anyone, but basically it's great for a brand new site. But if you have a site that's been around for 4 years and you have like 150 pieces of content like you do, then yeah, you don't have to follow such rigid rules. Like, your site is going to react different than like a brand new site. And it should, right? Like, it's established, it's getting traffic, it's ranking for a bunch of keywords already. So it totally makes sense. And you could adjust a little higher search volume, for example. Maybe the KGR value doesn't have to be under 0.25. So you could kind of tweak things. But the problem, of course, you could imagine, Beau, is like, someone's like, well, you could tweak it, and then they put out a brand new site, and then they think, oh, I'm going to just change everything, and it doesn't work then.
Yeah, That makes sense. Right now I'm working on it. So I just bought a site from Motion Invest, as well as I am building a new micro niche site. And for both of those, I'm going to be using KGR. And I have another site that I built about 6 or 7 months ago. So I have 4 sites, I think, in total. I have another site I built about 6 or 7 months ago that just came out of the so-called sandbox. I'm going to starting to get some hits on Google. And again, I think if I put some good KGR content there as well, it'll definitely position that site for a lot more success too. So cool. I believe 100% in it, and yeah, totally get it.
Let's dive into a couple of those other sites, and then we'll swing back to your main site and talk about link building in a couple minutes here. But so for the site that just got out of the sandbox, right. So you're seeing some hits right now. It's getting a little more traffic. How much content was on there? And like, do you actually see like, oh, this is right at, 6 months and 1 day?
Yeah. I wish I had looked at that specifically. I think the shitty thing is I misconfigured Google Analytics, but I did have Google site, Google page, Google Webmaster. What is that? You know what I'm trying to say?
Search console.
But I did have Search Console. So I was like, oh, I'm starting to get some traffic over here, the analytics. So anyway, I'll look at that. But I think it was right around 6-7 months that it started to see a little bit of traffic. That particular site only has 10 pieces of content on it.
Gotcha.
So, to add some stuff to it, yeah.
Interesting. Okay. And then for Motion Invest, it's sort of a marketplace sort of scenario. So yeah, what was the experience like? I haven't purchased anything from there, but I know the founders pretty well.
Sure. So yeah, I think they're really new to that kind of domain or website flipping space. So they send out a newsletter. They only have a very small amount of sites. They put out 1 or 2 sites every other day or something, or maybe 2 or 3 a week. It's not very many. And I had been meaning to buy a new site kind of under a $5,000 price point, and I saw one that came up at $2,200. I kind of snagged it right away. So yeah, they have some, I think overall it was a good thing. They have, like, I bought it on a Friday. They didn't, I don't want to talk bad about anybody. They didn't get back in touch with me until Monday about transferring the site, which I was kind of a little, it was the first domain I'd ever bought from a site, so I wasn't sure if that was normal. But once they got in touch with their transfer person, their transfer guy was just amazing. He was a guy out of Pakistan, but he was super helpful, super on it. So all in all, I mean, I would recommend them, but
sure.
I don't know. Yeah.
And I think you're highlighting a good thing, the onboarding after something happens. Like, right. You don't know what's supposed to happen. So it's like really important to set the expectations, like maybe even on their sales page, like after you pay, here's what's going to happen. If it's on the weekend, you're not going to hear anything until whatever the expectation should be. Like, as long as everybody's operating on the same like plan, then no one's surprised. But you were like, hey, I just sent over like a couple $1,000. What's going on here? Exactly. Right.
Yeah, it was just one of those. It would be super helpful even if the auto email that goes out would say something to the tune of, this is our process. This is what to expect over the next few days. But when you're new to it, you're just like,
what's going on? Yeah.
$2,000. Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Okay. And then I take it the plan for that one, pump some more content on there, low competition, and see what happens, or is it anything unusual?
It is. It's an unusual site. I'm excited about that I bought it. It's going to be a lot of work because the site was written by a non-native English speaker, and there's a lot of every post pretty much has to be rewritten, and there's about 60 posts on the site. So that's a little daunting, but the site is somehow ranking for a lot of keywords. So, and I've made $7 or $8 in the 4 or 5 days that I've had Amazon associates on the site. So, earning a little bit. I'm confident that a year from now it'll have a really good ROI. So,
that's awesome. And do you have any opinion on like how a site like that with subpar content is making money and worth a couple $1,000?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's just a matter of there not being a lot of content around that topic on the internet. So Google has to show you rank something that's related. So
Gotcha.
So that's all the more reason to put out good content, because if you put out good content, you're that much more likely to to rank.
Oh yeah. I'd be interested, wonder if you go and improve some of that content, if it'll start ranking for like more long tail keywords and just get more traffic, even if you're not, really adding much new content, but you're just cleaning up the garbage that's there. For your specific site and, the link building that you're doing for it, can you tell us a little about that?
Sure. So very little, to tell you the truth. I've done a few guest posts, and this was just personal networking. So I'm in some groups on Facebook that are in my space that people have gone, I'm looking for people to write some content, basically guest post opportunities that weren't worded as guest post opportunities. So that's the few that I've done, maybe 3 or 4 guest posts. The rest of the links that I have to my site are all just organic.
And do you have any handle on how many links are pointing to your site?
There's a lot of, because I have a certain post type on my site that aggregates to a lot of spammy sites. I have a lot of spammy links, but I also have probably 50 solid good links from good follow links from good domains, even some up in like the 60s and 70s of domain authorities. So
and those are just natural, where someone needed a reference to some topic, you cover that topic, and they just want a reference. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. And do you have any like tips for people that are like, how do I get such links to happen naturally?
Post good content.
Yeah.
Post good content and networking too. I mean, if you're in, groups around websites in the niche that you're in, that would be kind of I'm trying to not give away my niche.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, there's good example. I'm not in any of these groups, but like I'm into homebrewing beer, and there are probably, I know there's big forums, but basically like if you're part of the community, then opportunities will show up, even if you're not actively looking for it. But like if you just know people, things could happen.
Right. And it's sometimes it's just participating in certain discussions. I've had, one was just started to talk to somebody on Facebook, and he's like, hey, I have a site. Like, hey, I have a site. Can I write an article for you? Because I heard guest posting was cool. It might be good for my site. So that's pretty much how that one happened. And actually, the link that I got from that, the post that I linked to is the subpar post. But because I have that one link from that quality site, it's like number 2, number 3 on Google. Even though there are definitely some posts below it that I objectively are better. So
gotcha. Very cool. All right. Any other sort of, it sounds like you don't do too much active link building, but you do have the core links. Any other tips or observations, or maybe something you're going to try in the future?
Oh, I listened to your last interview. I think it was your last interview with the girl, and you guys were talking about Ahrefs?
Yep.
No, that was the guy. I think it was 2 interviews ago. That sounds really compelling. If I were to spend time on trying to build links right now, that's, I think, the route that I would take, because that sounds like a great way to get links. It's the RO. Yeah.
Yeah. I am playing around with that, and yeah, it seems pretty awesome. I've heard from a lot of people who said exactly what you said. Like, that sounds pretty good. I may want to check it out. So I'll probably be releasing some information on like what's going on, and potentially a course actually on it, because there's a lot of details and stuff, and there will be questions, and I don't answer questions for free usually. That's the real deal. So it's just
especially
like,
if it's the same question that you've already answered 3 times. I noticed that happens a lot to you. So
it does. Yeah. You got and it is a
work.
I know there's some really great valuable information, and like to put it within a course, like to streamline the whole thing is something I'll probably end up doing with this. Okay, cool. I have some idea that this is probably a pretty big impact on your life, especially with the growth that you've seen in the last year, roughly 3xing, and now like you've really focused in. So how has this website impacted your life?
Oh yeah, man, it's huge. It's huge. So this month I think I'm gonna hit, if not $5,000, at least $4,000 in terms of the income from the site. Probably be somewhere between there, and that's a full-time income for most people. So it's huge. The other thing too is for me what's been really helpful, and again I think it's something that I first thought about when when I found your channel and you were talking about how that first site that you had that you sold for like 120,000 or whatever that was, is to start to think in terms of the valuation of the site. Even though I don't think I'm going to sell my site my sites anywhere in the near future, just knowing that I now have a site that's worth $75,000 or $100,000 is just like the relief that gives you in terms of, bumps up my net worth by so much, and my family. It's huge. It really is. It's huge.
Very cool. Well, you definitely, you put in the time, you put in the work, and there are some things you can do to like shorten the path, but usually it's a zigzag path to get to where you're at, and it's rarely a straight line. So it's cool. Like you had the site in place, you were kind of maybe all over the place, it sounds like, with your ADD. And now you're like, all right, I'm going to publish content that could actually earn some money here. And it's working out really well. And this is after Amazon cut the commission rates. This is through like dozens probably of Google algorithm updates, and like things are going awesome. So congratulations.
Yeah, I've been lucky not to be really affected by the Google algorithm stuff. I think piece of advice I have there is just, again, put out good content. If you're doing that, I think you tend to hedge the algorithm updates. The Amazon Associates too, I was kind of lucky there in that my products that I promote were kind of in that 4% range that didn't really change. My overall hit was about 0.5% in terms of how much my commission's gone down. So it went from, on average, about a 4%, 4.1% down to 3.6%. Sorry, it's my nerdy.
Gotcha. No, people love that. People love that. So I think, aside from high quality content, any other tips where maybe more mindset for people that want to replicate what you have done here?
Sure. And again, this is something that I would really, it's just in terms of focus, especially for someone like me, someone that, ADD, it's really hard to focus. And there's so many shiny objects in terms of what you can do online. And usually someone that's looking to make money online or build a business online, I think your viewership has the right thing in that it's more of the tortoise than the hare, right? It's a long thing. If you start to see this from the long view, I think most people will be much more successful with that. Again, there's so many rabbit holes you can go down with, quick bucks, funnels. There's just so many different things you can try to chase. But the niche site model of just putting out content, good content, on the long run, I think is really the way to go. So.
I agree. Yep. I think I went on some tangent the other day on that very thing, where if you're looking instead of like 3 to 6 months out and you're looking like 3 years out, you can make much different decisions. You don't have to be in a hurry, and you really will. I think you will probably come out ahead. Anything that you can like do really quickly and like be successful super fast, like usually you can lose it that quick, or there's like 150 people like ready to step over your back to get where you're at. So
exactly, those kind of quick ways to making money are very easily stolen, and don't last.
Very
the
good.
Other thing I would just to build on that too is kind of my big thing right now is just in terms of posting content, right? I think the number one goal for any of us that are in this, building a business online is just putting out good quality content. There's so many different things that you can focus on, whether they be the tools that you're using or, different projects that you could be doing. But I think, my main goal right now is to get about 60 to 70,000 words of content out every month. I see that, this is a very scalable thing. If this works for, there's 150,000 words on my site now. If I have 1.5 million words on my site that are of the same quality and same, why can't I 10x my income, right? So that's kind of where I'm, my number one metric that I look at now is content, word count. Right?
Just getting it out.
All the other stuff is kind of, traffic, all of that, and that will come if you get out the word count. So.
Gotcha.
My 2 cents.
And what one topic that you mentioned before, Beau, and I completely forgot to bring it up earlier, but monetization, and you were talking about AdSense a little bit, and also you mentioned eZoic. So can you tell us about what's going on with that?
Sure. So the site. So I initially built the site out with AdSense. It made just pennies or a few dollars a day back when I was getting you know very little traffic. I then transitioned to Ezoic, and they actually reached out to me to put my site on their network. And I was like, well, I don't meet the 10,000 page views a month threshold. This was back in December or January. They're like, okay, well, because of the quality of your site, we'd love to have you. And I was on the platform for a few months, and did pretty good. I mean, it made a few $100. It was like much more than I was making on AdSense, like 10, 15 times what I was making on AdSense. And they put ads in all the right places and that kind of thing. So that was great. And then my site crashed. Like, it just completely crashed. And I thought it was because of, and my thought was because it was because of Ezoic, because there were certain things. But it was, what happened was my SSL renewed on my hosting platform, which threw Ezoic for a loop, which then somehow is, couldn't explain the technical side of it, but somehow the communication between Ezoic and the renewal of the SSL crashed the site. So I took Ezoic down, been off Ezoic for a few months, and now I'm trying to get back on Ezoic and I reached out to them, and I don't know, they haven't been friendly.
Okay. So, well, a good thing is I know people there, so I'll put you in the right contact, so they'll
Right.
expedite it, and they'll get you back on. So, because I'm sure, I mean, they invited you, right? So, and it was just a technical glitch. So
There was just a miscommunication. For some reason, they thought they brought my site down because of quality control or something. I was like, there's no way it was because of quality control. I've been on AdSense for years now, and it's never had. Anyway, so just a miscommunication, I think, and hopefully I can get back on.
very good. Okay. Well, and overall, it sounds like Ezoic was delivering in terms of revenue, and you were making more than anything else you tried.
They did a great job of not only. So I had ad placements in all the wrong places. And they came in, and their person set up all the, I don't even know what you call them, but the places where they put the ads. So, I mean, it went from like a few dollars a month to $200 a month just on Ezoic. And I think if Ezoic were on the site now, I'm making $200 with AdSense. So it'll probably be like $500-600 or more just from Ezoic if I do end up being able to get them on. So.
Okay. Yeah. Let's get you back on there.
Sure.
Very good. All right, Beau, anything else on your mind?
No, man, this has been awesome. Thank you for having me. Yeah, this has been great. I hope I haven't been too.
No, it's my job to keep you on task here. So very good. And I'm going to try to sign us out. So thanks again to Beau. If you have any questions for him, you can leave a comment over on the YouTube side, or you can shoot me an email over at feedback@doug.show if you happen to be listening to the podcast. So thanks again, Beau. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
In this interview, I talked to Christy, and she's making about $3,000 per month now. I believe her site is a little over 18 months old. She's been on the show several times. The first time I talked to her was back in January or so of 2019, and you should check out that interview if you want to see the progression. Like I said, she's making about $3,000 per month right now, and this is during the pandemic. There's been Amazon commission rate change. So be sure you stick around for the full interview here. We dig into a lot of different areas, including content, publishing in general, growing a team, and a blog acquisition. So something new that she's working on as well. I'm not going to ramble on too much here, but my name's Doug Cunnington. And if you're brand new to the channel, we talk about affiliate marketing, SEO, and we cover a lot of success stories. So if you dig it, please subscribe. Let's get to the interview now. Hey, what's going on? It's Doug Cunnington here, and I'm with my friend Christy. How are you doing today?
Hey, Doug. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's been a while since we had you on, and I think we were texting, and you were like, hey, things are still looking up even after quarantine and COVID, and there was a Google algorithm change, and Amazon changed their commission rates, but you have record earnings. So is that right? It's record earnings?
True. Yep. Yeah, things have actually been looking up in this rather strange amount of time. So basically the site, I pulled some numbers this morning, and the site in 2020, in the first 6 months, has already made more than it made in all of 2019, which is pretty cool. And when the Amazon cut happened in, I think, April, was it?
Mhm.
Then I assumed that I would also see a drop. And I actually didn't see any. I saw an uptick in Amazon earnings consistently and still do. So this past month was the first time that I've hit 3,000 in a month, which is exciting.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thanks.
And can you give us some history on the site? When did you start it? How many posts are there now? And maybe the daily traffic, just so people have a scope of what you're working with there.
The site started in October of 2018, technically, but I really didn't start putting content out until the very beginning of 2019. And the site currently has about 260 posts, and probably 200 of those I made last year. So I definitely did a big content sprint early on, trying to get that kind of early momentum going. And the last 60 or so I've done this year. So overall, the site's made between 1,000 and 3,000 for the last probably 9 months, which is really good. So it's got, over 250 posts. I plan on adding another 50 really soon, which we can talk about in a little bit. And, for its whole lifetime, it's made about 27,000.
27,000. Nice. So that definitely paid for the cost of the course.
You did pay for the course, yeah. I felt pretty good about being able to get an ROI on that.
All right. Nice. And I didn't mention it before, but you've been on the channel, on the podcast a few times. So if people want to hear the history, and I think I interviewed you when you first hit $100, and then that was actually pretty quick overall, so people could sort of track along and hear the journey. So, and how has this sort of changed your life? That is enough money that I suspect, most people that can shift their perspective on things.
Yeah, what I like about it is that for a full-time job, I run a services business of my own. And the main thing that anyone will tell you about services is it's super hard to scale. And unless you're really in it, doing it, you're not going to be earning really, which has been true. It's been a good business for me, but it's also something where I'm like, in 20 years, am I going to want to be doing the services thing still? Maybe not. So the niche site was something for me where it's more planning for the future and seeing if I can build something on the side that slowly changes the balance of where my revenue comes from. So I have a lot of earnings goals that are related to what I currently make for my other business, to say, hey, can I kind of stair step this to take over more of my monthly revenue? So that's where it's been cool for me to see that it really can progressively earn more, right? The first month, I think I made like $70 or something, maybe. So at that point, you're like, I don't know if this is even a thing. This is not life-changing money. But by the time you get to, 25, 30,000, and hopefully by the end of this year, quite a bit more, that's real money. I mean, it's paying to replace my laptop that's crapping out this month. So that's great. But yeah, for me, it's more of a long-term goal. Like, it's not a get rich quick thing, but it's something that I enjoy doing. And it's something that I can do that builds and keeps working even when I'm not doing anything to it. So that's great.
Yeah, congrats again. That's definitely a significant chunk of money. So, and I can't remember, did you mention how much traffic you're getting currently right now?
Okay, so traffic wise, I did look back this morning just to see kind of February before things went a little cuckoo versus now. And in February, I had about 1,200 a day visitors, and currently I have about 1,700 to 2,000 a day. So it's been really steady growth. There was a blip in the middle about a month ago where one of my posts took off, and that's kind of settled back out too. But for the most part, about 2,000 a day is where I'm at now.
Where's all that traffic coming from? Is it a spread between a few different sources?
So initially, and I had written about this for you actually, doing Pinterest was a place that I got some initial traffic before the SEO could pick up, back last year. Currently, the balance of that has flipped, and it's probably about 85% organic search, which is great, and about 8% from social, which is really just Pinterest, since that also functions as a search engine. So that's where I spend my social capital, as it were.
Do you have like a sense if that Pinterest traffic converts well, either for ad revenue or for affiliate sales?
So historically, I wouldn't say it's a power driver for affiliate sales, but all eyeballs earn about the same amount on the ad side. So since I put in ads back, oh gosh, when did I do that? Hold on. September. So September last year, I put in ads for Mediavine, whom I love. Little shout out to Mediavine. So since I put that in, really any eyeball that gets to the site still has potential to earn, which I like. So everything from Pinterest, I would count on more for ad revenue than for affiliates, which is
Okay.
fine.
And what's the spread from the affiliate revenue to the ad revenue?
Sure. I think generally month to month, it's about 2/3 Amazon affiliate and other affiliates. So I have a couple littler programs, and then about a third from ads.
Okay. And we'll go ahead and point out, we were chatting beforehand. Some people are probably thinking, hey, traffic went up and you know the traffic is making up the difference for the Amazon commission rate change. And Christy, do you generally agree with that? Is that what's happening here?
You can't be sure. I would say that that is probably part of it, but I don't think it's all of it. The niche that I picked, the products that I'm promoting are across a lot of different categories, which really helps me out, I think, with things like rate cuts. So it's not that I'm selling, car batteries. That's it. Sites about car batteries. That's it. It's a site where it has a lot of different products, educational tools, apparel. Like there's a lot that can be into the equation of what people are going to be buying. So for me, that's just another way to diversify is the kinds of products that we're promoting.
Okay. And then are you working with any other affiliate programs aside from Amazon?
So I do have two others that sell related types of products, but they're much smaller. So I might make $180 off of that versus, 1,400 from Amazon. So
Okay.
still the conversion rate is a lot higher for Amazon
Sure.
than pretty much anything else, even if you get longer cookies with another program. So
Yep. And that's the hard part with it
yeah,
is you may get, 4 times the commission rate and a 60-day cookie, but if people are only buying like one thing there, it's really hard to make up the difference. So at least at this point in time, the way the associate program is structured. So,
agreed.
right. You have a 260 posts, you said, and I know that you like to write. You're a pretty good writer. And you also worked with some writers. So do you have any like tips or guidance for people that are thinking, wow, I'm just launching and I only have, 10, 15 articles. Like, how can I even compete with these big sites?
Sure. It has been interesting to see that you can rank above a lot of bigger sites. So that was a good lesson for me. Not on every topic, and you're not going to, focus on the topics that I know I can't rank for, right? There are sites out there that are very established and there is no chance. But for some of the smaller, longer tail keywords, I am actually ranking above the bigger sites, which is cool. So when I go to hire writers, it's a lot more for me about matching the right writer with a good topic. So I don't just go and assign a bunch of topics to writers from Upwork. I go through a process where I find people that I really like. I do a test post with them just to make sure that I like their style. I'm not spending more time cleaning it up than I am paying for them to do it. But I also want them to be enjoying it. So I always give writers 3 to 5 different topics and have them pick what they want to be writing about. So I just find that I get better content that way. I find a group of writers that I can go back to time and time again that do a good job, and I treat them like humans because I am a writer and I value what they do. So,
All right. And I think, yeah, that's a good tip because I'm actually hiring a few writers right now, and I did not do what you are saying. And I'm literally just assigning it. I mean, I'm testing out the writers as well.
99% of people, it's just as a writer, I like to go a little bit further and be like, what do you like writing about?
And I'm trying a little bit, but early on when you first hire them, it's like you don't know like
For sure.
what they're doing yet. That's a great tip. And how much of the content did you personally write? Do you remember?
I would say over 50% was me. I try to just kind of chip away at my list as things come up. I do a couple of content sprints in a year. So those are the times when I might get 50 posts using Upwork writers, and I make it a defined period of time, and I try to get everyone's stuff in within, maybe it's 2 months. And that just makes it more efficient for me than dribbling out content throughout the year. So typically, if I'm hiring things, it's a couple times per year in a focused period of time versus the content that I write. I just do that all year round when I have time.
Okay. And when you're working with writers and you're doing one of those sprints or even the ongoing, do you have your writers work in WordPress, or are you the person in WordPress drafting everything?
I am currently the person in WordPress because I'm a little bit type A, a lot, and it makes me nervous to have other people in there. I know it's fine and you can do your user roles and all of that. But for me, I also spend so much time in the content that it wouldn't really save me anything not doing that piece myself. So typically I have them send me a Google Doc and I find my own photos and I do all of that while I'm putting it into WordPress. And I like WordPress. It's fun. So
Sure.
I don't mind doing that part. It is a lot. I do have one gal now that helps me with Pinterest, and I've just given her basically a step-by-step guide for drafting things in WordPress. So I think the next time that I do a sprint, I will have her do that piece, and then I'll just go in and focus on editing.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I tend to do the latter. And once I got someone to draft in WordPress, it like made everything much faster for me
Oh
because
yeah,
I would really slow the whole process down.
big
And
time suck for sure.
yeah, so I saved a lot of time on it. But I mean, I understand, like, especially if you're in there all the time and you enjoy it and you're doing the images, and
Right.
that's fine. And speaking of images, and we're sticking in the content area here, where do you get your images? Do you have any like favorite places?
So I typically get them from Pixabay and Pexels. Not sure if I'm saying that right. To just royalty-free sites. In the past, like early on, I would just do, Google image searches for, available for reuse, whatever. But now that makes me a little nervous just to try to keep track of all that stuff. So I try to just stick with a couple of sites. One thing that I do want to do, I don't know if you want to talk about this now, would be just looking at all the photos across my site and seeing if I can make them more diverse,
Mm,
right? So all the people in my niche are using kind of the same photo sites because that's just, you have to do it, right? I don't have enough photos of my own to handle 300 posts a year.
mhm.
So one thing that I do want to do in this next probably 6-9 months is try to build my own photo library by doing some outreach to key people in my niche and asking them to submit photos that they'll allow us to use, and just making sure that that's a diverse set, that we're getting a better representation of everyone in our industry than I can get off of a regular stock site. So that's going to take a lot more time than just searching for the same old stuff. But I feel like it's something that we should be doing, and I want to be doing that outreach anyway. So it seems like two birds, one stone for me.
Yeah, and I never thought of that, but you mentioned, reaching out to people on Instagram too, right? It's literally a picture platform.
Yep.
People are taking pictures and probably would
Better
love to have the recognition. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
So,
the plan for the next, 6-9 months. I would love to build up my own library of 200, 300 photos across, different topics that I could be using. I can't use it for everything, but I could use it for a lot and make sure that the site showcases the diversity in our industry at least. So,
right. And would you pay the people, or what's your idea to get this going?
so my initial thought is when I do outreach, I'll say, that this is a place for everyone's voices. Here's our guest posting process, which we have outlined on the site. So that's kind of ready to go. But then what I think I might do with the photos is to encourage people to submit photos with, written approval to use them. And then I might be able to make a donation to a diverse organization within our industry for every photo that we receive. So I might be able to give back in that way. So it's not directly, paying someone $1 for a photo isn't necessarily meaningful, but if I can pay several $100s, several $1,000s to a nonprofit that's doing good work, then everybody wins again. So,
do you have any idea, like any sort of agreement that you would have to have in place, like from a legal standpoint? Like, does it get complicated, or can it be as simple as like a model release
I
situation?
think it would be as simple as that. I think I would do some Googling for existing templates of like a photo waiver,
Hmm.
and then just keep those all on file basically, and make sure that
Yeah.
everyone gets credit, right? So I would always credit back, link to their Instagram, but it's something where I think people who spend a lot of time taking good photos want them out there. And especially now, there should be more faces, more voices. And I want my site to be one of those places where people feel at home. So,
Cool. Yeah, and I haven't heard of any like outreach to Instagram. I mean, maybe people are doing it, but it totally makes sense. And it could be like any photographer, any sort of influencer. I mean, really, the pictures that we can get off our phones are
are
pretty
beautiful.
amazing. Yeah, pretty awesome. So another area that is sort of, actually, before we get to the blog acquisition, so I think that this is a really cool topic, but link building. So did you spend much time on link building? Like, I know we've talked about outreach in the past, but yeah, where are you at in that sort of process?
So initially, I did not. Initially, it was just content, content, SEO research, and content. I'm not sad about that. I think that was probably a good place for that first 6 months of my site. Then, probably the last half of last year, when I was talking with you, you were encouraging me to do more of that outreach, link building. And so that has definitely ticked up. I would say it's a steady uptick in links. I don't have a number for you, but it's been steady. And I do outsource a little bit of that to the gal who does my Pinterest. So guest posting and things like that. I have her follow up. We also bought a list of basically influencers within our industry, just contact info. Nothing that I'm going to, I'm not going to load these people into our email tool or anything like that. But for outreach, it saves me a step of going onto every website and finding contact information. So we now have about 300 influencers that we can do targeted outreach to. So that's exciting. So that'll be probably in the next 6, 9 months. And we'll just be offering guest post opportunities and things like that.
Okay. And where did you get the list? I'm sure some people are like, "Whoa, you bought a
Yeah.
contact list?"
Yeah, it's not shady. Buying lists I don't love, but this one is a list that I'm actually on. So we bought it through FeedSpot. That's part of their platform and what they do. You could go line by line on their site and find them yourself. I'm too lazy to do that.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think it was $150, So maybe I'll get that money back out of it. Maybe not. I don't really care. What I want is the, ability to develop relationships with people that are doing good work. So it's worth it for me.
Yeah, and I mean, at that price, because I had no clue how much it would cost. I think I've seen that site, but I mean, it seems like a bargain. You potentially could hire someone to do like the manual
Right.
checking, but I mean, that site, that platform is there for that specifically, right?
Exactly. And I assume they do it for lots of different industries too. I haven't obviously looked for that, but I'm sure for many different niches, they have lists of influencers.
Yep, that totally makes sense. So let's move to, before we move on,
Mhm.
so you don't know how many links or guest posts you've done. Do you have is it like less than 30 guest posts, would you say?
I'd say less than 30. Hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I suspect you have some natural links that have shown up over time, correct?
True. And when we get guest posts for our site, we also ask people to add a link from theirs. So that's the primary way that I do that is guest posts that come into me. I then ask those people to link to their own post from their site.
Do you have a pretty good success rate with that? Are people pretty open to it?
Yeah, we just say it's required.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Awesome. Well, with that said, how many guest posts have you published from contributors?
sure. Probably upwards of 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you
Yep.
probably have, I would just ballparking, you at least have over 50
Yep.
backlinks to your site, and it's across the site and all over the place. Okay, cool. And then you have the naturally occurring ones, which could be
Correct.
another. I mean, the site's been around long enough and you're ranking for some obscure long tail keywords. So my hunch is you probably got a bunch.
Yeah. The nice part about the guest posts linking back to us is those are highly relevant sites, right? So those are related to our topics, not just a link from some random who knows where they found us. So I'm hopeful that that is a bit better for Google to see that sites related to us are linking back to us.
And what do you have on your Write for Us page? Any tips for people on that?
So we do have a Write for Us page. I tell people that if they're making an inquiry about it, I would like basically a summary of their background. I would like a few topics ideas, but I also say that we will then pick the final topic, provide an outline. So I provide an outline for every guest post that we do, which is not normal, but that lets me make sure that all the SEO words I want are there. So I do like the subheaders. I might include a list of FAQs. That takes a lot more time, but that also makes sure that the guest post I'm getting back is still valuable from an SEO side and not just from a educational side, which is nice. But if you can have both, why not have both? So that's what I do for guest posts. And then on that page, I do say, we request a link back to your published blog when we're done. So we don't hide that. It's right up front. No one has minded ever.
Okay.
So we're doing it.
Cool. And then do you specify where they link from on their site, or do you care?
So yeah, what you and I had talked about earlier was it's not the best to have just two links going back and forth to the same content, right? So when I do a guest post, I'm linking back to their homepage, say, or a tool that they offer. When they give us a link, we ask them to write a dedicated, what I call a teaser post, which is just a short blurb about what it's about. We're featured on this site, and then a link to their specific article. So we don't have cross beams to the same piece of content on each other's site. Mm-hmm. It's us linking to their homepage and them linking out from somewhere else to their individual post.
Perfect. Okay. And that seems to work pretty well. That makes mm-hmm. sense. All right. So let's move to the blog acquisition. Just can you break down what's been going on with that?
Sure. So one day out of the blue, I wrote you and basically said, do people do this? Is this something that people do? They buy small blogs or no? And you said, sure, that'd be a great idea. So what basically happened is I have a friend that I met through this project, of course, who had a small blog, but she wasn't really keeping it up anymore. It wasn't her priority project. She had other things that she was starting. And so there was basically a blog sitting out there with about 50 posts that she wasn't adding to. And it was like a guilt complex for her, which I understand, of, man, I should be keeping this current, right? I should be putting more content out there. But it wasn't something that she was enjoying doing anymore. So there was just all this content sitting out there and her over here feeling guilty, which seems silly. So it occurred to me, maybe I could just buy her small blog. She stops feeling guilty about keeping it up. She stops paying for hosting. She stops paying for anything about it. And I could take those 50 blog posts that are not SEO optimized yet. They weren't sitting on a site with high quality ads. And I could probably improve that content and basically have 50 pieces of new content for my site overnight, right? It takes time to move the content and do all of that, but essentially I'm not waiting for writers to write posts. And I could do it all for less money than it would take me to hire someone to write 50 posts. So that seemed like a pretty great experiment. And now I'm in the midst of that. So we worked out a price. I basically asked her for traffic numbers, where her traffic comes from. Her site was primarily social traffic, which is different than my profile. Mine is mostly SEO. I bought all of her social channels with it. I bought her email list with it, which about doubled the size of mine, which is not a lot. It's like 300 people, but it's still more than I had, and that's great. And it's very relevant people. So the people who liked her site will also like what we are doing. So I'm now in the process of moving that content over for phase 1 and just getting it out there. And then phase 2 will be going back to every post and basically looking for the KGR terms that I could have within that post, updating titles, adding FAQs, making content longer and better. But really it was just skipping some steps on having content that was ready to go. So I'm kind of excited about that. Now I want to acquire everything.
Do you have any idea how long it'll take to migrate the content over? Do you have a scope of that yet?
So far, we migrated maybe a fifth of it, and that's in the past 5 days. So I don't think it'll take too long, a couple of weeks. Working with a developer on the back end stuff to get things rerouted and figure that out. I've never done that before, so that stuff's new. But I think once I do it and I learn what the process should be, it wouldn't be hard to do it again. So in the back of my mind, that FeedSpot list that we bought of 300 blogs, part of me wants to go back and see, are there some blogs that people aren't keeping up anymore that still have good content that I could just offer to buy? So
yeah. And it's interesting, when you emailed me, I was like, oh, that is great. I mean, I've purchased some smaller sites, and I think that fits, because I have the skills to grow a site, but I've never went out looking hey, I'm going to acquire a site. And, like you said, all of a sudden you'll get an influx of 50 articles in a super short time, cheaper than if you wrote it, or, originally hired a team and all that. So we'll have to check back in to see how that ended up working out. and it could be, gosh, I have no idea, but I mean,
I
you're
have no
basically
idea.
adding, let's see, you're adding 20% more
Uh-huh.
content like off the bat.
Right.
Now, how much traffic was her site getting?
Very little, like maybe I want to say 3,000 visitors a month, maybe.
Okay.
It had no SEO on it, and it had very little ads, like one strip of Google AdSense on the bottom of a post, like no in-content ads, none of that. So for me, part of why it was appealing was knowing that I don't need to make affiliate income off of it. I can also make ad income off of just, the 65,000 words that I bought, basically. And so I still have some confidence that I can make back what I spent. And even if I don't make it completely back, that's fine. I didn't go out and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a site. I spent, less than $2,000 to buy something that maybe could do some good. And it was great for her. And now we're both happy. So
Awesome. Pretty cool. Yeah. And I mean, if you just look at the raw numbers, assuming that the social traffic keeps coming, you're adding, a little more traffic to your site, a significant amount, not a huge,
yeah,
crazy amount, but it's, what did you say? 3,000 visitors
3,000
per.
a month.
Okay. Yeah. So it's a little, I mean, you'd potentially notice that if you got
Sure. Well, and I
3,000 more
think
per month.
once those articles are improved from an SEO side, they have a lot more potential. The other thing that we ended up doing, which was, I'll have to give credit to him, my dad's idea. She had basically an email magnet, a list magnet of a 5-day course that was an email course. I already have a list magnet and I wasn't really looking to change that. But there were 5 days of email content sitting out there that each had a video in them. And technically, I bought that too with the site. So basically, we took each of those videos and transcribed them into copy to give us essentially 5 new articles.
Oh.
So we took our email list magnet and turned them into 5 brand new articles that weren't out there before. So that was
that's pretty cool. And yeah, you highlighted something there. So you have, is it free labor from your father? Or do you pay him?
My retired father. So he reads all the posts that go out. So he's my editor, which is great. And yeah, we have kind of a complementary skill set. So that's worked out nicely.
That's pretty fun. Yeah. So you pay him hourly, or is it, is he a part owner?
In pastries and iced tea. And so far we've both found that to be a win. So yeah, it's really fun though. It's the kind of project that we can just work on together, and it's something we do in our spare time. And he's retired and I own my own business, so I work when I want. And yeah, I love it. There's really nothing about the site that I don't love. So
very cool.
Very cool.
One other thing to hit on is just Google algorithm updates, and they seem to be coming more frequently. There's usually at least a couple or 3 per year. How have you fared over the past couple years?
So this is the kind of thing that I would naturally get really anxious about and research and just go down the rabbit holes. And you had told me early on, just don't worry about it. And so I don't worry about it. I don't research them when they come out. I don't look to see what happened. I don't bother. So for me, it's like, I'm going to keep doing what I think of as a best practice, and Google will do what it is doing, and I'm not going to try to play the system. So yeah, the answer is I don't really look, and I don't really care.
Well, I was going to say, it sounds like your traffic has generally been going up the whole time, right?
Yeah.
So you've been unimpacted, because what happens sometimes is basically I hear from people that do zero link building at all. And oftentimes, they're like, everything was fine. I haven't done anything. I don't even have any links to my site. And then they'll drop for whatever reason. And it could be, your content is so well focused, you're interested, passionate about the niche in general. and then you've taken a lot of attention and care to make sure the content's good. So it may be like, because the content's so good and you have links, I mean, I think it's helpful. They're super relevant. So maybe all that together is helping out. I don't know.
I mean, I think the Google algorithms, the point of the changes is to try to direct people to better content that is closer to what they're searching for. So from my perspective, as long as I am making good content and helping Google find it, I can't imagine why an algorithm change would be bad for me. I guess in my mind, I just think maybe that will help more people find it, I guess.
Yeah. Well, and one of my friends, Rob Atkinson, I interviewed him recently. At the time that we're recording this, it hasn't gone live yet, but by the time people listen and or watch this, it will. So one interesting thing, Rob has a huge site. It's like a 7-figure per year site. Insane. Just a niche site, But he has been hit by the algorithm changes. He has excellent content, great links, like it's a robust, like very great website. And what he observed was sometimes, right, they'll drop not off page 1, but they'll drop from like number 1 to number 5.
Sure.
And a lot of times it'll just be a shuffling on page 1 that greatly impacts the traffic, but the quality of the results on the first page is basically the same.
Right.
So he was sort of speculating like Google just shuffles it around every now and then for certain niches. But
and that may be too. I think sometimes they just do testing to see, obviously what people are clicking on. So maybe by doing some shuffling on the first page, they're just confirming, do people actually really want that article, or are they just clicking on what's first? I could see that being the case. For me, most of my stuff is not ranking number 1. A decent amount of it is on page 1. But again, I'm not even tracking individual keywords. I'm just moving forward. So that's the best advice I could give is it's so easy to get bogged down in the data. And a lot of times, going in a couple times a year and looking at the data, seeing what's happening with your content is good. But every day is just going to really stop you from making more content.
Yeah. And I think, it's surprising because some people just spend all the time in the data. And then, I think getting caught up in the algorithm updates, like obviously if you notice your traffic dropped a lot, like you check around, but unfortunately, like nowadays, usually there's nothing you can do. You just have to wait for another, especially if you're doing the right stuff already. Sometimes, people are publishing crappy content or something like that, but yeah, it's pretty nuts out there. So let's see. One other area that I think we needed to get to was, I don't see where I need to go. Is there anything else that you could think of?
Yeah, I could share just a few things that we're thinking about doing in the next, I'd call it maybe 6 months.
Sure.
So an exercise that I'm going through this week actually is what I call a tree exercise. We did it back in my corporate life, where you essentially pick out leaves, branches, trunks, and roots. I don't know if you've done this, where it's basically a delegation tree. So leaves are things that I don't even want to know they're happening. I just want them to happen. I don't want anyone to talk to me about it. Just make it happen. Don't tell me about it. Branches are, give me a heads up, but I still really don't need to know much about it. I just want to know that it's happening. Trunks are, I want to be involved in this process. I want to make sure I'm approving the things that are going out, but I'm not physically doing it. And then roots are like, these are my babies. These are the things that I am focused on doing. I want to own the process for them. So I'm going through that exercise, which I've done for work a bunch of times. I'm now doing it for my niche site to see. I have one gal who does my Pinterest and some of my outreach that I really do trust. And then so I'm going through my list basically and seeing what do I still want to be doing myself? What do I maybe want to delegate so that I can spend more time on those kind of root activities? So things like putting posts into WordPress, I'm going to be giving up because there are maybe better places for my time. And that is something that someone else is capable of doing. So that's an exercise I'm going through now so that I can spend some more time on some bigger projects that I want to do, like creating basically a knowledge directory of other courses in my niche. So instead of putting all my time right now into creating my own course, when I don't have a huge email audience to sell it to anyway, that's not a priority. So what I do want to do is highlight other people who already have really good educational content and make a directory from that, work on our email list growth, work on that diversity project we talked about, and then just kind of building probably another content sprint into the calendar in the next maybe quarter to get that done. So I want to be sure that I'm doing that every year, but that takes a lot of time on my root section, right? Doing all the keyword research, coordinating the writers, and doing all of that. So that's kind of where we're headed for the next 6 months. Nothing earth-shatteringly different than what we've been doing, but just more of what's working.
Very cool. And you mentioned like a course maybe in the future or something like that. So is that just kind of out there, like no specific plans?
It is. The reason being, I do like the diversification of revenue, right? I put in ads early on in my site. I'm not sad I did that. Amazon plus a couple other programs. I like the diversification, just it's less risk, obviously. Courses are something that I would build out for the future, but it's not something where I want to dump $10,000 to make a massive course without an audience at this point, right? So I have a steady stream of web traffic, but I don't have a community that is built up over years and that kind of level of trust that you need to sell a big course. So I don't feel a need to do that, but I might just start dabbling in smaller mini courses and get some new content out there that I'm not seeing other places. And meanwhile, be promoting people who do have good content already.
And that makes sense. I mean, I know a lot of it's the best way to start, I think, is with affiliate marketing, other products, whether it's physical or the digital products, because then you'll know what's selling.
Right.
You don't have to spend all the time and effort and capital in developing the product, and then you can still earn from it, but then there's less skin in the game, at least early on.
Agreed.
Very cool.
So content is kind of the biggest thing that I know works. So if I'm going to be investing a lot of, money at a particular time in the site, that's the first place that I'm going to put it.
Cool. All right. Well, any tips, and this is sort of the last little bit. So any tips for people that are like, maybe they haven't started their site yet, or maybe they're just sort of launching and they're not earning like $100 per month yet, something like that.
The thing I would say that's kept me going the most is picking a niche that I really do like. So if the content wasn't something that I cared about, if I picked a certain product on Amazon, vacuum cleaner bags, I'm not going to still be doing it a year and a half later. So for me, this is something that I want to enjoy doing. I don't just want money from it. Right? I want the whole experience of doing it. I like learning about it. So the biggest piece I think for me is pick something that you actually care about. Yes, it has to be viable, right? If your space is super crowded and you're never going to break through in it, that's probably setting yourself up for failure. But if you can go about it in a new way or niche down a little bit into something that you really care about and enjoy doing, I mean, I literally never get tired of working on the site. It's fun. And if it made me half as much, I'd still be doing it. So,
yep. And just a quick note, when we were talking early on back in probably November of 2018, when you were trying to figure out like exactly what to pick for your niche, I was like, I don't know anything about it.
Right.
It sounds maybe too obscure. I'm not
Right.
sure. I don't know if you're going to be able to make it work, but I assume, that there's enough products out there and there's enough people interested. And I was like, I think it's going to be okay if you go for it. And you were like, all right, I'll do it.
Exactly. So I went through all the exercises of looking at different options. I just didn't want to do them. I just wanted to do this one. So I was like, I'm going to make it work. It's going to be great. We're going to find things that other people are not doing. There's tons of room on the internet. Not every topic is covered, even when it feels like every topic is covered. It's not, or it's not covered well. So really, like, there's still room, even in big categories that are pretty popular. There's still room to do it better or do it, in a more specific way. And that just makes you want to keep working on it. I think that's pretty important.
And one other observation, which I haven't thought about this before, but it's a niche like many of them out there that has been around for a long time. It will probably be around in the future, and there's no, I guess, like cyclical nature to it
Not
where
bad, it's not seasonal. Yeah, exactly.
and I think, personally, I'm thinking about like beer and beer brewing, because that's another
Sure.
one where, beer brewing's been around for a while and people drink alcohol
Right.
when there's a pandemic or when there's not a pandemic. So
Yeah. Evergreen topic, that one. Exactly right.
yeah, very cool. Well, thanks a lot, Christy, for joining us again. And we'll definitely have you back on once we get some more results from some of the things that you've been working on. And I guess I could tease people, if you're interested out there, we went through an exercise. I guess Christy actually went through this more specifically, where she went through and improved content on her site, and we saw pretty good results, I think, right off the bat. So we can cover that in depth. We can kind of cover some of the high points of what we went through. And I think we were chatting before, right? Like, we don't know how much the traffic went up, but it seems to be good, right?
Yep, exactly. I'd rather have steady traffic than peaks and valleys all over the place, right? I'm in it for the long haul. So if I can steadily earn a little bit more and steadily pick up the traffic a little bit more over a year, that makes me completely happy.
All right, cool. So if you're interested in hearing more in that area, to basically how to grow your traffic on your existing site, which I think everybody wants to do, shoot me an email, feedback@doug.show, and we'll see what we could pull together. So thanks, Christy. Appreciate it.
Cool. Thanks, Doug.
Hey, what's going on? In this interview, I talked to Derek Bingham. And if you attend very many of my live streams, especially the recent ones in 2020, you probably have seen Derek in the chat. Derek has done something amazing. So he started a site, and I think within 5 months, he hit $1,000 per month. And then over the course of a couple more months, he hit over 2,000. Now, he was on target to hit $3,000 or more in April of 2020 when the commission rate change rolled out. Now, like many of us, and perhaps you have seen this as well, we realize that we're going to earn less money as affiliates for Amazon. But we also know that because we have traffic and because we have skills in content and SEO and generally just getting traffic, we're going to be okay. We're going to be able to get traffic. And Derek brings a couple really cool things to the table, because he's taking an approach that's a little bit different than what I typically teach, although he's doing a lot of stuff that I do like and that, I do teach. But he has about 90 posts on his site, around that number at the time that I'm recording this, and he was pulling in a lot of money. He's not even getting that much traffic to his site. So it's interesting that he's able to make so much money, yet he has a relatively modest number of posts and a very modest amount of traffic. So learn from Derek, dig into what he says, watch this a couple times, share it with your friends. And by the way, if you're brand new to this channel and you don't know who I am, I'm Doug Cunnington. I blog at Niche Site Project, and I talk about affiliate marketing and SEO and project management. And
I love doing these success stories. So if you are brand new, I recommend you check out some of these other success stories. There's links and stuff. It's on this side or down below or something like that. But watch this interview with Derek. If you have any questions, please ask in the comments. Derek will definitely come back and answer them for you. And if we have enough questions, I'll bring them back on for round 2. So thanks to Derek for taking the time out. Thanks to you for getting ready to watch this thing. And without further ado, here's the interview with Derek Bingham. Hey, what's going on? It's Doug Cunnington here from Niche Site Project and the Doug Show. I almost forgot where I was from. I was like, hey, I'm Doug from wherever, from Earth. I'm here with my friend Derek. How are you today?
I'm doing good, Doug. How are you?
Doing awesome and pumped to have you here. You've been very active on some of the YouTube live streams recently, which is awesome. I love seeing people in the chat. The coolest part is you've been sharing results, and that's why we're talking today, because you started a site about 9 months ago. You've seen awesome traffic and income. So we're going to get into some of those details. Now, I like to start off a lot of times just hitting like what's your revenue numbers for the last month or so and traffic numbers as well. And then we'll pull it apart and learn about you and learn about your site. So what are the results?
As of last month, a little bit over 2,500. I shared those results with you. So I think you've seen some screenshots of that. And in terms of traffic, I've been getting roughly about 200 and change or so people per day. And that's been pretty consistent. It's been going from 250 maybe to maybe like in the 190s or so, kind of up and down, little spikes here and there.
Yeah. Awesome. Very cool. And just for people's reference, we're recording this like in early May of 2020. So COVID-19 is going on. Amazon just changed their commission rates, and we're kind of in a different time. So I know you were looking to hit maybe even higher revenue, but it has the Amazon commission rate changes have hit your revenue a little bit. So how do you feel about that right now? Like I know we exchanged a couple of emails, but can you just share like what you felt like when you saw that email come down?
Well, when I saw the email come down, just like everybody else, I was concerned because things it's changing, and it kind of puts you in a position, and you're either going to fold because of these changes, and just hey, forget it. I'm going to go ahead and sell my website, and maybe try something else, just work a regular job, or you're going to look at the fact that you're in a position that a lot of people are not. And I think that's more in the line of what people have to realize right now. Like let me just talk to you guys for 1 second. You don't mind, do you? The thing is this. I think people right now, there's a lot of people that visit your site regularly, and we all attend your live streams because to me, it's one of the best business podcast live streams online, period. And I'm not just saying that because you're interviewing me now, but I really attend these live streams. And you are putting people in a position to do your courses that we are in a great position that we are now professionals. And I haven't taken Doug's course, but I followed Doug for a long time, became friends with him, and he's given so many gems that you can't help but learn from him. So with that being said, the course that he's teaching, he's putting you in a position that you're a professional, and that mindset that you're a professional, that you have an opportunity that not most people have right now, then the fee changes from Amazon shouldn't be that big of a problem, because now you can take the knowledge that you have and use that to your advantage. And that's more or less the mindset that I personally have in terms of what is my potential beyond Amazon. One takeaway that I would say that I've learned from this experience is that, it hits you a little bit when it hits you in your pocket, but you're either going to be a badass or you're going to fold. It's like one or the other. Which one are you going to be? Right now is the time where you're going to be exposed. And it's not that the world is watching you. It's that we're watching ourselves. What's going to be our biggest takeaway from this that's going to put us in a position to go to the next level? And for me, that is looking at other opportunities, just not just with Amazon, but outside of Amazon. And I guess we'll talk more about that a little later in the show. But, that's kind of where I stand with everything in the Amazon changes.
Awesome. Well, number one, I think you're 100% right about my show being so good. I have to take credit for that. But you make great points. I'm of course being sarcastic there, but I appreciate the compliment. And yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, you've picked up skills. You can do stuff now, and you have options. You have traffic on your website, and you know how to build a website. You've been doing this for a little while, which we're going to get into some of the details. So love to jump into the results to make sure people know that they should listen to you, Derek. So let's back up before we dissect your site and talk about it. And who are you? What do you do? Where are you from? All that stuff.
Originally from New York, I've been in Georgia since 2006. And I do have a day job. I work in the IT field. I work for a global tech company in Buckhead. Outside of that, I spend an awful lot of time working on websites. That's kind of my passion. It's what I go to sleep thinking about, what I wake up thinking about. Websites. So yeah,
awesome.
That's a little bit about me.
And you and I connected like way back when I got started. I don't know if you started around the same time in 2013. Is that about the same?
Yeah, we're around about that time. Yeah.
So we've been in touch kind of, and we kind of fell off and did some other stuff. I mean, it's been 7 years, so it's been a while. But
has it been that long?
That's
2013. Yeah, it's been a while, right?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
So you're in the area that I grew up in, and when I was back in Georgia this last time, in I guess the last few months, you weren't able to come to the meetup. So next time we're in Atlanta, I got to do the meetup. Hopefully people can socialize, and we won't have to like be 20 feet away in a restaurant. But yeah, we'll
bring some N95s to some gifts for everybody, right?
yeah, that's right. That would be, we got to do what we got to do. But yeah, so we'll have to connect whenever we're in Atlanta, or whenever I'm in Atlanta and you're in the area, of course. So absolutely. We connected way back, kind of stayed in touch, and you've been on the live stream. So we're like, hey, we got to share your story here because it's so interesting. So can you take us back? Like, where did you first get started, and when did you get exposed to niche sites and making money online and all that stuff?
Oh man, I've been following guys like Pat Flynn, Spencer Hawes, Johnny Dumas, Gail from Authority Hackers, I'm quite sure, and as far as in SEO, guys like Neil Patel. I've been hearing about niche sites for a little while. I wasn't so much a practitioner in that field at first. But when I started seeing results and started following case studies, it kind of got me to the mindset that, hey, you know what? There's something else out there other than just the typical job. And that kind of put me in a position of like, well, how am I going to get myself involved in this? So I didn't know too much about developing a website. These were back in the days of Front Page. I'm quite sure you're familiar with that. Mm-hmm. I didn't know HTML at the time, so I just picked up an HTML for Dummies book. That's how I learned HTML. And I built my first website, which was god awful, and I failed miserably. But the takeaway from that was that I found that, I could actually build a website, and there was some potential. So I had a second crack at it, got introduced more into the WYSIWYG type of situation with WYSIWYG. That's like a platform where you can build a website and see it as you're building it. Yeah. Quite sure about this.
What you see is what you get.
It's what you get, right? And that I built, and I actually the first site that I got results with was actually a hot sauce site. And I shared a niche with you. I don't know how profitable it is today. I built a hot sauce site, and it was funny because I was doing like 50,000 a month in traffic, and I didn't understand what traffic was. But I remember I was having some technical issues with the website, and I had called the hosting company at the time. What was that? I think it was StartLogic or something. I don't know if you heard of that. But it was a hosting company back in the day that I worked with, and the guy, he got so excited by my traffic numbers. I didn't understand it at first, but he was like, "You understand how much traffic you're getting and whatnot?" And I didn't understand it. And I started doing my research, and then things started clicking a little bit more. So, yeah, just sharing a
Wow.
little bit of history with you. Yeah.
What year was that?
Oh my God, don't date me. It was quite a while ago.
Oh
Quite a while
man.
ago. I'm not good with the dates and stuff like that, but it was this. Let's just say it was a while ago. It was early beginnings.
Early beginning.
Early
Okay.
beginnings.
It
Yeah.
wasn't on WordPress, but I'm just like 50,000, visitors a month. Is that what you said? A month?
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
then,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, I'm into hot sauce. I used to be like really
Mhm.
into like the hot sauce challenges and stuff like that. I don't know if were you into it or?
I wasn't so much the hot sauce challenges, but man, I'm like a spice guy. Obviously, you can see I'm not missing any meals. So yeah. I just did something that I liked and I was interested in, and it was also about just building something that change things a little bit for me financially, and it kind of worked. I think my highest revenue at the point back in the day on building that site probably was about $600-700 a week. And I know it's not much, but at the time it was for me. It really, 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 really changed things a little bit. So yeah, I mean, I had some success in that, and then site tanked. And I went into eBay. eBay was the second shot at trying to do something online. And I wanted to become a power seller. I don't know if that's still around, the power seller thing or whatever. Quite sure it probably is. And I actually reached that goal, and that also put some light in my eye to say, well, you know what? There's a lot of potential for making some real money online. And that's what led me into reading some websites, following guys like we talked about earlier, Pat Flynn, Spencer, and everybody, and kind of got me to where I'm at now.
All
Yeah.
right. And did you have that entrepreneurial spirit for like ever since you could remember, or did you pick this up like maybe it sounds like you're fine with your full-time gig, but yeah, like what's the history with
Mhm.
you and starting businesses?
I think it's always been like a dream of mine to actually be in control. And as you grow older, not everyone thinks like I think, and it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. But it's the fact of having control. And I think for me, it's the first time you lose a job, it puts you in a mindset that you're thinking like, what happened, and where did I go wrong? And the fact of you being you're depending on a company to provide income to you. They're the ones that's going to choose where you live, what health benefits you have, how you're going to feed yourself and your family. They have a lot of control over your life. So my mind now is just based on, having a business puts me in control of everything. I make the decisions. The sky's the limit in terms of how much money and potential I have to do whatever I want to do. And to me, that this gives me fire every single day, knowing that I'm in control. And that's basically more important to me than anything else. So
Yeah.
yeah.
A lot for me is around the time freedom. So, you're talking about control of what you're doing and being able to choose what you're working on and just understanding that like you're putting food on the table, you're earning the money based on your decisions versus, just a cog in the machine. And then, like I said, for me, it really comes down to, choosing what I want to do well, we're sitting here on a Saturday morning. So this is
Right.
normally, we're working with your schedule here, Derek, but normally I'd be
Appreciate it.
doing something else. Yeah, of course. I'm just giving you a hard time, but, freedom with my day so that I could work out in the middle of the day or,
Mhm.
go shopping or do whatever I want when it's not crowded out because I don't want to be around a bunch of people and stand in lines, which, you know,
Club introvert.
yeah, that's right. So
Yeah. Yeah.
that freedom with your time is so important. Cool. So let's get into the nuts and bolts of the site. I'm going to ask a ton of questions about the content, and I think people are going to learn a lot because I know just some of the info that you sent ahead of time, like you're doing some interesting stuff. So how many posts are on your website?
About 96 posts. about
And
5 pages.
okay, so
Yeah.
you got about 90 posts, and then so under 100. You're not getting a huge amount of traffic for the revenue that you're
Right.
making. And
Right.
do you have any, like, what's the secret behind that? Why is that?
2 words: high ticket. I see that a lot of people, they sell, products that are maybe $20 or maybe $30 or even $50. And there's nothing wrong with that. But the thing is that, products like that is going to be based on volume in order for you to really make a lot of money. So my mind puts me in a position to say, wait a minute, that means that I'm going to have a boatload of traffic in order for me to really make substantial money that enables me to live off of. So what is the workaround? The workaround is selling items that are a lot more expensive. And what I think that people don't really, maybe some people might not really think about, is the fact that the same work that we put into selling a $20 or $40 or $50 product is the same work that we're going to put into selling a product that may be about $1,000. I mean, it's that simple. And that's just like going back to the hot sauce site. $2, $3, $6 for a hot sauce. I mean, you have to sell heavy volume to get that $600 a week or so. But if you sell something that's more expensive, depending on how you're monetizing your website and what program you're using, because Amazon's not the only show around here. You can make a substantial amount of money that's going to put you in a better position. So selling high ticket products for me is working out on Amazon. I mean, considering the fact right now with the fee changes, think about going from 8 to 3%. That's a whole lot. But same sense of the fact of what's going on, I still am able to make over $100 a day. So I think that's still pretty decent. As far as the products are concerned, I mean, on average, I think I do about, it kind of fluctuate, but I think about $4,000 to maybe $6,000 a day on the products that I'm selling. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So high ticket items, and a lot of times, not always, but most of the time when someone comes to me and they say, hey, I'm getting, say, 50,000 visitors a month and I'm not converting well and I don't know why, and I double check, hey, is it a high ticket item? And they say, yes, the average price of the product is, I'm just making it up, $800. But that is typically a sign that it's going to convert less. People are not going to buy as many. The buying cycle, the research time before a purchase is longer. So as devil's advocate, like, how are you able to make these conversions? Why are people buying that much?
Okay. All right. So I think that what people don't understand, right? Well, now, I don't mean this in a disrespectful sense. I'm saying what many people might not have thought about is the fact that you don't have to have a lot of traffic to make the money. You just have to really be niche specific in your keywords. You have to not just think about the buyer keywords, but think about what is the mindset of the buyer, what they're actually looking for, and position yourself to be in front. Because what we're just doing, we're just taking traffic, the people that are actually looking for the items already, and we're sending them over to Amazon. And based on that, I think what's helping me a lot is the fact that I'm very strategic in my keyword research. I choose the keywords that I put on the site very, very carefully. And I'm not just looking for the buyer keyword terms, but what's been helping me a lot is helping people through the problems that they're experiencing and what they're trying to do. And doing that as a strategy has been very effective to put me in front of that audience and to get those conversions. Because if I'm telling them, hey, I see that you're looking for this blue pen, and I have a better blue pen that writes a little bit better, has a finer tip, and you should buy this because it's done this and that for me. they're going to probably take that advice, right? So that's kind of the mindset that I have. And the higher ticket items, you don't have to have that large value. You just have to have that niche specific crowd coming in that's looking directly for what you got to offer, and put them in position of and to shoot them over to wherever you're monetizing it.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
And are you aiming at, and I'm just going to dissect that a little bit because I'm not 100% sure. So are you also targeting like informational and how-to articles? So if I'm a freckled bald man, it wouldn't be what's the best hair replacement program. Right. It would be how to cover up the fact that you're bald. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Like, all right, that's a good question. Like, okay, for instance, if you talk about the baldness or whatever, or just like someone with acne, for instance, right? I think more on lines of pain point. Like, what is someone dealing with? If someone is bald, if someone is, overweight, like I'm a big guy, I could lose a couple of pounds. But the thing is that, you think about what everyone, whoever it is going through. Why do they need this specific thing? And when you can think like that, when you're doing your keyword research is not just going to be best whatever. It's going to be best solution for whatever. And when you're putting that on paper and then translating that into, you're translating that into sales. It's going to happen regardless. As long as you're solving someone's problem, people are going to respond to that a lot better. In my opinion, from what I personally have seen from the results that I have right now.
Awesome.
Yeah.
For the mechanics of the actual content, can you tell us about the length, maybe some of the formatting observations that you've had, and just how you approach the actual content posted on your site?
Right. Typically about 1,000 to 1,500 words, sometimes depending on what the actual keyword is and what problem it's attacking. I might go up to 2,000 words. I don't have to go too much further than that. There are times that I'll do 3,000 words. In terms of the structure of the actual articles, just general. Just if you're reading something like look at the way Doug structures the way you structure your content, and you structure your content somewhat like Doug. You have subheaders. You look at the word count, being consistent with that, your 1,000 to 1,500 words, and you're making sure that you're having pictures that has some links in them. You can use Amazon's links Amazon is just really funny about how you're, using pictures off of Amazon. So a lot of people just take pictures off of Amazon, and you can't do that. You have to use Amazon's links that they provide for you, and that puts you in a good position to, get the results that you're looking for with the content. That's what I've been doing, and I've been pretty happy with the results that I've been receiving from it.
Do you put videos in as well?
Not as much. One of the reasons why is because of the fact that with video, it's kind of hard, number one, to find videos that don't have someone else trying to sell products, and they'll link off of the videos that you put on the page, unless you're doing your own videos, and they'll make the sale and you won't. Does it help? Does it add value? Yes. But unless you really have the revenue to purchase the products, since I'm doing high ticket, I'm not going to spend that amount of money buying these products and then making videos around it. So I just tend to just forget about the videos right now and worry about the content. Serve my people by really, 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 really solving the problem, doing it in the best way, and being consistent with that. And that's been effective for me.
Okay. Yeah. And to take a small step back and just highlight what you mentioned here. Some people, especially people that are new to affiliate marketing, they often say, well, if you don't buy the products, how can you possibly write a review? You are just not adding value. So Derek, how are you adding value by publishing products that you don't even own?
Okay. The thing is that, there was like a week or two ago, Doug introduced the world to this fantastic tool What is it called? Google. You might have heard of it. Google is your best friend. I've been using Google as my main tool, of my main resource in terms of studying about these products. My second go-to is YouTube, looking at how these products work, the issues that people are having, and I use those things to my benefit. I mean, it's no different than you having the actual whatever it is that you're selling in front of you. If you're researching it, you're actually looking at it. You're not physically touching it, but you can if you need to. The stores are open again, if certain stores that is. Maybe just go to the store and put your hands on it. Feel around it. Nobody's looking. You might want to snap a picture of it, and you can just go from there. There's ways around it that still gives you enough information that you can utilize it and benefit from it. But I don't look at that as something that's going to keep me from giving a great review on a product. I try to just make sure that I research things and research them well, because if you don't, the end result is not just going to be people that's not converting, but people like to write about things that they had bad experiences with. So I try to make sure that I'm always on point with that.
Cool. And I get that question all the time, and I like to remind people that if you do, let's say you just go straight to Amazon, and I needed to get an external hard drive not too long ago. If you just try and look for an external hard drive on Amazon, there's like 100,000 results, basically useless. It's like, how do you figure out if this is a recent model or one that is out of stock, or not out of stock, but just an old model from like 3 years ago? So you kind of need a curated list, and it's very helpful to have that curated list if you just want to, make a purchase and like not spend too much time, 2-3 days researching. So you have about over 90 posts, but less than 100 on your site. Can you tell us, did you write the content? Did you hire some writers? How did you get all that content?
Right. I wrote about 3 or 4, and then I figured that, you know what, better management of time would just be to hire out. So I outsource everything now. And that's really been helping me focus on other things instead of just focusing on being something that I'm not. I can work on the website on the back end. So yeah, outsourcing has been a great help for me.
Okay. And if you used an agency, don't mention it specifically, but did you use an agency, or are you hiring individual writers, or how are you finding these folks?
A little bit of both. One person that I'm working with right now has been with me a long time, but that has been based on a referral from an agency that I was working with. So that kind of worked that way. They referred that person to me, paid them right, and they will not leave, and I don't want them to leave. And I just actually, as of this week, hired on a new person from, I don't want to mention what website it is, but it's a really, 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 really well-known website. And they're charging a little bit more than what I want to share right now. But I was really, really well-known website that serves a lot of people. So things has been going good with outsourcing.
All right. And you broke up just a little bit. You basically just said that you hired a new writer and you're paying like more of a premium price.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. One thing I learned, you remember Neil Patel being on my show. I had a show a while ago, guys. I'm not going to talk about that too much right now. But the thing is that I had a conversation with Neil. Neil Patel's an SEO guy, really huge. You guys should know who he is. I don't have to edify him. But the thing is that he had once told me that he spends a lot of money. If he had to spend anything, but spend money on anything, it wouldn't be cars, whatever, it would be content. And that kind of stuck with me. It's like, man, this guy, he's huge. This is a guy, he makes millions and millions of dollars. So if he's telling me that he's spending a lot of money on content, then who am I to think that I can spend just $20 or $30 or whatever? Might want to have to go up a little bit. So my mindset's changed because of that. And now I'm seeing results off of good content. And that's kind of more or less, hopefully it's relatable to some of you guys that, it's just an investment. And that's the mindset that I have. It's going to give me a return. So I'll spend anything that I have to pay that I can afford on content now.
Cool. And can you tell us how much you're paying for, say, like a 1,500 word article?
With the person that I have now, I usually pay her about $45 or so.
Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
And I've done a lot of content for different sites and hired different folks. And I've, worked with people that would write 1,000 to 1,500 words for about, $15, $20. And I've gone up to, 60. So one writer that I've worked with for a few years, I like her a lot. I don't have to give her any instructions. She uploads directly into WordPress. She does a great job. And so I'm paying like $50, $60 per article. Yeah. And all I give her is the keyword. It's great.
Right.
So
yeah, it's like, and there's also a training as well. Is, when you hire somebody, you kind of got to put them into the mindset of what you need to be done. If they don't have SEO experience, you might have to give them a little bit of training on SEO, on how you want the keywords structured, the little changes that you might have to make. Instead of having so much keyword density that's so repetitive, you might have to change it up in the middle and make sure it's in the first part of the first sentence in what you're trying to get across. So Google will not penalize you. But the training is very important to tell them exactly how you need your content structured. And after you do that from the beginning, when you first hire them, just like you would just say, Doug, you can just pretty much turn them loose. Hey, I need 1,500, 2,000, 3,000 words, or whatever it is, and they can just boom, I take the keyword and they got it from there, and it really works out well. It
awesome.
Does. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you figured out that you need to spend your time elsewhere and not so much on writing. As far as keyword research, it sounds like that's sort of the magic part. So can you tell us about your keyword research process?
Yeah, I look at trends. I make sure that something is trending and not taking a nosedive. If it's something that's taking a nosedive and it's consistently going down, then I won't work with it. If you're using Amazon, one of the things that I do is that I look at how many reviews are on that particular product and how recent those reviews were. If you're looking at a product, for instance, that might have 50 reviews or 500 reviews or 1,000 reviews, and they're all from 2017, that might be an indication that might not be something that you would want to maybe sell or like push. And another way to support that is to go into trends, and trends is going to also give you some more feed on whether or not that product is selling, or that particular niche, if you're just starting out, is a good niche to get into. You look at the trends, you look at what's selling currently, what has current reviews, and I use those as markers whether or not it's something that I want to pursue and push.
Awesome. Do you use or consider the search volume at all? Because you just talked about trends.
Not really. I look at the sell volume. I look at how many products are selling. I'm looking at how hot that particular niche is, and whether or not it's a seasonal niche. And I also stay away from seasonal stuff. I know that there's great things about, great opportunity in terms of selling high volumes of products for a particular niche in certain seasons, but that's just for the seasons. Like if you're selling anything dealing with water, like maybe swimming, pool items or whatever the case may be, that's going to be just for that particular season. What about the rest of the year? So I try to stay out of that type of situation and put myself in a position where I have, evergreen products that's not seasonal. It's more or less, it sells year round and it's consistently selling. So that's kind of where I put my mindset into those type of products and those type of niches. Yeah.
All right. So you don't consider search volume really at all. It sounds like you mainly look at products on Amazon and the trends and like Google Trends. Is that how you're judging a trend?
Yeah. Right. Go on to Google Trends and I've been using that as one of my main tools in terms of my research on the niche and also as well as keywords. Okay. I use Google as well, just not just Google Trends, but Google. And there's a shopping area in Google that gives you some ideas of how, the product volume is going, what they're doing in terms of volume. So I use that as well.
All right. Mm-hmm. Well, and this sounds, much different from, a lot of people in my sort of industry, my peers and colleagues and that sort of thing, where, keyword research is pretty important and you need to know that people are searching for it. So it sounds like because you're using trends, you do know that some people are searching for it because there's data there, right? And is there a reason why you are omitting the search volume?
I just found that just looking at search volume, it kind of, it hasn't been too effective in terms of, for my particular niche, to give me an accurate estimate of like what that product might do in terms of the sales are concerned. And a lot of people, they're looking just at the volume instead of looking at the, how much is selling, and I think when you start to change that, change your mind in terms of, your thinking rather in terms of, I just want a product that, a keyword that's showing me that it's high volume. It's just high volume and not looking at more data, more history. Then you're gonna spend a lot of money and put a lot of work into something that might not give you the end result that you're looking to have. When you do the research and you put a little bit more effort into your keyword research and products, then you'll start to maybe realize, what, this product might only, it might only have a volume of 50, but if you go into Google and look at the possibilities, you're using the KGR like Doug shows you properly, and you'll see, it's only 50 on the volume per month, but there might be only one or two sites competing with that, and you're doing your SEO properly, then you're going to pretty much own that. That's the keyword term, and you're gonna just basically sell better than someone else, and you're going to get the results that you're looking for. So it's more or less looking at the product volume on how much it's selling and how popular it is. Again, that's going to give you the the results that you're looking for. It's been working for me, and I'm going to probably keep doing that.
Cool. And I like it because, number one, it's a bit against the grain. I know some other people for years, there's always, not naysayers, but people who are going against the grain. At any given time, people are trying stuff that is different. And people are talking about search volume, and they have for many years. And generally, the big mistake I think people make is they think, hey, okay, I hear Derek saying, I don't even look at search volume. So they just say, forget it. I'm not going to look at search volume. And they forget to do the work that you're talking about. They don't do the trend research. They don't look at the products that are selling. They don't look at the cyclical nature, or maybe they're old products that aren't even selling anymore. So if you have to do some research somewhere. And I think that's really important, because I know so many people that have sent emails, hey, I've worked on my website for 2 years. I have 200 posts, and I decided not to do keyword research. It turns out they're writing about stuff that no one cares about. But you're writing about things, or publishing content rather, that people are interested in, and you can see it through other methods aside from keyword research volume. Okay, awesome. Let's move on to link building and promoting your site. What are you doing for link building?
Right now, nothing. I started to do link build, go further into link building because of the fact that it's something that Google looks at. I know that is a very important factor that we have to consider when we're building our websites. It's not just about the content, but having links going toward our sites to give us a better position than somebody trying to outrank you. But the thing is that, I'm focusing more on the content right now. I am going to start outsourcing and getting getting some backlinks, but I haven't really been focused too much on that end of it at this point, to be honest with you. I'm more or less focused on just the content, serving my people, making sure that I'm giving value. And that's more or less what I've been focused on. That's been giving me the results that I have right now.
Awesome. And do you...
So link building in the future.
All right. Well, it's good because some people, they are not going to do anything. And I think there is some value in promoting what you're working on, regardless of what it is, because you'll just get a little more traction most of the time. Now, have you gotten any natural backlinks? Are there any backlinks just generally showing up?
A couple here and there, not really good backlinks. Maybe one, I could say that was a pretty decent one, but, for the most part, not something that I would want to brag about or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And sort of moving on to some bigger picture kind of ideas, how has this website impacted your life?
A whole lot. It brought me to the point of understanding my real true potential. Yeah, I've done stuff in the past and everything, but we're in a different time. And, when you stop doing stuff for a long time and you're going back into something and things has changed, you might not feel that, you can actually win at this game. But when you change your mindset and really start doing some homework and putting in a little bit of effort, you start to have a little bit of self-discovery that you can do this. So, yeah, I guess that's a factor.
Awesome. Very cool. Yeah. I think that hits a lot of people exactly like you mentioned. You're like, oh, wow, I can do something on my own. And like you mentioned, if it's been a while since your last one, it's like you got to do it again. You're only as good as your last, whatever the sports analogy is, your last game, your last match, whatever it is. So very cool. Now, I don't know, do you want people to follow along with you anywhere specific? And we can put links for all that stuff. I don't know if you want to keep a low profile or anything, which I 100% respect.
I'm going to be relaunching my podcast in a little bit. I'll let you know when, but nothing right now that I plan to share in terms of pointing you guys in my direction.
All right, cool. Well, I know Derek is on the live streams on YouTube often, just in the chat. So you can catch him on there occasionally. And you gave like a really strong opening remark where you really kind of explain how some people could replicate what you've done. But I want to give you another opportunity just in case you want to mention some of those strong points again. But yeah, if people are thinking, hey, I want to do what Derek has done, what do you recommend?
I recommend reading as many things that's going to give you some mindset training as possible. There's certain steps that a lot of people might benefit from. Like one of the first things is just focus, focusing on what you want to do overall. If you want to work a regular job, there's no right or wrong in anything. It's about what you want to do and listen to your friends, family, whoever. It's about what we want to do as individuals. So as long as you have a good amount of people that support what your efforts are, or if they don't support what the efforts are, knowing who we are and going after whatever it is, buying a course like what Doug sells would be a great start, considering the fact that it's going to give you some training to maybe go after niche sites if that's what you're into. And since you're watching this, I'm quite sure that probably is. Another thing is figuring out the specific niche that you want to go into. Don't just go into a niche just because it's something that you like necessarily, but go into a niche that's going to give you what you want out of that niche. If you're trying to build a business, I know it might be backwards from what people always say. Go into something that you really, really enjoy doing, in terms of like if you're in hockey, just go into something related to hockey. But look at what the long-term results of whatever it is that you're looking at doing could give you, and maybe consider that. Another thing, study your craft. Make sure that you are applying some of the things that you're learning, like what Doug teaches. Don't just look at what Doug teaches, but become a practitioner and do the things that he tells you to do. I see a lot of times on the streams that people are asking the same questions over and over again. You gotta do it. You gotta just get out there and just pull the trigger. So I guess that's pretty much what I have to offer in terms of my advice. Yeah.
Awesome advice. Very good. Well, Derek, thanks a lot for joining us today, and we'll definitely have you back on and chat with you whenever you're relaunching whatever it is you're going to relaunch. Those
Appreciate
things,
it.
it shifts once you figure out exactly what you want to get into. So, pleasure to talk to you. Thanks a lot.
Same here, man. Thanks, Doug.
Thanks a lot to Derek. I definitely appreciate him taking the time out. Again, if you have any questions at all, just ask in the comments below. Derek revealed, a lot of stuff in this interview. And if you want to connect with him further, he is in the 5-Figure Niche Site Facebook group, which is private. It's only for students. But if you are a student, he is in there, and he's a super nice guy. So if you do see him around in the chat and stuff like that for a live stream, you could probably have a side conversation with him there. So thanks a lot. Have a great day out there, and we'll see you on the next one. In this interview, we talked to Anthony. He is a recent success story. He has built a couple of niche sites. He's sold one as well. And right now he's making, I think it's around $700 a month or so. So we talk about some of the details with niche selection, keyword research, content, link building. And then we go deep into link building and we talk about Haro, which is help a reporter out. He's developed a bit of a process and he's outsourcing this in a really, really effective way. It's pretty amazing, and this is where we spend most of the time. If you're brand new to the channel, my name's Doug. We talk a lot about affiliate marketing and side hustles, making money online. So if you're interested, check out some other videos. Please subscribe. Actually, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now. And by the way, if you're interested in learning more and even going deeper into Haro and what Anthony's doing, please leave a comment on this video. Ask specific questions. Anthony and I talked after I recorded this, and I was like, hey man, do you want to go deeper on this sometime? I know people are going to want to hear more. So if you want to hear more, leave a comment and let us know. And without further ado, let's talk to Anthony. How's it going today?
Yeah, good, Doug. Good. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good. It's been it's warm here. It's later in the afternoon. We're talking across the ocean here. Where are you located, Anthony?
So I'm in Australia, but specifically Geelong, which is about an hour outside of Melbourne, which is probably the biggest city around here that most people would have heard of. So, it's a nice little coastal city.
Awesome. And just so we can get to like some of the meat right away, can you let us know about some of your earnings and traffic and a little bit about the success that you've seen so far?
Yeah, of course. So I've been doing some form of, online business for going on 2.5, 3 years at the moment. And sort of like everybody, you sort of flip around and you start one thing and you do it for a little bit and you're like, oh, this is a little bit shit. And then you go to something else and then you're like, oh, this is also a little bit, I'm not really getting this. And you sort of like keep going aside. And I kept going back to this affiliate website stuff and I would read it and I'd be like, this sounds really doable. One of the first businesses I had was completely outside of the affiliate space and everything, but it was kind of in the e-com space and I had no idea what I was doing. And I did the writing for it. I'm an English teacher by trade. I enjoy writing. And I really enjoyed the content side of it. So I was like, oh, maybe if I can do something like this. I always kept looking at it. So yeah, since then I've started my first affiliate site at the start of 2019. It's now sort of halfway through 2020. About 1.5 years, I worked on my first site for about a year. Sold it I think it was December. Started a new one. The site that I started just 6 months ago or 7 months ago is now earning about $600 a month. On track for a little bit more. On track for about $800 this month. But I've had a couple of uncharacteristically sort of high days in there, so it's a bit hard to judge that. So getting that 600 to 800 a month mark now pretty consistently for the last 3 or 4 months.
Cool. And the site's only about 6 months, 7 months old?
Yeah, I bought it from Human Proof Design actually, so it could be a little bit older than that originally, but it was one of their fresh sites. It wasn't like an aged money-making site or anything like that. It was one of their cheaper done-for-you sites.
Okay, cool. And how much content was on there, if you happen to recall the initial set?
I think it was their minimum, so it was about 10,000 words. I think they usually have for their minimum, so it was one of those. 10,000 words. Pretty basic content, like decent but pretty basic, and yeah, took it from there and went with it.
Awesome. And was it a niche that you were like interested in? Did you care much about the products or?
Somewhat. It was a sub niche. So what Human Proof do really, really well, I think, is they'll pick a sub niche and then the domain will be like much, much broader. So the little sub niche, I understood it, I liked it, but the broad niche in general is what I liked. So I think I basically, as soon as I bought it, I padded out that first niche a little bit and then just sort of left that there and moved on to the other niches as well.
Okay, cool. And I think, they adapted to that over time, because initially I think they were very narrowly focused, and then they started building sites that would allow you to grow and expand. So that's cool that you were able to, get one of those and get traction quickly. And I know probably some people are thinking, man, that's crazy, because kind of the benchmark in general is about $100 per month after about 6 months, and here you've hit 6-7 times that. So do you have any like secrets on like, do you think there's any specific thing that you did that helped you get traction so quick on this site?
It wasn't my first site, which is one thing. Like, a lot of people will be thinking that when it's their first site. So I'd already had that first site, which I built to around about $1,000 a month before I sold it. So I knew it was coming. I kind of knew what I was doing. Also, because I had 2 or 3 years content writing experience, I was also writing freelance work as well. My rate as a freelancer is significantly more than I'm willing to pay someone else to write, I guess would be a way to say that. So I could write for somebody, I could write 1,000 words for somebody else and reinvest it into 2,000 words on my own site, if that makes sense. So that wasn't a major factor, but it definitely let me grow quicker, grow content quicker. And again, for ways to grow, just low competition, thinking outside the box a little bit. My site's at that stage where it's earning good money, but it's definitely earning off 2 fewer pages for my liking. There's one page that kind of fits in to the niche. So using your ballpoint pen example that you use on this podcast and YouTube a bit, it would be like saying the best writing pad if you have a ballpoint pen, which is kind of not in the pen niche, but it's kind of comes in on the side. And that's the one that's earning all the money so far. So I'm like, that's cool. So I'm frantically trying to do that and, frantically trying to build the rest up and get that variety in earning as well.
Cool. And how much content is on the site now?
About 120 posts, I would say. A couple of posts that would be in the 2,000 plus mark. Usually they're about 1,000. Yeah.
Okay. About 1,000 words. So between 1,000 and
about
2,000.
that. Because there's such a low competition, I usually stick to lower word counts and yeah.
Okay. And what's the breakdown from informational and product reviews?
A lot of product reviews. My sort of theory when I come to writing reviews is I'll target some really heavy competition keywords at the start as well. Like I know I said before, like low competition is how I get the traffic, but the way I kind of see it is those high competition keywords will take kind of 6 months to start doing anything anyway. So I may as well start that 6 months as early as possible, put the line in, and then I use like Page Optimizer Pro and little things like that, and I can just keep updating those as well. So because of that, I would say it's probably 80 to 90% would be money posts at the moment. So not really and that's something as I'm doing now. I'm sort of more investing into the information side of the posts as well. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. And for people that don't know, Page Optimizer Pro or POP, can you tell them about it?
Yeah, cool. So I actually got the idea from when Kyle Roof, who I think is the creator potentially, was on this show. And it's basically a way that you can scrape the data from the top ranking pages for a particular keyword. Google is doing this sort of thing at the moment where if you type something in, all of the pages will kind of be the same thing. So if it's a list post, like all of the top searches will be list posts. If it's an affiliate post, it's just showing the same thing all the time, which, personally I don't really like, but like as a user of the internet, but it is what it is. Use what it's doing and use it to our advantage. So it kind of gives you the average. So it might say, it'll give you a bunch of goals that you should be aiming for your page. So it might be, you should be aiming for 1,600 words, try and use the keyword 8 times, once in a subheading, and just little things like that you can do to optimize your page.
And it's a great tool. It takes a second to sort of like figure out how to use it. Did you find there was a little bit of a learning curve?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think I bought it at the start. It was one of those things where I had like 15 minutes spare, and I was like, well, I'll just buy that sort of thing now, and then I'll think about it later. So I logged in at the first time, and I was like, oh my lord. They've actually introduced in the last month or so like an express version of it. So now you get an option to do like traditional or an express, and the express one makes it a little bit easier for you. It's not as in-depth, but I wasn't using all of the bells and whistles anyway because I didn't understand most of them. So it just gives you the basic stuff that sort of anyone can use, which this is what I'm using at the moment.
Yeah, I agree 100% because I got it like right when it came out because, Kyle's a friend and he was like, check out the tool and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, it was a little confusing at first, but they actually have a lot of videos and tutorials, and they just put out a Chrome extension. So that really makes it a lot easier to work with. So I'll put a link out there for people to check out Pop. But I mean, I think it's a great way to, especially if it's not your first site. If it's your first site, Pop could be a little confusing at first, but your second site and so on, I mean, it's great. So
yeah, if you were to think about it like, I don't know, if you're trying to lose weight, Pop is like that apple cider vinegar that gets you like that extra little couple of percent. But if you're trying to start for the first time, it's just like, we'll just start with cutting your calories and we'll go from there. Like, it's the extra little thing that if you know what you're doing, it works, but it would definitely be too much for someone who doesn't really, who's new to it.
And I think like sort of the perfect person is like you have a site that you've published content, you're getting traction, things are going okay, and you're not sure how to improve content specifically. So it gives you sort of a blueprint and framework to follow along in a prioritized way, and it makes it very clear once you get it set up. So anyway.
It's a nice little addition to the way I would usually update content, which I would usually sort of, do the old find what the page is searching for in Google Console, and if it's ranking for a keyword that I'm not really targeting yet, I'll add another little subheading in with that keyword and write about that. And so it's a nice little, that's kind of just working it out on my own. So it's nice to have something that's a bit more concrete in there as well.
Exactly. So with the keyword research, just curious, do you have any sort of approach, or are you? Okay, let's hear about it.
So I am the biggest tight ass when it comes to keyword research. I use keyword, either keyword sheeter or keyword shitter, depends what they're using it like. I don't know if it's the same people that run both. I have no idea, but I kind of find one works and one doesn't, and then it'll swap and the other one will work and the other one won't. So I don't know if it's the same people that run it, but you basically put a bunch of STEM keywords in. So it might be best ballpoint pen for, and then I just leave it and it'll give the rest. If you leave it for a while, it'll give you, depending on how many seed keywords you give it, it could be like a couple of thousand keywords. If you leave it for too long, it just scrapes like the entire internet. I think I left it for and had a shower one day and came back and it was like, the suggestions were like Facebook, Google, YouTube, Walmart. And I was like, oh God. So you do all that. I bulk copy it, and then I use the keywords everywhere. Chrome extension, I pay for that because that's super cost effective. You can bulk import. So I just copy the whole thing, bulk import, and get all the data from that. And then I'll do some research into what's KGR and what's got a good what keyword I think I like. And the more you do it, you kind of you can just do it from the keywords everywhere research as well. Once you've done a few articles and you get some success, you kind of know what works and what doesn't. And then I'll also just write some articles that I think belong on the site as well. Okay. Without really research.
Okay. Yep. And I think that's pretty common. I'm starting a new site now, and kind of all the stuff that you mentioned where, some low competition stuff is the bulk. There's some that just need to be there. It's a good topic, even though it'll never rank for anything. And then there's some other topics where, maybe in 6 months for a brand new site, or a year, or 18 months, that it's going to take a long time to rank. But, you may as well have it. Go ahead and get it out there. But that's just a small portion.
Yeah, and that's also for the people that are already on the site as well. Like, if you've got one of those, like a big software review or something like that, that you don't expect to rank for because it's hyper competitive, but that's something you can divert some traffic towards on your own site once they're already in there. I think there's benefit in that as well. Yeah.
Cool. For content tips, because you are, a writer, and you do it as a side hustle, as part of your, profession. Do you have any like specific content tips for folks that are maybe struggling with it a little bit?
Yeah. So I keep the intro as short as possible. I'll use the keyword in the intro once, usually use it in a subheading as well. Just have it to be as conversational as possible. I want to give some personality to it. I think if you do that, especially in the intro, the personality needs to be, especially at the start, towards the end. I find if you can throw like a funny little GIF or something in there as well, just something to sort of hook people in, talk about yourself a little bit when you can, don't do it too much. And just, I like to have a reader in mind. So almost like a profile of my perfect reader for that website or that article. And I've got these little sort of reader personas and if you like buyer persona sort of things, and I'm writing to that one person, which kind of, in my mind, makes it a lot easier if I'm writing to someone rather than writing to you, the reader, who could be landing on this page. It's just, I find that really impersonal. So if I have someone in mind, I can write to them. For me, it just becomes a lot easier to write.
Okay. And did you just like make up a person? You're like, this is probably the kind of person that would look for this keyword and be interested in the topic?
Pretty much. At the start, I just sort of took a guess. After about 6 months of owning the site, I used the Google Analytics, like user profiles, to see sort of the average range. Like, it's only age and things like that. But I knew, for example, that my website was gearing towards, was like 25 to 35 year olds. So I was like, cool, I can kind of write to that audience if that's if that's 85% of the people that are visiting my site. I can tweak my language a little bit to suit that.
Perfect. Okay. And you hire writers from somewhere. It sounds like you're doing the writing, and then you're reinvesting what you're earning there to supply the writing, and you get more content. And where do you hire them? Do you have any specific techniques that you enjoy?
It's very hit and miss. There's a couple of groups that I like, and some I've used before. What I did at the start, such a mistake in hindsight, but you learn from it, so it is what it is. I found someone who the content was incredibly cheap, but it was good enough, and I was like, oh man, this is brilliant. I've like threaded the needle here. So I just like pumped some money into it, invested it, and it was sort of like too much content that I could keep up with quality control. And then after like 3 or 4 months of investing some money into it and getting all these words on the site, I started like properly looking through them, and I was like, man, this is rubbish. I was like, this is terrible. So, we've got new writers now. And it was one of those things where, and at the end of the day, like it's obviously the writers didn't do the best job, but at the end of the day, the onus falls on me as the site owner, and that's my quality upkeep that I didn't do. I sort of was trying to pump too much into it too quickly, which has benefits as well in a way. So now I've got these, at least the content's on there, and if it's starting to do something, that's the next page that I'm going to update to sort of make better, I guess. Because if it's ranking with what's on there now, if I make the content better, it's going to rank more. So yeah, it's a way to at least get some lines in the river and see what catches.
Perfect. Yeah, and I mean that's common too. Like once you have the ability to hire people, and you're like, oh, this is great, we have all this content, and then you'll find the next weakest link. Often that's yourself or myself with trying to keep up. So let's move on to link building, and specifically Haro. And shout out to Dan, who sent some questions in. He was like, Anthony sounds interesting, I want to learn more. And I was like, oh, do you have any specific questions? And then he literally did my job for me. So we're gonna dive through what Dan sent over just in general. So Let's start with like maybe the best link, the juiciest link that you got. You don't have to share exactly what site, but can you just like talk about the best link that you've gotten so far with this Haro approach?
Yeah. So the best link, probably by brand name, would be one that I wrote the response myself for this one, but because it's one that I think of. So I've got a couple of Business Insider links, which are pretty good. I like those, but through the outsourcing, I've got some, DA, I think some in the 50s and one in the 60s, I think. So yeah, you take that and run with it. You kind of expect anything. So as far as like name recognition though, they might mean things to some people, but for me, Business Insider was the biggest name that I looked at it and it was like, oh yeah, I've heard of them. I read that. So yeah, that would be, that's probably the biggest site that I've had so far.
Cool. Yeah, that's pretty amazing to get one of those links. I mean, that's a huge site. So as far as like the outsourcing, can you give us a little bit of a breakdown of like what's going on? And it sounds like you do some of this too. So did you start outsourcing? Did you start doing it yourself? And then,
I started doing it myself. Yes, I started doing it myself. And then Haro comes out at the most inconvenient times if you're in Australia. It could not be less convenient. It's like, midnight. It's like 5 a.m. It's ridiculous. And you've got to get onto it so quickly because if for sometimes they're publishing it like later that day. I've had some responses where, I'll write something and then they'll respond, an hour and a half later and say, it's perfect, we'll use it. And then 2 hours after that, there's like the link to the finished article. And I was like, God damn, like that's so quick. And sometimes you get the response back like a month and a half later. So sometimes if you're too quick, if you're not quick enough, you'll miss out. So I was doing it and trying to keep on track, but they also kind of get lost in the emails a little bit. So I was like, surely I can outsource. I can find someone to do this. I'll try it out and sort of see how it goes. And I found I just did it on Upwork, just try to put out feelers out there, put a job out. Found someone who had said she's done it before for people, has experience in it, has used Haro before. So I sent her out some things and I was like, let's sort of see how it goes. We'll try a couple of days. So I made like a little throwaway Gmail account, changed the Haro subscription from my personal email to that email, gave her access to that throwaway Gmail account. So she uses that for the responses. We have a spreadsheet, kind of goes through it. It took a little bit of time at the start. So I think there was one time, I think it was in the first week or two, and she'd responded to something around like adult toys or something like that. And like I said before, like I'm a teacher as a day job. So I'm looking at it and I saw it in the spreadsheet and I was like, surely not. I looked at the response and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. So I was like emailing her and I was like, please don't associate, like, I have Year 9 students that are going to be like Googling their teacher's name. I don't want it to show up with like a photo of me next to some like, X-rated toy with just like a smiling photo of me next to it. So if we can like avoid that, I'd be stoked. So after we ironed out a couple of creases like that, it's been going pretty swimmingly. I think we're about 18 weeks in. It's funny that we're doing this interview now, literally probably about a day or two before you contacted me. I just sent out some feedback and we started tweaking a few little things to make it, we've done 18 weeks, we've got a bit of data now. Let's see if we tweak these little things, if it gets better or worse, and we'll keep going. Yeah, some tweaks at the start, but well worth it if you stick through it, I think.
Awesome. And can you give us an idea like how many links that you've gotten over the course, especially with it outsourced?
Yeah, so with it outsourced, I just did some numbers before. I've got, so in 18 weeks, there was 70 responses. And in those 70 responses, I think there's a minimum of 13 approved. So I think, what's that, like 1 in 5, 1 in 6, somewhere around there. So that's in 18 weeks. Yeah, so I think that's 1 in 5, 1 in 6 are getting accepted. So,
okay. And then you mentioned, you don't want to give out exact prices that she's charging. Is there any way you could quantify like how much you've paid for the 13 links?
Okay, cool. So it would be So I pay by the hour, and it would be around about, I think we're usually on the books for about an hour a day responding to quotes. And it is around that,
Okay.
I think per link, it would be working it out like $30 a link, I would say,
Awesome.
off memory, something around that. So relatively cost effective especially considering what the Harrow questions have been about in the past 3 months. It's been very sort of coronavirus and COVID heavy. So I could only imagine, and like I said as well, that's a minimum amount of approved. That's only the people that are responding and saying, yes, we'll use it, and here's the link. So it could be more than that as well.
Got it. Okay. That is exceptionally cost effective and pretty amazing. So with the person that you're outsourcing it to, do they pretend it's you, or how is it set up?
Yeah, so when you sent the question, and who was the man that sent the questions through, sorry?
Dan.
So when Dan sent the question through and you sent it to me, does the writer, does she use your name or does she use like someone else's name? I was like, man, that's a really good idea. I wish I'd have thought of like using someone else's name. So in hindsight, if I'd have thought of that, that's what I would have done. It also would have solved the issue at the start. So I use my own name for that. So she uses my little sign off and things like that. Yeah, so she has pretty much autonomy about what she answers to a degree. We have some little rules about what she can and can't respond to. So she said she's had some clients that are pretty happy for her to make up a story about something that's happened to get a link. I'm not really too keen on that because nothing really good can come from that. A lot of them will be research based, like one will be, I think one that got approved a couple of weeks ago was a book about, like, what's your favorite book about empowerment or something like that. So she obviously did some research for that and responded, and that got approved. So, yeah.
Okay, cool. And I think it was Kyle who actually sort of triggered all this Haro stuff in the last month when he was like, hey, Doug, like you kind of slammed Haro, but it's been working out well for me. Then within a couple of days, you let me know that it was going well for you. And I think Kyle mentioned, hopefully I'm getting his name right. I think Kyle mentioned it was so important to, strike quickly and make sure that as soon as people were, I don't know how it works on Haro exactly, once they release the people that are looking for the information from you to reply quickly. So how do you manage that with your VA?
Yeah, so she only responds to the emails. I know I was listening to that episode and he was saying that he pays for the premium feature and that gets early access, which is, I would assume that my numbers would increase if I did that. I haven't really sort of looked into it too much. I hadn't really understood, to be honest, I hadn't done too much research and understood what the difference was. But now I know that the difference is that extra little bit of time. Actually, from listening to the episode, I was like, that's probably worth trying out, actually. And that's sort of part of tweaking the process I'm doing now. Once I've got that humming as good as it can be, I'll invest that little bit more. But timing is so important, and I think that's what made it really hard from doing it from Australia. I would have to sort of respond before work at sort of 6 a.m, and there might be like, I think the first one would come through at like 9 p.m. or 9:30. So I'd kind of respond to 1 a.m, 1 at night, and that would really be about it. But yeah, getting in early for that sort of stuff is important as well. There's also an Australian version of Haro, and it's called Source Bottle. I don't outsource for that because it's not as popular, but I just check it out every now and then as well. Yeah, so it's a similar type of deal.
Okay. And it sounds like your VA has some autonomy and you don't have to be involved and screen anything. So are you just outsourcing it completely and then you just see the results in a spreadsheet or something?
Yeah, pretty much. So we've got a spreadsheet that she'll add the site, the web, like what the query was, add if it's been like accepted, rejected, or submitted, and we'll go from there. Because it's a throwaway Gmail account, I can access her responses if I'm like, super desperate to go Big Brother on her. Otherwise, I give her autonomy. Obviously, the better she works at the start, the more autonomy you get in the future. If she was rubbish, I probably would be screening everything she was doing. But if you hire good people, then you can let them do what they're good at, I think. So, yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned that she had been doing this work before and she was familiar with the process. And I know you probably haven't done this, but I mean, do you think it would be hard to just train an assistant, say like an executive assistant that you could hire who, I mean, basically you're sending emails and doing a little research. So do you envision this as like a pretty straightforward process to train a VA?
That was kind of what I thought I was going to be doing. I think I wrote in the job posting off memory, I think like halfway down was kind of like, I don't really expect anyone to have done this before, but if you have, like, let me know, because that's a good thing. And she was the only person who'd said that she'd actually done it before, and she'd had done it for others, but I was definitely expecting to have to train someone to do it, because it is, at the end of the day, it is like, it's not rocket science. It's just finding some research, responding to some emails. And if there's so at the start, if there was anything SEO related, that I would get her to forward that to me, and I would respond to it. That wasn't exactly time efficient, so instead I've just given her a list of like SEO tips and things, answers to potential questions. That's only been in the last couple of weeks actually, so we'll see how that goes, but otherwise she's just been doing some research heavy stuff. So yeah, I would say it wouldn't take that long to train. Even a writer could do it. Like if you had a writer on your books as well, like that could easily be something you get them to do as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've found writers, obviously, they're writing for you, so they can communicate pretty well, hopefully. And it's really just sending a couple emails and filling out a spreadsheet. So, cool.
Yeah, exactly. So if you can do that, and even you can give them an extra, if it's a writer, you could even have them, as with the writing you're doing, if you respond to my Harrow queries, every published one you get, I'll give you a $50 bonus, for example. I don't know. And that's $50 a link. It's pretty cheap compared to what you can pay. You're keeping your writers happy. You're, giving them extra money for just responding to a few emails. You don't have to do it. Yeah, win-win.
Very good. Yeah, and you read my mind. I was going to go there at some point. But yeah, do you pay your assistant any extra for actually landing a link, or is it just straight up hourly?
I've started doing it with a bonus at the end of the month for every published one. And yeah, that's not something that I have to do. It's more something that I want to do. I don't think that would be a deal breaker for anybody, but I would prefer to do that. So
yeah, and it makes sense. I mean, it's definitely an easily detectable, results driven piece of work. So it's like you get the link, you know, they're doing a good job.
And even if it's that incentive to send a follow-up email as well, sort of, because I'll only give the bonus for a published link. Like if once we know it's published, more so than once it's accepted. So it's a way to follow up with that email and say, hey, you said that this response was going to be published. Just wondering how the article's going. And that extra email can be what makes or breaks that bonus for that website, for that article. Because sometimes the journalists won't send out the finished link. Funnily enough, that Business Insider backlink wasn't I didn't know that it was published or even accepted. I was sort of doing some backlink research on my own site, and I was like, Business Insider, that's weird. And then I clicked through, and it was like one of my Harrow responses, and I was like, oh man, okay, that's would have been nice to know. So yeah, you don't know actually, the ones that have responded, and that's really about it. So yeah.
Do you have specific criteria for the requests that come in? So how do you manage that? How do you make sure you're replying to the ones that are the most likely to land and you're not wasting your time on the ones that won't?
Yeah, so I basically just limit it to something that kind of touches on my niche. If you have a site about, if you have a site about cars and automobiles and you have an auto niche site and you're responding to like a health and fitness query, the fact that you're, Doug Cunnington from, I don't know, bigfastcars.com doesn't really help. So I try and limit it to something that's kind of related to my niche, and also things that are easily researched. Some things that won't respond with, tell us a personal story about XYZ. So I kind of don't do those. You can't really tell usually. What I've found with Harrow is a lot of the times the bigger websites won't mention their website name, because if you're Forbes or if you're Business Insider or if you're CNN or some huge website and you put your CNN or some huge website on there, you're going to get every single response. So you have a way more to sort through. So I found the bigger ones don't really mention who they are, because that way they just get the best responses that fit, more so than like every response. Yeah.
Okay.
So more just limit it to the niche more so than everything else.
Okay. And is there any like specific technique to, I guess, save time? I imagine there could be so many responses. So do you just set up a specific filter on Harrow to get what you're looking for there?
Yeah, so you can access the particular the categories. So what categories you want to receive. We just stick to the main ones that would suit our brand, and we go from there. We've got a pretty much a template for responses. Template's a strong word, but basically have the response so it's well written enough that the journalist could copy and paste it straight from the email and insert it into there. So yeah, have it its own little paragraph so it's easy enough. You'd be like, hey, my name's Anthony from blah, blah, blah. Here's my response to the query. Insert the query. Have it its own paragraph. Have it full sentences. Have it well written enough that the person could just, yep, okay, I'll use that, copy paste. Make it as easy for the journalist as possible. Yeah.
Perfect. And I know the VA has autonomy to do research, write the response back. Do you have any stock answers for common things that may come through, specific source material, or do you just let your VA do her thing?
Yeah, we've just started recently with that. I was doing some more autonomy because it was the first time I've done it. I wasn't really sure what would work and what wouldn't. So I was kind of learning myself. We've just started recently with a series of answers. So I've got a Google sheet that we share now, like a Google Doc, and I'll add responses. And the plan is with this, if there is a particular, like a theme that's coming up in responses or in queries, I should say, I can add, a story that would help with that. And that's something that she could use for her research more so than doing some Google work. So yeah, if I was to do it again, it would definitely be something that I would look into doing from the start, is having a list of either set responses or maybe dot pointed out. So it's not just complete cookie cutter and it can be tweaked. But yeah, having something there to go off. We are trying it at the moment, but at the start it was just complete autonomy and see how it goes.
For, I guess, scaling this up, do you envision it could be scaled up? Like sometimes if you add more people or throw more money at something, you can do even more of it. In this case, it seems like, you have to filter based on what queries are coming in, what the reporters actually need. So, is this something that you could scale up?
I wouldn't have thought it could be something that you could scale up in the way of, potentially if you couldn't scale up in regards to, it wouldn't be a clear sum of, if I've got 3 people outreaching for guest posts, if I get 6 people outreaching, I should have twice the success. I don't think it would work like that. It would be more, because there is only a limited amount of queries that come out every day. So there is a list that you have to go with. The only thing, hearing it out loud and thinking out loud, would be you could potentially get someone who's more of an expert in a category. So if I know there's a health and fitness category on Harrow, if you had someone who's, well-versed in that, their answers would be better, I would assume, than a generalist, which would mean there's a higher chance of those answers getting published. So you could potentially have more of an expert, and you would be getting writers for this, I would assume. You could have someone who's more well versed in each category, and they would just be in control of responses for that category. But I don't like that might be scaling up because the answers would be better, but there is only a limited amount of queries that come out every day. So you're kind of capped at that stage. And also if you've got 3 responders responding to everything with the same website link, like they're not going to use the same quote from the same bloke like 3 times. So
yeah. And that's actually one question that I forgot earlier that is an important one. Where do the links go?
Just homepage.
Okay.
Just the homepage. If there's something that I've given her, my VA, like a list of like money pages as well, like that could be related and things that I'd want to build links to. If by luck a question around that particular post comes up that could be related, use that post. Otherwise, just homepage, which is just the more natural way of link building, I think, for that sort of stuff. So it's pretty unlikely that when I was doing it myself, because I knew all the articles on my website, or even if I didn't know it exactly, I'd be like, I'm pretty sure I've got an article about that and I could use that. But yeah, makes it a little bit harder to go to a page. So I just go homepage.
That seems, like you said, more natural. And, if you look at big sites, a lot of times, 40, 60% of the links are going to the homepage with like some kind of branded anchor text or something more general. So that totally makes sense.
And you can even see, like, depending on the experience of the writer of a blog post, you could easily have, Doug Cunnington from Niche Site Project has said, and then a quote from you, but the anchor is actually just Niche Site Project going to your homepage. If you're not a well-versed link builder or article writer, you don't know what that link does to anyone. You're probably just thinking it helps for your, you're not stealing any ideas. So yeah, it's just a way more natural way of doing it.
Very good. Is there anything else you could think of with the process in general, or tips for people that are thinking, hey, I want to try out Hara, this sounds awesome?
I would definitely say respond to your own for a little bit, figure out what works, what doesn't. That's the same as anything though with this sort of stuff, but definitely be doing it yourself for a little while. Figure out what works, figure out how to respond properly, because if you just go straight out and try to get a freelancer to do it, and you don't know the instructions to give them, and you give them, if someone follows shitty instructions, that's your fault. It's not their fault. So do it yourself at the start. Try and get that process as good as possible. And once it becomes too hard to keep up with, then get someone else. Definitely stick with them at the start. Get some responses from them. Obviously, I would be getting the responses after they've already submitted it, rather than, because it is so quick, what we're talking about before. If I need to be next to my phone, so my VA can be, hey, I'm going to use this response. What do you think? I'll read that, go, okay, that's cool, use that. I may as well just do it myself. So maybe like a weekly checkup, because if the response is shit, they just won't use it on their website and you don't get a link. So nothing lost really. Yeah, that'd be about it.
Awesome. Very good. Well, thanks a lot, Anthony. Appreciate your insights on this, and it makes me want to get out there and try it and see how it'll work for my site. And, it sounds like it's sort of universal. I mean, there's so much content being published out there every day, all the time, and these reporters need something to cite.
Yeah, exactly. And I would definitely be looking at sort of keeping up with trends at the moment. So because there's obviously been a lot of coronavirus things at the moment, a lot of the queries are about, how do you deal with this and what do you know about this? And I know what I read, and that's really, I don't consider myself an expert. So I've just basically said, don't respond to anything like that, because I don't want some reader to read something I've said and assume that I know what I'm talking about. So don't do that, but also keep up with, around the holidays, so Christmas, Valentine's Day, Father's Day, Mother's Day, there's always usually gift guide queries as well. So maybe have some Now I'm actually thinking about it. It's probably what I'm going to do straight after this is add that Google Doc and be like, at Christmas time, this is my favorite gift for dads. This is my favorite gift for mums. This is my favorite gift for teenagers, and just things that they can use like straight away. So, yeah.
Very good. That's awesome. Well, thanks a lot, Anthony. Are you off the grid? Can people follow you anywhere? Feel free to mention it if so, or we can put links to it. And if not, I respect it if you're off the grid.
Yeah, I'm usually in the groups, in the Facebook groups and stuff somewhere, but being a teacher, I don't really stick out there too much because the first thing a kid does when they get their new teacher at the start of the year is Google who they are. So yeah, off the grid somewhat, but if you see me in the groups, feel free to reach out and have a chat and we'll go from there.
Right on. Well, thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
All right, don't forget, if you want to hear more from Anthony, if you want to go a little deeper, ask any questions that you may have about the process and Haro in general. We'll see you on the next video. Hey, what's going on? It's Doug Cunnington here, and I'm with my new friend Gaurav, and he is sort of a recent follower of Niche Site Project, but he's had some amazing results, and he started following some of the YouTube stuff and some of the blog content back in April of 2020. And at this point in time, we're at the summer of 2020, he's just crossed over $600 in the last 30 days. It looks like his traffic keeps edging forward and growing day by day. So I'm excited to dig into this whole success story here. And welcome, Gaurav. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Doug. I'm doing awesome. Thank you so much for having me today.
Awesome. Cool. And no one knows who you are. So can you give a little bit of an intro about yourself and what you do?
I'm based in Ontario, Canada, and I have a business of my own. It is into the education field, and I have recently come back to building websites. I had done that in 2014 and 15, but had a long break. I was in my corporate career then, and now, yeah, it's really exciting. Things are moving well for me, and I have you to thank for that. Thank you.
Oh, thanks a lot. Well, you obviously did all the hard work, and I just happened to be around to hear the story, but I appreciate you saying that. Well, you mentioned that you were dabbling previously a few years ago. So can you tell us about that experience a little bit and why did you take a break?
So we were back in India, and we had started this website where India was booming as far as e-commerce was concerned. So we were reviewing e-commerce websites and kind of trying to tell which one's better than the other when it comes to ordering small products. And we really did not know what we were doing. My wife is a fabulous writer. She's a published author. She could dish out amazing content, but we had no idea what keyword research is. And basically, a few websites noticed us, they sent us their stuff, but it just fell flat on its face. So that was one. And then I tried a couple of other things. I tried, I think it was some sort of a listing of businesses and some sort of finance stuff. I'm an MBA, but really nothing took off because I didn't know what I was doing. And that was the end of that. All this while, my wife, she has her website, so I kind of managed that. So I knew a little bit about that, but it's essentially about the books that she writes. So it's not monetized in any way.
Gotcha. And do you have somewhat of a technical background as well, or more on the business side with your MBA?
I do have a computer engineering degree, so I understand how things work, but that's pretty much it for the most part, in the sense that I cannot do any programming. I can look into code, and I can do a little bit of insertion of things in my functions.php, but I just Google and go with the flow.
Sure. That's pretty much what I can do now too. It's the code doesn't scare me, but I can't really do anything helpful. I can usually just mess things up a little bit. So all right, so you got back into it back in April. So can you tell us what was the origin story there? How did you find my stuff, for example, and why are we talking today?
Okay, so the backstory, how it goes is that I wanted to, so my other business, my offline business was doing fairly okay. So I wanted to kind of expand and acquire another business. And one of my friends, he used to work for McKinsey, and so he had some serious consulting jobs with, as far as, how his mind works. So he told me that it might be a good idea for me to acquire an online business. And I had no idea, what online businesses are or do they even sell. But as I started finding more about it, I figured that yes, I probably can. So I figured out a couple of places. Human Proof Designs was one of them. And then there was another one with which I ended up going, which was another underwhelming experience, to be very honest. But I figured that I can pretty much buy a business from my credit card and scale it. So that's how I started off. Now, my wife was really against that because since 2014 till 2019-20, I had more the unsuccessful business ventures, let's put it this way, to my name than successful ones. So, trust deficit is a strong word, but she didn't really feel that we were ready to do something like that. But anyway, she relented. She saw that I really wanted to do something, so she gave in, and I went ahead and bought an existing website. It was doing about $200 a month, and 10 days later, the commission rate change happened. And I happened to be in a niche that was very, very severely impacted. So my revenue came down to $30 or $40 a month, maybe $50 a month. So I was all alone in the sense that there was lockdown. I could not speak to anyone. I could not tell my wife. So she's going to laugh when she listens to this podcast, but I just could not tell anyone. So that happened. And in the changeover process, Amazon threw the website out because they said that it was violating some of its terms. So I reached back to the sellers, and they had no idea that they were violating. And then I wrote back to Amazon saying what was wrong. So they told me that there were some comparison tables that they were using. And on those tables, they had very specifically mentioned this is best, so that's what they had a problem with. So anyway, I got rid of that, reapplied, got back into the program. And that was the start. So basically I had a very rough start, and I was really looking for someone to follow or someone to help me out. And that's when I came across you. I heard the KGR, which was really, I'm a very math person, so that really gave me a framework to work with. And as soon as I had a framework, I knew that I can pick this and run with it. So that's exactly what I did.
Very good. Well, I have a ton of follow-up questions now. So where did you end up purchasing this site?
Those people, I'd rather not say they've been to your podcast. I follow their podcast. So good people, but the experience wasn't good. So
okay, fair enough. So you bought it, and it was making a couple $100 a month, and then there was some funny stuff going on. Now, you also mentioned that the tables had an issue because they said the word best. What was best describing? Was it the price? Was it something different? What was on the table specifically?
So specifically, they were saying like it is AWP. If you've seen, it allows you to make those colors. And so it was saying best, like the best product in that category, or the best, it was a very overarching statement rather than an opinion. And then I think that's what I understood when I went back and read that 50,000 word document. That's the problem. So I kind of removed that and made it more generic, as in that's my choice as the editor rather than it being the best product.
Okay, interesting. And I haven't heard that specifically, so I'm even surprised that it would be an issue, because a lot of the phrasing that is used in affiliate sites is best whatever, although many times it's not describing a specific item, even though people may say, hey, my favorite is this one out of these other 5. So That is interesting. So you mentioned it's AAWP, and that's one of the default sort of settings, like the best certain products. So as long as you change that, then you should be okay.
Yes, so that's what happened.
Okay, gotcha. And yeah, I can't believe that you bought the site and then you ended up getting the Amazon commission rate change just 10 days later. So just mentally, where were you at with that? I know it sounded like it was a bit of a debate on whether you would even buy a site. And then this happened where you just, yeah, what were you thinking? What were you thinking there?
Yeah, honestly, I had nowhere to go. So I could not discuss it with my wife. Nobody knew what I was doing. Even if people knew, they did not, like, affiliate marketing is a smallish world. So, but I knew that I was onto something because wherever I read, I figured that it is scalable. I knew that I'm a good writer. Although I've not written any of my articles, I've put a whole bunch of articles, not written a single one. So I knew that content is valuable, and I myself, whenever I buy something, I research. I know I'm buying off an affiliate site, so I knew that it is something that can be managed. But I did not know how. So it really was a tough time, like those, I would say 15, 20 days. And I would like to mention something here, which you pointed me out and you set me on this direction. So once this happened, I was grasping at straws. I was looking for those shortcut ways to make up that gap. And so I followed your entire disavowing of links, because when I looked at the backlink profile of the website, I figured that it had got some random links from a lot of different places. So I tried disavowing that, thinking that I'll disavow and tomorrow traffic would start coming. Did not happen. Then I changed the URL structure. So I included categories, and then someone said don't include categories. So I not included categories. I got a whole bunch of 404 errors, and I spent about 3 or 4 weeks just trying to figure out what I'm doing. And then you pointed out that it's basically 2 things. One is content, and the second one is link building. And that is it. And that really simplified things a whole lot. I just forgot about all the other jingbang and contacted, I think at that point I started contacting a few people who I knew might be interested in writing. Started working with about 4 or 5 people. And long story short, in the last 3 months, we've put out 200 more articles. Started off with 20. Now we have a 220. And what that has done is that the older articles have started attracting traffic. And the newer ones, like the older articles have really boomed, and the newer ones have started attracting traffic. And all of them are KGR, like 100% articles are KGR.
Awesome. Very good. Very good. That's amazing. That's a lot of content in a short amount of time, really. And for the YouTube folks, we have the analytics and the traffic, so we'll put those up on the screen so people can see. Basically, this was getting, 20 visitors a day or something like that, and now it's getting upwards of 300 or more. I know it's a few days since you sent me the screenshots, and it was kind of growing pretty fast. So is that about right? Over 300 per day?
Yes, now we are regularly crossing 300 a day.
Very cool. So with the KGR and finding all the keywords, some people, struggle to find them. Did you have any trouble? You obviously had some experience in the past, but KGR is a little bit different, and like I said, some people do just have trouble finding any of them. So how did it go for you?
So again, you came to rescue. So I don't know, in one of your podcasts, you had mentioned that you look for best ballpoints for writing journals. So I just got onto that. I used best X of Y in my niche. And most of my articles, the money articles were best X of Y. And most of my information articles were how to X. So yeah, it was fairly simple. I just started using these words. I use Ubersuggest just to, because they offer a fairly robust keyword volume for free. So I use that to get the keyword volume and all in title. And that's it. I just kept getting these keywords. I did make a couple of mistakes in this. So one of them was in this best X of Y, like I started doing best X1, X2. So I was like too close. So maybe I was cannibalizing. I still am probably cannibalizing traffic. So yeah, that was one mistake that I did early on, which I have now rectified.
Okay, cool. And then when you hired writers to do all the content, it sounded like maybe you had some contacts that you knew could do some writing, but can you tell us about the process of finding the writers and then getting that published?
I would say I was lucky in the sense that I'm a part of a group where I'm a recently new immigrant to Canada. I came in here 2.5 years back, and then I'm a part of a WhatsApp group where new immigrants come in. So they were coming in at a time where they did not have anything, like they could not get jobs, and they were coming from. They weren't native English speakers, but they had some serious IQ going with them. So they come from my MBA institute, and it's like one of the very exalted institutes back home in India. So I just contacted them and I offered them a price that would kind of work for me financially and make sure that they also earn a little bit, I wouldn't say minimum wage. It's definitely more than minimum wage, but it would take care of some part of their expenses. So that worked for me, really.
Awesome. And that's great. That's an amazing way to, see an opportunity for yourself and then help other people out that, they can work from home. They have a lot of flexibility that, everyone wants that. So that's pretty cool. How many writers did you end up hiring and how many are working for you now?
So I hired a total of, I think I went through about 10 of them. Now I have 4 or 5 working for me. 1 or 2 of them, things went well for them. They got jobs and, they kind of got busy. And then a few of them just were not cut out for it. So.
Gotcha. And how much content are you publishing per week or per month right now?
So I'm doing about two articles a day. I can do 2 articles a day. Like I get 2 articles a day or a little more than 2 articles a day in my drafts. And then I take some time I'm the bottleneck here. I'm doing most of the editing myself. So I do the editing. And again, honestly speaking, I'm just doing very minimal editing and sending them out because I understood again from your podcast that it takes time for these articles to rank. So I plan to now go back to them once I have reached a certain number of articles and then do the editing on a more relaxed basis.
Got it. Very cool. Sounds like you're not doing any link building currently. You're just really pumping out the content. Is that accurate?
That would have been accurate a week back. And then, well, you sent Haro my way. So I heard the 2 Haro podcasts that you had. I think one was with Anthony, the other one was with Kyle. I listened to them a couple of times. I have evolved a process around that. We have made now 5 or 6 submissions over the last 1 week. We've got 1 link so far, and I've got a couple of links for my other business. So
great. That's amazing. So you're batting about 20% on your affiliate site, and then can you share the success rate for your other business? I'm just curious, if it's panning out even better.
That's 80% because there I am. Here I'm just a blogger. There I am an expert. So
very cool. Well, we'll talk offline once we stop recording. I'm interested in hearing more. I'm dabbling around with Haro as well. So that's pretty cool. And did you basically just take the blueprint that we explained in the podcasts?
I just copied it exactly. So we subscribed to the basic plan. We set up the text alerts. Unfortunately, they don't send those text alerts in Canada. I initially tried to use one of my writers to do that. That was also mentioned in the podcast. I tried to do that, but didn't work out. Then I found someone locally here whom I explained the process, and he's doing that. It's not up to the mark. Like if I were to do that, what the stuff I submit for my business, In fact, I got a response saying that what you submitted is so strong, they just used my stuff and put it in a separate article. Like this is spun an article out of it. So
Oh, wow.
it's not as that person's submissions are not as strong, but I'm hoping that he will pick it up.
Very good. Do you think that's like well within reach for most people just to dabble with Haro? And if so, do you have any like tips, even though you're only about a week or so in here?
I mean, what my feeling has been over the last 1 week is that it's not really scalable. It's like it's like that it's like that you can have that Ferrari, but you can have only one of those Ferraris, right? But if you go for a Nissan, then you can have a lot of Nissans for the same price, for the same effort in this case. So I have thought that I'd probably do Haro for a bit and then figure out a couple of other ideas that I have. I've got one link through that idea already, but those would be guaranteed very low authority links. They would be good sites, but very low authority.
Probably pretty relevant, I take it.
Very relevant, yes. Yes.
Okay.
They're basically local businesses from my area. I'm a member of BNI, so I just contact them saying that I can feature you, and let's say we're talking about best ballpoint pens for journaling. So if there's a local bookstore owner, so I can say that, oh, what do you have to say about this, and then why don't you link to it?
Got it. And what is BNI? What is that?
Oh, BNI. Sorry, BNI is this networking thing. It's a global thing where local business owners meet in the mornings and they exchange leads if they have any for each other.
Okay, gotcha. What does it stand for?
I think it used to stand for Breakfast Networking International till they became just BNI. Like
Okay.
IBM became IBM. Yes.
Got it. Okay, yeah, and I've heard of. I've gone to a couple Million Cups meetings. Have you heard
Yeah.
of those? Okay.
I haven't heard, but I would. Yeah, it's basically local business owners meetings. So let's say there's a chiropractor, there's a plumber, there's a whatever, an accountant. So
Got
all
it.
of them meet.
Okay, so and with that, you're in the network, and you guys have a common interest, and you're able to work it out. That sounds like exactly how you should do link building, where you're actually networking and you have some relationship with the person ahead of time. So
Absolutely. Although I can tell you I've tried this. It's very tedious, very time consuming, very relevant links, but almost always very low domain authority because these are all local businesses.
yeah. So I want to go back to content because you have pushed out so much content and in a relatively short time. So you said 200 posts in, did you say 3 to 4 months? Is that right?
Yes.
So for people who are thinking they want to do that from a project management standpoint and just managing that number of words being published, how should they approach it?
Okay, so a couple of things I would suggest anyone who wants to do something like that. Firstly, it's possible, but it's not possible. You have to ramp it up. So you have to start slow. And I did not know this starting, but where I got lucky was I hired people who naturally were, their English might not have been the best, but they were naturally very, very intelligent. So they could put their minds to what they were writing. And they kind of understood what I was trying to do as well. So initially, I was very hawkish and very strict with what was coming in. I was reviewing each and everything and sending them feedback very regularly. I remember having a very long call with one of my most prolific writers to take him through all the steps. That really worked. So we did a Zoom call, and I shared my screen and told him these are the specific things that I'm looking for. Second, when I started off, I think I was averaging around $35 an article, and then I bumped it up a little and passed on a bit of Amazon tables and a bit of formatting to the writers. They were happy because they got that bump up, and I was happy because it meant lesser work for me. Again, use your advice about Grammarly. and that has helped. I just got that done last week, and the content that I've gotten since last week, has been grammatically almost perfect. So these are the few things that I did to scale up.
Cool. And you actually emailed me and you were like, hey, I want Grammarly Premium and you want to check it out. So just as a mini ad in the middle of this interview, it's panned out pretty good, right? It's a higher level of usage. So.
Oh yes. Yep. And I use LastPass to share the Grammarly account, and I think now it's really helping out my writers.
Cool. And just to be clear for everyone, so LastPass is a password manager, and you can share a password with whoever you want, and they won't know the password, so you could change it in the future, and they can't change your account, but they'll be able to log into whatever you want. And one of the things that they can log into is Grammarly that they install in their browser, which will work within WordPress or Google Docs, and it works really well. I mean, there used to be some bugs associated with Grammarly, but at this point, I mean, it's working for you, it's working for me, and the VAs that, can help us out. So pretty cool. Anything else like content-wise, like templates, anything like that?
No, not really. I just came up with my own templates, which were product guide and then reviews, and I used the Rehab theme, so that has the pros and cons table that comes out nice. But if you were to ask me, if I were not to use that, it wouldn't really change anything. So yeah, that's it for the most part.
Very good. All right. Well, as far as how this is impacting your life, it sounds like you have a pretty nice, full-time business going on. This is a fun side hustle for you. So, what has this done for you personally? How has it impacted you?
Okay, so how it has impacted me, very interesting. It has really given me the confidence. I wanted to do something at scale, and this was really my testing ground. So now I have set the ball in motion to acquire something which is a lot bigger than what I did. We are looking at an acquisition which is around 60K. When I say we, I have partnered up with one of my friends, and we've hired the services of Dom Wells as well. So he's helping us out there. So that's what it has really given us, and I expect that in the next month or so we would have that started. So I feel that I have built a team, and now I can send there's a machine or there's an engine that's chugging, and I can just now send in something else their way for them to process and give me content or links for the new site that I want to work on.
That's pretty awesome. Do you have a specific goal for your sort of original site as far as content, or long-term, say 12, 18 months looking further out?
I have a sort of nebulous plan in mind, which is that I would, till the time it takes for us to acquire the site, I'm going to use the team to pump out as much content as possible in the next 1 month. I see we are at about 200 articles. I see that we would, once we have the new site, I think the original site would be around 300 articles. And that's when I would let those articles kind of start ranking. I plan to focus on link building, both internal and external. Right now, there is hardly any internal link building. So I plan to focus on that once I've done this run of content production, and then I would be focusing on the new site. So the old site is extremely, you can say, brandable. So it can really become big, but it will depend entirely upon how much relevant quality content is put there, and how much it is promoted by link building.
Wow. Yeah, it's pretty amazing the team that you have put together, and then it's pretty cool to be able to, acquire a fairly big site that you'll be able to just, plug them into that. They already know what to do. So, do you have any sort of vision for that new site? Like what do you think could happen? You mentioned around 60K is the price of it. So, yeah, where do you think you could take it?
So I plan to add, you said that there are two legs to this business. One is content, the other one's link building. I plan to add a third leg, which is monetization. In my original business, there is cost of lead. So I see that if you can successfully sell leads which are relevant to businesses, then it would then your cost or your revenue per thousand visitors really goes through the roof. Like it's not comparable to any advertising or any affiliate stuff that you can do. So with the new site, I plan to explore, and that's the lens now I'm using. That what kind of businesses can can I provide leads to? And again, I think I heard this on your podcast, but it's user intent that one needs to be very aware of. So I see that, if someone's searching for best ballpoint pens for journaling, so they are looking for ballpoint pens. So that's a certain persona of people, but they are most probably journalists. So what do journalists need? Which businesses need journalists? Can there be a way for me to connect the journalists to that business? So that's what I'm looking at. And if I'm able to crack that, then yeah, then I'm hopeful that we can make something big.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. I've definitely heard, actually, since I've been working online about lead generation, whether it's for, higher ticket clients or for, local businesses. So there's a whole other industry of lead generation and like people that know SEO or other ways to acquire those leads and then get them over to whoever needs them. So that's pretty awesome. Now, you actually, read my mind a little bit. I was going to ask about any sort of ad networks or other revenue streams aside from Amazon for that original site. I kind of forgot earlier, but yeah, are you monetizing in any other way?
I tried applying to AdWords and I was rejected a couple of times. I don't know why. They've always said that because of COVID, they're not accepting, but I know for a fact that other people are getting accepted. So I really don't know. I think I'd probably check out Ezoic when I reach the 10,000 visitors a month threshold. I'm right now at six and a half. So
Should be soon. Well, you do have to be in AdSense for Ezoic, I
oh,
believe. It's like part
okay.
of the same network.
Okay.
But I talked to someone not too long ago, do you have an about page and all the sort of normal pages that you're supposed to have, like a privacy and all those things?
Yes, yes. I read up why am I being rejected. So that's what came out. And I built those pages and then I got rejected again. So I honestly, I've just then pushed it to the back for now. And yeah, if I can crack this leads bit, let's just say that because of my existing business, I have some connections where I can take the users of my current site to that to that other business. I'm just waiting for this number to be big enough for them to be interested. So,
Gotcha.
if it's just two leads or five leads a day, it probably be not worth the other party's time. So uh, I'm not really very concerned with not having Google Ads because I see that I'll have two kinds of pages. One is money page, one is information page, and I see a lot of lead gen happening on the information page, not on a money page.
That makes complete sense to me. Yeah, like you said, the amount that you could earn per thousand visitors is going to be through the roof on the lead side, assuming it's a high ticket lead, which that would be the only reason someone would pay money.
Yes, yes,
So
yes. Yeah. It's something which has a high lifetime value. So being again, I'm in a very unique situation because of my existing offline business that I know of these things and I can connect the dots. So for someone who's doing their normal affiliate stuff, I don't know if this would be something that they could manage. And I'm not talking local lead gen, because local lead gen is very I would say tedious. You have to speak to maybe 20 plumbers to send them 20 leads. I'm talking of a bigger scale, but that really happens if you know the right people at the right places.
Very good. Do you have any other advice or tips for folks that want to replicate what you've done in a fairly short time here?
Yeah, I did note it down, because I have gotten a lot of advice from your podcast. So what worked well for me was, despite the initial problems that I had, I kept looking at it as a business. And at no point of time, even though it was doing $50 a month, at no point of time I saw this as a hobby. So I did, even after acquiring the site for about $6,000, I did put in money, more money than that, behind that site in terms of content. And yeah, I started off, like, in my mind, I had that budget. I didn't know that. I mean, I had that budget spread over a year. I didn't know that I'd end up running through the budget in like 3 months. But yeah, that was one. And invest in good content. I mean, it's really the content that people come there for. That's the only asset that we have. So if it's just run-of-the-mill content, you'll just get run-of-the-mill results. Probably not even that, because someone's already doing that, and you're second or third or maybe 20th in line. So you really have to invest in good content, something that serves the visitor's needs.
Very good. Anything else?
No, I think that's it for the most part. Yeah, that's all.
Awesome. Such an amazing story, and I appreciate you taking the time out. I think you're off the radar, but do you want people to follow you anywhere, or just find you on future interviews here?
Yeah, I am pretty much off the radar. I'm definitely there. The Fridays that I can manage to be, I'm there on your live chats. So yeah, and I love those sessions. So
awesome, very good. So if folks have any questions for Gaurav, you can leave them in the comments on the YouTube side, or shoot an email over to feedback@doug.show, and we'll funnel them back over. Gaurav, we'll get you back on sometime soon. It sounds like your site is going to continue to grow really fast, which is cool. And then you have a new acquisition coming up, which could just be interesting to hear how that goes over the coming months. So really appreciate the time. Thanks a lot. Hey, what's going on? It's Doug Cunnington here, and this is another success story interview. I have my friend Melissa, who is a student in a 5-figure niche site. She recently hit $300 per month in May for the first time, and that was after the Amazon commission rate change. In June, she hit over 300 again, so we're going to hear about her story. So, Melissa, thanks for joining me today. How's it going?
Good. Thanks so much for having me on.
And we're going to dig into a lot of details and stuff, but
sounds good.
Since people don't know you at all, can you give a little intro about who you are and maybe what your full-time job is these days?
My name is Melissa. I'm a student in Doug's course. I found it just from looking around, trying to figure out how to go do this whole Amazon affiliate thing. I work in the technology industry as my day job, and I've been running websites for about 6 years, but this was my first affiliate site. I joined Doug's course about a year ago in July. So I've had my first full year doing this in particular, and it's been really interesting. I've learned a lot.
Cool. So when you were blogging in the past, you said about 6 years. Was it just a hobby? Like, what was the goal back then?
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a hobby because, I wanted to share stuff I was learning. About a year ago, so right before I found your course, I actually got my site on Mediavine, which was really, really exciting for me. So it was a hobby that I finally figured out, hey, maybe I can do a little bit more with something I actually like to do.
Okay. And
I guess you knew that you could make money, but it was a hobby, or did you come in it sideways and you were just thinking, hey, I want to share information, and then you
Yeah,
realized,
exactly. I was just kind of like, hey, I can share information. And then I kind of started getting more into the SEO side of things and building traffic. And that site I got on Mediavine, I really dug in, and over a year, I like doubled my traffic just by going and, keeping up with new, fresh content, but going and updating older stuff more targeted for keywords as well. So I got a kind of a taste of accidentally, hey, look at all this traffic I can build, and then I can do something with it too.
okay, very cool. And how much traffic like were you getting, and just kind of the growth? I'm curious about the previous project because a lot of people come in and they're like, I want to make money,
Yeah,
but
it
you
took
came in,
me
yeah.
I went from like 10,000 to 20,000 sessions in about a year, and then it was another maybe 6 months for that other 5,000 sessions to meet the Mediavine threshold of 25,000. So,
Okay, awesome. And I guess when you were like getting into blogging and stuff, were your family and friends like interested in what you were doing, or was it just a little fun thing? Did they
yeah,
have
it was a
any?
fun thing, and a lot of my friends did it too. It was kind of like peer pressure that got me to start a blog because they were like, Melissa, you should really have a blog. Everybody has a blog. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll do it. And it just kind of went from there.
Okay. So when you enrolled in the course, obviously you're
Yeah,
thinking, hey, I probably want to start something new. And can you
exactly.
tell us a little about sort of the process of that? And like, obviously the course is reasonably expensive, and just like
Yeah, this is
investing
gonna
in it.
sound kind of silly, but I bought it for myself as a birthday present because I just gotten the other site on Mediavine, and I was kind of getting a taste of what I could do building traffic, and I knew, okay, I'm good at building traffic, I can do it. It took me all these years, but knowing what I know now, I would do things so much differently with a new website. So I want to start over. But I had been attracted to affiliate marketing for a while, and I had found your blog, and I was reading it, and I said, you know what, I'm just going to take this course, I'm going to invest in it as a birthday present to myself and see where things take me.
All right, that's awesome. And we had like a pre-interview discussion, and
Yeah,
I did tell my wife that, and yeah, she had a chuckle. Yeah.
yeah,
So
exactly.
let's talk a little bit more about the site that you started. So,
Sure.
and actually, I'll leave it open, and you could sort of take us through it from picking the niche and some of the
Yeah,
keyword
sure.
research.
So for me, picking the niche was important that it was something I was interested in because I wanted to start out at least doing most of the work myself. And I found some really attractive niches, but I was like, I just don't find this interesting. And if I'm doing this myself the first time, I have to be interested in, right? It has to be something that I at least find interesting. So I went off of that. I will say it's a very wide area versus something really narrow, but I have launched in April this year, I launched two really narrow niche sites kind of as part of the deal, which I'll talk about a little bit more. So I just started kind of pick my niche, all the website stuff, WordPress themes, all that stuff. I knew how to do all that already, right? Because I've been doing websites for a long time. So that was very easy for me. Basic keyword research I had gotten into, but the KGR was a total game changer for me. And so, of course, I started most of my content. I've been doing the content sprints and trying to focus on a good balance of informational posts to build that traffic, but also affiliate posts, of course, to sell stuff and make money, right? So I've just kind of been chugging along on it. Once I okay, I'm going to write these next 10 articles, write them, go do a little more research, write the next 10. Trying not to get too paralyzed with the keyword research because that's really easy to do. So I try to just make my list of what's my goal for the next 10, 15 posts, write them, and then kind of start the process over again.
Okay. And how much content is on the site right now?
I think about 100 posts, and I try to keep everything at least around 1,000 words. Some are a little bit more, some are longer form factor, but I think about 100.
Okay. And is it about 50-50 informational to product, or where's it at currently?
Yeah, I would say actually about 50-50 because I've been doing some experimenting on my own, just trying to find like really juicy informational search terms and, write a quick article about it, about those to build some of the traffic. So yeah, I would say it's a pretty good balance. My article with the highest amount of views, believe it or not, is an info post I sat down and wrote in 20 minutes off of some random keyword I found, and it turned out to be this. I've added some affiliate links to it, but it's just this post that went wild for some strange reason. And I'm still not good at predicting what's going to take off really well and what's just going to flop.
Yeah, interesting, because I hear that so often. Do you happen to remember the search volume for that keyword that you were targeting?
It was probably around 130, I want to say. But, I've read some stuff on your site that you've had some of your other friends write about, like, cluster topics and stuff like that. So I think I accidentally hit a good cluster topic with a lot of zero volume search terms, like purely by accident. And that's how that one happened.
Awesome. Yeah, it's so hard. I mean, I think you accidentally do it and then it's hard to recreate.
You try to replicate it, right? And I'm trying to figure out again, how do I replicate this? And I haven't quite done it yet, but I'm still working on it.
Yeah, it's so hard to figure out because there's just so many factors and you don't know exactly which long tails unless you really dig in. I guess you could maybe figure it out. So what about, I guess most of the writing, it sounds like you were doing. Is that accurate? Okay.
Yes. I started outsourcing a little bit, and my 2 new sites are mostly outsourced just because I work full time. I have kids. I just don't have the time, but there's something I wanted to pursue because what I learned last fall, I got Google updated pretty hard on my Mediavine site and I lost like half my traffic. I've built a lot of it back, but that was kind of a lesson to me to try to diversify my traffic sources, diversify my website. So hopefully when Google comes out with an update, right, not all of my sites get hit, maybe just 1 or 2 of them. So I'm trying to build like a portfolio of sites at this point.
Okay. And do you have, I mean, most people don't, but I'll ask anyway. Do you have any idea what the issue was with the last Google update and that?
I have no clue. Okay. No idea. One of the more recent ones put a lot of my traffic back, so that was nice. Again, I don't know why that happened. It was just kind of, I don't know, unlucky, I guess.
Okay. So when you look at the analytics, there's a drop and then it basically comes back up a few months later.
It looks like a lot of my, it was basically my position on a lot of my articles that were bringing me a lot of traffic. I was on the first page and then I wasn't, so.
Yeah, I hear that a lot just from these most recent updates where you're not you're not penalized, there's no major issue, but
there's no major issue. Just I lost position across a lot of stuff, and when I started digging in on where I lost ranking, I couldn't say that the stuff that ranked over me was that much better than my own content. So just one of those things, I guess.
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint.
It is very hard.
So on to link building. Have you done a lot of link building? Like what sort of activities?
I haven't actually. Not really. I've done some blog commenting, but that's about it. I haven't gone crazy building links. I've picked up some over time, but that's not really something I focused on. I focused more just on generating quality content.
All right. Do you know maybe how many links you got naturally just over time?
I think about 50, just from not doing much at all, just from like posting places and stuff like that, which is pretty decent. I hit it hard for a month or 2, and then I pretty much died off of it and went back to focusing on content.
Okay. And are the 50, does that include some of the blog comments that you did?
Yeah, that includes some of the blog comments.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. And I was going to say that I've heard from actually most of the interviews that I do, most people are not building links, only a
That makes me feel a little better.
Yeah.
It kind of makes me wonder, though, if I spent the time doing it, could I, build things to the next level? But it's one of those things that's kind of tedious. And I know you talk about a lot on your case study where you kind of purchased an existing site and are working on it, that you outsource a lot of that. So that's something I'm definitely looking at.
Yeah. And the other part, I was chatting with a previous interview, I think it just went out in the last couple of days at the time we're recording this, but talking to Rob Atkinson, and he, does a lot of link building, but he has a much bigger team. And then one of the parts that it's hard to understand the impact and quantify like what those links are doing in the short term. So, and we're doing like 100 other things at the same time. So I understand why people don't put in the time up front. For the content, do you have any, since you are writing it yourself, do you have any specific tips for doing it effectively and efficiently?
Practice. The more you do it, the faster you get. I try to, for my affiliate articles, in the course, you kind of train us on here's your Amazon review format you should use. And I've kind of tweaked it a little bit for something that like is very formulaic for me, move things around a little bit. So I pretty much always stick to the same exact format. I start with researching my products. I pick my products before I even write anything down. And then I start kind of writing and, reviewing and all that kind of stuff. And that really helps. And it's just practice, right? The more you do it, the faster you get.
Yep. And for the informational
topics. Do you have any tips on that?
Tips for informational topics. Same thing. Figure out what you're going to write about. Do your research. And those I'm a little more freeform with because, I'll try to maybe rank for a couple long tails in a post or two. So I think I had emailed you back early on in the course saying, okay, so when I'm trying to pick like my main one, I'm going after, what do I do? So I try to stick with the lowest KGR score for my main thing and kind of bring in some other things. I try not to publish anything less than 1,000 words, which is hard, right? Because you write something, you're like, I really only have 500 words to say about this. This is just a boring topic I have to write about. So that's why I'll try to like target, a couple different things, have a nice intro, have a nice conclusion, and try to dig up some other things to write about in there. And if I do publish something that's 700 words maybe, I'll make a note of it, and then a month later I'll make sure I go back and update it and try to crank out another couple hundred words.
Gotcha. And yeah, I'm running into that, a new site that I'm launching right now. Sometimes it's just a really narrow topic, and I mean, how much can you go on and on about a one-word answer? So sometimes you just have to answer it and move on. All right, for keyword tips, we're going to kind of go granular in a couple different areas. Yeah, sure. So you mentioned KGR, but what other keyword advice can you give folks?
That's another thing that's practice, right? Because when you first start doing keyword research, it's really easy to kind of get lost in it, right? And you spend all this time paralyzed over keyword research. So what I do, one thing that I found really helpful is if I'm picking a current area, what's the example you always use for the course? Like something...
we'll use ballpoint pen. How about that?
Ballpoint pens. All right. So like ballpoint pens, right? So I use a couple of different keyword tools. KW Finder, which you recommended, is one of the products. That was a game changer. I was using all free stuff before your course, and just paying for a tool, it's just a game changer. It saves so much time. And for me, that's really important, making the most of the time I do have. So like I'll say, okay, I'll make a spreadsheet kind of based off of one of the templates you had in the course and, put, okay, seed term, ballpoint pen, right? So I'll go and I'll start looking at keywords, and maybe I find best ballpoint pen, and then maybe I find best ballpoint pen for writing about cats. I don't know, something else, right? And I'll kind of troll through those different terms and then start using them as the main search word in the tool, right? And you'll get different results based on what you put in there. So I kind of try to do my research by picking one of those main topics and trolling around in there until I find like I have enough of keywords for maybe like 10, 15, 20 articles. And you'll be surprised on how many times you start there and you end up someplace almost completely different, but it's still good, solid terms that you can use for articles.
Perfect. And I think, so I was doing this recently, but let me know if you found this to be the case. A lot of times those will end up being sort of the cluster topics to help support other topics. Okay. Mm-hmm. And just side note, when I was doing that research, I found some weird, obscure portion of the internet, and that happens too, where I'm like, what are they? What is
like you
this?
end up in a rat hole so easily. It's like, how did I end up here? Like I was looking about ballpoint pens, and now I'm here. Like how did that happen?
Some weird fetish thing, and I was like, what am I even looking at? There's all these YouTube videos and stuff. I mean, I'll tell you about it later, but yeah, it's beyond the scope.
It's important to kind of, you get so stuck on looking for the best ballpoint pen, right? And maybe that's not the topic to talk about. Maybe it's the best ballpoint pen for something else. So being able to kind of get out of your head and try something new in the same topic cluster, right? So there's another tool that's free and it kind of has a bad word in it. Keyword shitter. Have you heard of that one?
Oh, yeah.
So sometimes I'll just put something in there and then look at the terms it gives me and pick one of those and go off on another tangent.
For the people that don't know that tool, can you just describe what it does and then how your process goes?
Yeah, absolutely. So keyword shitter, you can Google it. It has a funny name. But you put a keyword in it, and all it does is blast other associated keywords at you. So if you put in ballpoint pen, it'll say, ballpoint pen, best ballpoint pen for XYZ, blah, blah, blah. But then it'll bring in terms that are more loosely related too. So you might get from ballpoint pen to highlighters, right? And you're like, oh, you know what? I never thought about writing about highlighters. So maybe I should do that too. So it's a really good way to get out of your head and maybe discover something new in the area that you're looking at to pursue.
Mm-hmm. Very good. And do you know the source data for
I don't
Keyword share.
actually.
Yeah, I was wondering that because it's sort of like it's not exactly like autocomplete. In
No,
fact,
it's not
it's
exactly autocomplete.
but yeah, you'll end up with like the hundreds of keywords, and then do you throw it into then KW Finder and then get a look at search volumes
Yeah,
and other
sometimes I'll
details?
do that. Sometimes I'll throw the whole list in, or I'll just pick a term that seemed interesting and pop that in and see what KW Finder comes back with.
Okay, very good. Yeah, and I never got into Keyword Shitter, but I know a couple of my friends use it also.
I only use it when I'm kind of stuck. When I'm like, all right, I really want to do something in this area, but I'm not thinking the right way. I pop it in. It's just a really good way to get out of your head and think of something new when you're stuck. Because that's the hard thing, especially when you're doing, your initial selection on your topic. You have something in your head. I really want to write about cats, right? I really want to write about cats, but guess what? Everybody else is writing about cats too, and it's so competitive. So maybe I should do something else. And just kind of, maybe you don't end up writing about cats, but you end up writing about cat food or something like that. Maybe it's a cat food site. I don't know. I don't have cats. I like them. I don't have any, but I'm just using that as an example. So it's really important, especially when you're working on your initial topic selection, to get out of your comfort zone. Try to kind of think ahead and, okay, I'm talking about cats right now, but can I expand that later on to cats and birds or something like that, or cats and birds and dogs? So it's important to just kind of see what's out there. Don't burn too much time, because you could spend forever. I think I spent probably about a week to pick my topic for my main site. And after that, I was just like, and that was one of the things you taught, like, don't get paralyzed, right? So spent about a week, really, like, that's all I did was keyword research. Like, I filled up a notebook, I had Excel spreadsheets, I just hammered on it until I found something I was comfortable with that I knew would have enough longevity to keep me going, right? Because you don't want to be too narrow, because if you can't write about enough of it, you can't make enough money.
Yeah, and now that you're talking about how much time that you spent on it, I mean, this was a great birthday present to yourself here. I mean, so much enjoyment.
I'm enjoying it. I like I said, for some reason, I think websites are fun and relaxing, and it's a nice hobby. And if I can do something different and make some money with Amazon affiliates, why not?
Awesome. Now, with the keywords, obviously you have like over 100 posts at this point, and it sounded like you would just find as many as you needed for a short time. So
Right.
is that how you approached it, so you didn't like burn too
Yeah,
much
but
time?
so one other thing I love to do, and I think everybody should do this, is have a spreadsheet of all your blog posts that you're always constantly updating, right? So you can say, okay, what topics have I written a lot about? So let me add to that pillar, right? And that's how I kind of naturally built the content pillars on my site. I didn't start thinking about, oh, I'm going to make a content pillar on cats. I just kind of noticed, okay, I've written 3 or 4 articles about this topic. I need to dive into that area more, do some more research, and really build that out. So I think every blogger, and this is something that I've had since I had my first website, should have a list of all your blog posts, so it's something easy for you to refer back to and say, have I written about this before? And when I'm writing about something new, what can I link it to that I've already done?
I wish you would have told me that before I started Niche Site Project, because it's a mess. I have no idea what's out there. All right, that's good to know. And I think one of the things I hear a lot of people do is they will get stuck in that keyword research phase, and they're trying to find like hundreds of keywords when, I mean, it will take weeks to even write 10 articles,
no,
even if you
don't do that.
hire someone.
Don't do that. You just need to do enough to get your first set out there, but enough to prove to yourself that it's an area to pursue. And I have another example. I have another website that I decided to write a blog about blogging, which was a really bad idea because it's super competitive. But I'm like, hey, I like blogging. Let me start a website about blogging. That's not the Mediavine site. That's another one. But in the last year or so, being part of Five Figure Niche Site, I've pivoted it completely just because I'm like, I'm not going to get any more of this. I'm not going to get traffic. I'm not going to make money. So I have pivoted that into something completely different that's starting to do much better. And that's a website, like I have a Pinterest account for and all that stuff. If you get to the point where you're like, man, maybe I didn't think through, it actually is really easy to pivot, especially when you're working with a site that's been around for a while, right? So don't kill yourself trying to pick the perfect topic. It doesn't exist. But just know later on you can adapt and you can branch out, and it's not like you're locking yourself forever to this one topic.
How did you approach the pivot?
I just kind of slowly started doing it, adding new types of topics that still related to my initial topic, and over time, does it no longer become a blogging site? Do I get rid of that content? I don't know, because it's actually starting to pick up, I think, because I have some other articles that I've written on different topics that, I use KGR for all that stuff that's been picking up. And I've noticed an uplift in all the other older content as well, just because I guess Google's viewing the site as, hey, maybe this is a little more authoritative. Maybe they do know what they're talking about, et cetera, et cetera. So it was just something I kind of slowly did over time. I still wrote some stuff about blogging and stuff like that, but I was adding other articles, and the whole site as a whole has been doing the best that it's ever done. So it's been interesting too.
Oh, that's pretty cool. And how many sites do you have total?
Wait, let me count. This is going to be interesting. So 1, 2, I think 6.
Okay.
Not all of them make money right now. But yeah, I probably have too many, but it's okay. And I noticed that, like, if people are like, okay, you have 6 websites, you're probably insane. I tend to, I love a good planner, right? So I sit down and I say, okay, what are my goals for the week? I'm going to work on this site this week. And I'm not always working on everything, right? But you will get burned out on something if you only focus on one thing at a time. So I like to kind of have multiple things to focus on available to me. If I'm like, okay, I have an hour at night, what am I going to do? There's always something to do, even if I'm so sick of this one website, I don't want to look at it anymore.
Okay. And I mean, I think it's pretty normal. I mean, you've been blogging for a long time also. So 6 sites, and it sounds like there's a couple newer affiliate sites.
Yeah, they're newer.
Okay. Yeah. Tell us about those.
I made a whopping $1 off of one of them so far. I actually did something a little different with those, in that I focused more on info content first versus affiliate content. And that was just kind of a play of, can I build traffic faster that way? Because I found some really, really just juicy search terms. It's been working out okay, so I launched them in April. One is a domain that was old that I bought from GoDaddy Auctions, and the other one was a brand new domain I registered. And the one with the domain that's new is actually doing a little better than the old one. So I don't know, because they're 2 completely unrelated topics. I don't know if I just picked one topic better than the other, but that was a little test I wanted to do for myself too, to see if I buy an older domain, does it help? It didn't, but that could just be the topic with the older domain is much more competitive than the other one. So I think that's really what it is.
All right. Did the domain from the auction, did it have content already, or was it just an existing?
No, it was
domain?
just sitting there parked.
Okay. I think that if it was an existing blog and had at least a little content, it may have helped a little bit more. But
yes, because I got my husband into this too, and he bought a domain that had some activity in Search Console. The site had been taken down, but he went and published articles for all those areas that were getting traffic, and he's seen things get going a lot faster with that. So yeah, absolutely.
All right. So you got your husband into it a little bit too.
I did, yes.
Does the site that he has, does his site count in the 6, or do you?
No, he has his own sites. We're married, we have children, but we don't share our websites.
You don't have joint. Okay.
We can't
Different
cross that
registrars. Okay, got it. That's pretty funny. So, and had he done any blogging before, or he just picked it up from you?
Yeah, no, he was one of the people that actually got me into blogging. So yeah, he's been doing it for a while too.
Okay, cool. Very cool. So he had a site, and it is picking up a little faster, and it's remained in the same topic area.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Interesting. That's pretty cool. And did he go through like the course stuff too, or is he taking a different approach?
He might know someone that does his keyword research for him. Me. But I'm trying to teach him, but I'll just be like, it's quicker if I just give you some stuff and here's the KGRs and have at it.
Okay, cool. Now, obviously you've been blogging for a while, and you were making some money, and you hit $300. So has this had any like great impact on your life so far?
So I'm trying to look at it as, can I take the money that I'm making and reinvest it in the websites? That's what kind of led me to launch the 2 additional sites. So I'm kind of looking at this as more of a longer term thing. What can I make now, and can I reinvest it to make this something more later on? So that's kind of been my strategy, just reinvesting what I make into this site. And like I said, I launched 2 other sites as well that are mostly outsourced from the content perspective.
And where are you hiring the writers from?
A service called Content Pit that I saw on, I think Spencer Hawes, maybe his website.
Okay.
that has been pretty good. We tried the Upwork stuff, and I just don't have the time to go in there and figure that out. So
Yeah, I hear that. I've heard of Content Pit. I think the founders actually emailed me and said that they were super busy, but we should work together. So I should circle back with them and see
yeah,
what's going
absolutely.
on. Okay, and the quality is pretty good from what you
That
find?
was pretty good, yeah.
All right, awesome. And I'm curious, you do have a technical background, and
Yes.
I wonder, have you noticed any skills from your day job helping you work for yourself here?
I'm very data oriented, which I think helps. Like I have massive spreadsheets of everything, and I almost think that I track things a little too well, and maybe I'm a little overboard with it. But I just find keeping track, I keep track of, I have a master list of all my terms. I have them color coded based on have I written it, do I plan on writing it, whatever. And then one thing that I found interesting is I have a bunch of articles that I wrote at the beginning that I'm looking at. Okay, let me look at them in the last year. I haven't had a lot of activity on them. So what do I do about it, right? Go back and update them. But when I relook up the KGR, because I saved it from when I did it a year ago, the all-in title results are much higher than they were a year ago, right? So I'm like, oh, maybe this one's not going to work out so well. So can I, throw some other terms in there, figure out something else to do. So I'm definitely very into tracking things over time, so I can go back and say, okay, well, maybe I expected this kind of uplift from this article, and I'm seeing something better, or I'm seeing something worse. So how can I change what I'm doing about that? So I'm very data oriented. That's my big thing. Like I have spreadsheets of everything I've made. I'm very into Google Analytics and Google Search Console. I lived in those tools before I even launched this site. Like that was just something as a blogger I used to drive my own traffic and just kind of update content and stuff like that. So I'm very into the tools and the data.
From the Search Console, are there
Yes.
any areas that you look specifically at to perhaps improve the content?
Yeah, so I go into Search Console, I'll take a look at my articles, and one thing I like to do is sort things by impressions. So I look specifically for articles that have a lot of impressions but not a lot of traffic. They're not getting the clicks. So then I dive into that and I look at the terms that come back on that article and I look at their positions. And I'm like, all right, what's on the second page right now? And can I drive that up? Or what's in position 10, can I drive that up to position 5? So I'll try to focus on articles that have a lot of impressions but not a lot of traffic, because Google's doing something with it, right? And then I go, okay, what are the terms that I think I can easily move up that'll fit naturally into my writing, right? Because I'm not into keyword stuffing and just slamming stuff in there for the sake of putting it there. I want it to seem natural. So I'll target those terms, and when I do that, I'll actually record the data, right, in the spreadsheet. Like, okay, on this date I added 300 words and I focused on these terms, so later on I can go back and check their ranking and see what they've done.
Perfect. That was well said. Is there a minimum threshold that you filter for the number of impressions so you get rid of the noise?
You know what? I can't say a number that I've filtered, but I've noticed it's been very natural. Like, so if I'm looking at all my search terms, and the top 5 search terms have 500 impressions and then it drops to 20 impressions, I'm not bothering with that 20 impression item right now, right? I'm trying to focus on the stuff that's getting a lot of impressions right now. And you'll go to optimize an article, you'll open it up and you'll see that very clear delineation. Okay, here are these terms that are getting a lot of views, or a lot of impressions, not views, or they're getting impressions, so let me work those in. And then you'll see that natural drop off. And other times you open an article and you see it's very scattered, right? There's no clear terms that have more impressions than others. Honestly, I don't even bother with those unless I see something that sticks out in my mind, knowing the content that I can incorporate quickly. I won't waste my time on those. Maybe I'll go check in another couple months to see if it's changed at all.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's like I know many people get overwhelmed with all the data in any of the tools, and it's hard when you first see it to figure out what to do with it. So
yeah, exactly.
Awesome. And then just curious if you had any specific examples where you made those changes and then it exploded, like tons of traffic.
So I don't know if this is tons of traffic exploded, but my site I got on Mediavine, over the course of a year, I had done nothing with keyword research whatsoever. I just wrote articles that I thought were interesting. So like I think I hadn't logged into even Search Console ever at that point. So I kind of, over the course of a year, and I have like probably closer to 500 posts on that site at this point in time. So it was probably like 300 when I started doing that. I went back and I went through everything and I optimized every article. I added to it, I updated it. And over time, I saw my traffic double in the course of a year, basically. So that was, what was that? That was 10,000 to 20,000 sessions, not page views, sessions. So it doesn't seem like a lot, but for me, having gotten to 10,000 sessions, never looking at a keyword in my entire life, I thought that was pretty good. So taking that to the next level. And then when I was doing that, I changed the way I was writing gradually over time, too, where now I do keyword research, even for that blog, before I start writing versus, oh, I have this random idea, let me just go write a blog post.
Okay, gotcha. Very cool. Yeah, it's funny. No keyword research, and in spite of that, you did really well.
Yeah, I didn't even know what keyword was really. I kind of knew, but I was like, whatever. This seems interesting. I'm gonna write a blog about it. But
yeah. So let's talk about some tools and stuff. I didn't tell you I was going to ask this, but you mentioned data so much. So there's the ones you already mentioned: Google Analytics, Search Console, KW Finder.
Yes.
What are some others that you have used?
A good old-fashioned spreadsheet that I can pivot and sort and do whatever I want to is probably my favorite tool, as silly as that sounds. KW Finder has they do rank tracking too. So I've done some messing around with rank tracking, but those are my pretty much go-tos, just because I use spreadsheets all the time, right? So it's just something I'm used to for my day job. I just put everything in a spreadsheet and I divide my spreadsheets based on topic. Like for the site I have a Pinterest account for, I have, here's gotta have that spreadsheet with all your blog posts. If you don't have it now, go make one. You gotta have it. So I have my spreadsheet with my blog posts, my spreadsheet with my Pinterest keyword research, my spreadsheet with my pin descriptions, right? And then I have, my keywords for my articles and stuff like that. So I like to build a massive spreadsheet for each site where I kind of keep everything and track it over time. That's a big thing, tracking it over time to make sure you're making progress. Like I like to try to take one day a month where I just dive into all of my sites. And I check analytics, and I'd be interested on your feedback on this. I check analytics and Search Console like daily because I'm crazy, but I think that's probably not the best use of my time to every day look at the data, because if you go away for a week and you log back in, and I learned this accidentally, you see much more of a change than if you're hammering on it every day, right? So I'd be interested in your feedback of like, what's a good interval to kind of check in on your data, right? Check in on your analytics, check on your Search Console, and check your progress.
I think once a week is a good balance. Like you said, it's enough time for things to change. I think if you look every day, you can get a little obsessed, and then
exactly.
It's not super helpful. I do encourage people to use some sort of a rank tracker or something so that you can see if there's something wrong. You could actually just do it with analytics and see traffic's way down compared to where we should be on that day of the week, for example. But in general, just continually looking at the data is like looking at the news over and over again.
It's almost like data overload, and you can use your time a lot better, right? So, I think what I'm going to try to do going forward is pick that one day a week and one day a month too, where I go and look back at the monthly view, right? What have I done over time? And what are the articles that I expected to see an increase in? Have I or have I not? And sometimes you'll see like a dark horse. It's like I did a test where I just published all these info articles and let them sit and moved on to the next thing. I'm like, I think it's going to take about 3 to 6 months to see anything. And sure enough, 3 months later, I'm starting to see some good traffic coming from them. So it's important to kind of have that view over time too. And I like to, like I said, I like to track my activity, right? When I do an experiment like that, I like to document it.
Okay. And one thing with spreadsheets, they're awesome. People will think you're a magician. I used to use them a lot too. Can you tell people what a pivot table is?
Yeah, a pivot table just kind of lets you sort things based on a bunch of different criteria, right? So instead of just like sort from A to Z, that whatever, you can say, I'm going to sort on, these 5 criteria that I want to see. It's one of those things, like just go watch a YouTube on how to make a pivot table and it will change your life basically. Now, do you know if Google Spreadsheets does pivot table? Because I haven't tried it there.
It does. However,
because I'm trying to actually switch over to Google Sheets from Excel. That's been my new thing. So I can get it any computer, any device, anywhere instead of having it tied locally someplace.
It does. Yeah, it does pivot tables. I don't use them as much
now, and I asked you because I thought you may be able to define it better than me. So yeah, you can group data together. You can look at like sums, and you can see sort of trends and just mix and match and see things on a daily basis based on different categories or whatever. I mean, it just allows you to look at data.
Instead of just like, you know, if you think of a regular chart, if you're just sorting from A to Z, or and even if you're like sorting by keywords that have the word cat in them, right? Just kind of like a thing, you can say cat with this search volume and this kind of all in one spreadsheet.
Yeah, and then one of my other favorite functions is a good conversation here. Just the VLOOKUP, right? I mean, people will think you're a magician. And I even ran into that in my consulting job where people were like looking things up by like visually, by like manually. And I'm like, you're spending like 4 hours and you're getting it wrong because you can't count in the hundreds. So anyway, VLOOKUPs are great too if you could figure those out.
Yeah, with lots of helpful videos on YouTube on everything, Excel, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I think there's only like 4 parameters, so pretty easy to set up, like super powerful. So anyway, any other tools that you could think of?
That's about it. And honestly, I like old school pen and paper too. I'm very like low tech in that way, just because I don't know, overcompensating for having 6 websites. I like a good notebook, and I like my Excel sheets.
Perfect. And a lot of people want to know about like any plugins or favorite themes since you have a lot of experience. What do you got?
One of the most important things, and I actually rethemed my main website this year after having I literally had a 5-year-old theme on there that I had just left for the last 5 years, which was a terrible idea. So after I got hit by that Google update, I'm like, all right, let me focus on page speed, which is actually a really important ranking factor. And it's not just page speed in general, it's mobile page speed and desktop page speed, right? You have to pay attention to both of them, especially based on where your traffic's coming. My new thing is Generate Press because it's easy, right? I can retheme a website in half an hour. I'm trying to think. That's my new thing that I just put on everything. And they have a bunch of pre-built stuff. So if you're not a coder, and I can code, I just don't like to do it. It's very visual, very easy to customize. I don't like the themes that require you to get a developer involved or any of that stuff, even though I could probably do it myself. Like, I want quick and easy. I don't really want to worry about anything. So that is super important. And my other thing would be to limit your plugins, right? Before you install a plugin, ask yourself, do I really need this? And can I get a plugin that will do these 3 things I need, right? Instead of just having 3 different plugins, can I, have one? So I use All-in-One SEO as my SEO plugin. I despise Yoast. I think it's too bloated and just has too much stuff going on. I don't need that at that point, right? I just need to be able to set my meta descriptions and call it a day, right? I don't want any of your advanced, your reading score on your article. I don't really care. So that's a big thing. Have a good SEO plugin, whatever you decide you want to use. I'm trying to think what else. There's a lot of plugins that can speed up a cruddy website, but my advice would be to go back to basics, really go in and audit your plugins. Do you need anything? Can you combine function within plugins? And take a good hard look at your theme. It's got to be modern, and it's got to be lightweight. So pay attention to page speed, right? So from a plugin perspective, like I said, I try to keep it pretty bare bones. There's one I really like that does a table of contents for you. I think it's called like Easy Table of Contents or something like that. That's something I could do myself with HTML, but it's just so much easier to have a plugin too. So look at that too. And it's lightweight. Another trick is, I'm sorry, I'm going on this whole diatribe now. Another trick is when you do your Google page speed testing, right? You can see it loads your code and it tells you what scripts it's loading. If you see a script loading and you recognize that that's a plugin name, see if you can get rid of it, right? So Jetpack is notoriously bloated and it slows down your site a lot, but a lot of new bloggers, Jetpack will do everything for me. Jetpack is terrible, get rid of it. It slows you down. So pay attention to your plugins and pay attention to how they relate to your page speed.
Yes, and I actually used to use Jetpack because
I did too.
It had a couple.
It's
it was
easy.
in the core. It was in the course, so you didn't. Well, you were blogging beforehand, so you should have known. But Jetpack looks good because it's all integrated and everything, and it looks like one plugin, but it has like 100 different functionalities that you layer on top.
And a lot of it is habit, because I'm like, I use Jetpack to see my traffic. It took me a little while to retrain myself just to go to Google Analytics instead, but I did it, and I'm okay now. I survived.
Right. And one of the plugins that is like slowing down my site over at Niche Site Project is Opt-in Monster. and
Okay, yeah.
it's loading scripts, and like I need it for some stuff, but my site would load so much faster if I didn't have. I mean, it's just a heavy, like bloated piece of software.
Yeah.
Quick question on the Generate Press. Does it have a meta description and meta title so that you don't even need an SEO plugin? Just curious.
No, I think I have the SEO plugin too. No, I don't think that includes it.
Gotcha. I'm using.
There was one DIY themes I used too on one of my other sites, and was something you recommended from the course. Now that has everything integrated. You can do your affiliate disclaimer. It has your meta description. It has everything in it. You don't even really need plugins. So that's an interesting one too. That's actually what my main site uses, but that does require a little bit of knowledge to use and to make it do what you want it to do.
Yep. And that's actually what I use on Niche Site Project, and I'm just playing around with another theme at this point in time. But yeah, Focus. I know the founder over
Focus,
there.
Thesis, it's really good. It has you don't need any other plugins. It does you need a plugin for my Google Analytics. No, it does everything for you.
All the stuff. Yeah, Chris is
it's
really
super
smart.
Fast. Super fast.
It's a great theme. Okay, cool. I'm trying to think if there was any other big topics, but is there anything that maybe I didn't ask you about that you want to mention?
No, I think that's about it. My only advice to people getting started is diversify your content as well, right? So I think I started hitting my $300 a month because of articles I actually wrote last year that were very seasonal. They're going to do well in the summertime because most of my traffic is in the US. It's summertime now, so they're going to do well in the summertime. But last month I realized, okay, but what happens when summer is over? So I started switching gears and trying to write articles I know will do well in the winter time, because you got to figure, especially in a news site, it takes Google a while to figure out what you're about. You publish an article, you might not see the fruits of your labor for several months. So always try to keep ahead of the ball and focus on seasonal content, especially when you notice you're heavily seasonal in one area. So if you have a lot of summer content that's doing well, and depending on what topic you're writing about, it all varies. Make sure you have some content that's going to do well in, the spring, the fall, and the winter too, so you don't find yourself, oh, now I'm making nothing when I was doing so well before. So really just diversify your content, pay attention to seasonality. That's not something I started looking at until very, very recently.
Okay, and you actually triggered another question. Google Sandbox. So
yeah, it's real. It's real. People say it's not. It totally is. Because I think I sent you my analytics, and you can see pretty much when I left the Sandbox.
Okay, and that was it about 6 months, right?
Yeah, about 6 months, I think.
Is the site a year old yet?
Yeah, the site's a year old. It was a year old July 5th or something like that.
Did you see an uptick yet for the sort of year mark?
I think it's hard to tell because a lot of my content's doing well this summer, and I've seen it continue to do well as the summer progresses. So it hasn't plateaued throughout the summer. It's not like it went up and stayed the same. It's still increasing. So.
Okay. And I've heard, from more and more people, like after 12 months, there seems to be a pop as well. And it could be, based on how old the articles are. So I wonder if it'll just, like you said, you're seeing growth, you're not seeing a plateau.
And speaking about my love of data, I think it'll be interesting now that the site is a year old to look at some of those articles that I wrote almost a year ago that maybe weren't doing so well. Maybe they'll start to pick up a little too.
All right. Awesome. Well, any other tips or advice for people that want to replicate? I think you covered it pretty well a minute ago.
That's it. This isn't I don't do this as a sprint. I think it's a long game. I think as long as anybody is willing to sit down and put the time and the effort in and have a great course like yours, that you can all be successful too.
All right. Thanks a lot, Melissa. Appreciate it.
Thank you.